Tata Steel is known as the Wimbledon of Chess.
Hello and welcome to day 3 of Tata Steel Chess. We're early in the event, the storylines, they're just forming, and we're in for a great day ahead. I'm your host, International Master Ivanchuk. I'm here alongside the absolutely awesome Grandmaster Simon Williams, and we are live from the Café Luzon with our very charming, very small, but very nice audience. Give us a cheer! Woo! Well, Simon, you know, with 2 days in, yesterday was a little bit of an intriguing day. You know, some very interesting results, some surprises as well.
Yeah, yesterday another great day of chess. I mean, the highlights for me was this very interesting Sicilian that was played, and this was in the game with, I think it was Aravindh, and he came up with basically a new system. And it's always nice to see these creative new ideas. And then there was a very peculiar game with Anish playing Sindarov, and that was very peculiar because Sindarov missed a couple of wins there, and they weren't too complicated. So I think the players are sort of warming into the competition. And Vladimir, I think that was another very impressive game, probably game of the day for me. He played great. Of course, Nordibek played a very nice game as well.
Yeah, Nordibek really playing some fantastic chess to outclass Praggnanandhaa. And Nordibek moves over to 1.5 points. No one yet, if we take a look at the standings after round 2, no one is on 100% anymore, but we have 3 players at the top with 1.5 points. Arjun Erigaisi there after his win in the first round, a stable draw yesterday. But still early days. Let's take a look at the results in the challenges, because it was a decisive day there. We had, look at that, Simon. I mean, so many victories. And I just want to highlight 15-year-old Liu Maoyi, her victory over Vedant Panesar just puts her in the sole lead with 100%.
Yeah, she's having a fantastic tournament so far, and another clearly underrated player. I mean, she should be much higher in the ELO ranks, and I'm sure that she will be soon. But she's played very good chess. I was also very impressed with Faustino, and he came up and did a chat, showed you his great game against Erwin. And, well, I was just very impressed, not just with his chess, but with his how he demonstrated the game. It was extremely mature for his age.
Yeah.
Yeah, impressive stuff.
Very impressive things, but not such a good outing for our local talent, our Dutch heroes. They're yet to score, so hopefully today is the day when the Dutch trio of Max Warmerdam, Alina Robers and Erwin Lamy, they will get off onto the scoreboard.
Well, one thing I can promise you, in the top section, the Dutch will get 1 point today. I can promise you that, because it's Derby Day, isn't it? It is Derby Day. There's lots of pairings where players from the same country are playing against each other. So that's going to be very interesting.
It's certainly going to be interesting, because they're playing people who are friends, people who know each other inside out. And how do you handle that? Well, we're going to find out. And it's tense there in the playing hall. Really, you know, as the crowds, they start to gather, everyone is getting ready for day 3 to begin.
Yeah, certainly. And yeah, you can see the great thing, one of the great things about this event is that the mix of the amateur players and also the top players. You know, the amateur players get really close to their heroes, and I love that. I mean, when I was a youngster, If there's a grandmaster in the same tournament as me, I was a bit in awe. You know, I was like, oh my God, this guy's a god. You know, and it was great to, you know, just watch their games, and it really inspired me. And here, they're inspiring another generation of players.
And one of the things about seeing the top players in action is, you know, it's really nice to get into their minds. And we did ask the players some quick fire questions, and everyone, have a listen to these.
What is the most overrated chess opening?
Bomb Cloud. Okay, Petrov. Nidal.
What is the worst opening to face in a must-win game?
Berlin. Scotch.
Probably the Berlin.
Petrov.
Blitz, rapid, or classical?
Blitz. I have to pick one, then I'll say Blitz.
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 Time trouble or worst position?
Time travel.
Time trouble. Worst position. Yeah, time trouble.
Who texts you the most during tournaments?
My mom probably.
My coach. When my mother doesn't travel, it's her.
Window seat or aisle seat on the plane?
Window. Window. Window.
Probably window.
What is the most difficult thing to explain to non-chess friends about chess?
How pieces move. Formats, like how the chess world works with tournaments. Maybe about the world championship, the number of world championships.
What is your most favorite way to win? Checkmate, resignation, or flagging?
Okay, obviously the funniest is flagging, but checkmating probably.
Anyway, flagging is more fun.
Well, there we got the insides of certain grandmasters' minds. I like the way that people didn't like the Berlin. They didn't like the Petrov either.
No, I mean, the Berlin is probably the top opening that people hate. But it is one of the best ways to meet 1e4 as well. It's just a bit dull, unfortunately. I get the same when I play my French and someone plays the exchange French. I'm like, oh, God. But it happens. You've got to deal with it. That's chess.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And window or aisle seat, Simon?
I like seeing if I'm going to die. I'd take the window. Yeah, I don't like flying. So, but I would. I like looking out the window. You never know. You might see a UFO or something as well. So
What?
bonuses.
Bonuses indeed, you know, in for surprises. Well, who's going to fly high? Let's take a look at today's pairings. It's round 3, and as Simon mentioned, it is Derby Day. And we see at the top, Praggnanandhaa faces off against Van Nguyen. But watch this, Arjun Erigaisi places countrymate Gukesh. And also, as you mentioned, Vincent Keymer plays Matthias Bluebaum. So does Anish Giri plays fellow Dutchman Jorn van Foreest.
Yeah, big pairings, and over to the challengers as well, and of course important games there. Games that I would be concentrating on myself. I want to see Max sort of bounce back because he's such a great player and he's had a bit of a tough start, so it would be nice to see him. And the same with Aline as well. Alina Robers, who another fantastic player who's had a bit of a rough start. And it's always fun watching Chucky. But they're all interesting, aren't they? These games again. Yeah. This is why this tournament again is brilliant. The players they pick, it's a great mix.
It is a complete mix. Liu Maoyi, just 15 years old. She's going to be playing against a fellow teen, Andy Woodward. Now, Andy Woodward had a tough start, losing to Bibi Sara Asaobaeva, blundering in their game, but Andy did strike back with a win against Alina Robers. Now, we'll see whether Liu Maoyi will be the only player to maintain that 100% score as the players, they are going to start gathering, start playing, getting seated. Yep. There we see Jeroen van den Berg, tournament organizer. And is that the gong that we see hiding?
It is. It's the famous gong. And I think they get someone new every day to hit the gong. That is the ultimate honor, hitting the gong, I'd imagine. And yeah, the players here, they get a lot of space as well. It's always nice, but you still, like I say, get that interaction with the crowd there. There was that little bit of controversy, not much, but in round 1 where some of the crowd were a little bit noisy and Gukesh wasn't happy about that, understandably, because it does break your concentration. But yeah, it's going to be another great day of chess. I mean, which pairing are you most looking forward to today?
For me, it is probably between Erigaisi and Gukesh.
Yeah.
Just because those two actually played each other several times, and Erigaisi is the one with the upper hand there. I'm also interested in the matchup between Hans Niemann against the young Erdogmus, because the last time they played, it was a really fiery encounter, even though it was a Petrov. Very solid, but it actually wasn't very solid on the board. Yeah. Opposite side castling, you know, fearsome attacks. And I'm going to see whether the two actually play in that same manner, because that's what we want here. We want fighting chess. We want thrills and spills on the board. We want pirate type of chess.
Pirate chess?
Yeah, we do. We're like,
I like it. Yes, I've been told I look like a pirate at times, so I approve. Okay, we're over to Fiona now.
Playing Hall de Marianne, and I'm here with Dave, who won the Battle of the Brains event this weekend. Dave, congratulations.
Thank you.
Can you tell us a little bit about the event, what it was about, who was taking part, etc.?
Yeah, we had an internal tournament for the employees of Tata Steel, and every lunch break we played one match, and I've won almost all games.
Nice. And that went on over a long period of time then?
Yeah, a couple of weeks. So every lunch break, every week we played a match.
I love that idea. I thought it was happening this weekend, so I completely I love that. How many people took part approximately, do you know?
20 or 30, I think.
Okay. So Tata is a big, I mean, it's not just sponsoring the event, but you guys actually do enjoy it.
8,000 or 9,000 employees in the Netherlands.
Yeah.
So.
And a lot of chess fans among them.
Yeah.
And today you're going to be hitting the gong in a second. What does it feel like to be, you said to me on this side, so I guess you've been in the spectator area before?
Yeah, almost every year I'm at least a spectator. Mm-hmm. And for the first time I'm looking at the playing hall from this side, indeed.
And how is it?
Cool.
Soon you'll be hitting the gong, are you excited?
A little bit.
A big responsibility. Well, Dave, congratulations once again. It was a pleasure chatting to you, and enjoy your day here.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. And you know what? We're going to stay right here, and we're going to talk a little bit to our tournament director, if he will talk to me. Jeroen, we are live.
Oh.
We are live, and I thought it's a great opportunity
to
chat to our tournament director a little bit. Tell us, how is everything going so far this year?
I think it's going well. Well, we all know that the start of the tournament was not as we had planned. But okay, these things can happen. But at the end, I'm still quite happy how we could control the situation and at least start with a delay of 1.5 hours. Could have been worse, I think. With the games, I think so far also not to complain, but I'm a very positive person, so I say that I think every year to you in interviews. But okay.
We have been spoiled. I mean, we've seen some incredible games already.
Also, situation challenges is already very interesting. Very nice that one of the ladies is leading after 2 rounds with 100%. In the main group, also nothing to complain for me as a director, but okay, I also am the voice of all the chess lovers in the world. I think everybody sees that the players are not hiding, they are fighting, even the candidates who are playing it. Very surprising start for me, but in a negative way from Prague, losing 2 times in a row.
The defending champion.
Yes. Also, well, some drama we already have after 2 rounds.
Yeah.
And I think we have another great round to come, but this is normal in Wijk, can say. You know, you have 2 times 7 games, meaning 14 in total. There are always many games that are already interesting to watch on beforehand.
That's for sure.
So I'm quite happy so far, Fiona.
I have one last question, because this year I think it's the youngest tournament we ever had, right? Anish is the oldest participant. Yes. How do you choose, once again, it's such an exciting field, and we've seen it already. How do you choose the players?
Well, I always have a wish list for myself and also my team, which I already prepare actually during the tournament now. So it's already somewhere here in my mind. Then in February already soon I will make a short list of players that I really want. Mm-hmm. It depends also on budget and so on. But last year, it's not that all the players I want that I also get them. Most of the times it goes well, by the way. But suddenly I realized that with all the players I had, that it was very young. And then I was, let's say, for the last 2-3 spots, I thought, well, let's go for the extreme youth. And now we have the youngest masters ever, which is nice, by the way, but also not a surprise, because this is how chess is nowadays.
We do have one living legend in the challengers, though. Tell us how Vachier-Lagrave Ivanchuk, I mean, he won the Masters here in '96. How did it come about that he's playing here?
Yeah, I was in Djerba tournament, very organized by nice people in Tunisia. Djerba open tournament last year in February. I was there as a guest. And there was Vasil was also playing there, but he was not in good shape. He was a bit depressed, and also his play was poor. It was not the great Vasil that we love to see. And then he came to me and said, well, the way I'm playing now, I should play in the challengers. Is that possible? And I said, come on, Vasil, you are a legend, you know, you are masters, but that's a bit with your rating. No, masters not possible. I want to play challengers.
So he wanted to play in the challengers. Wow,
and I realized this is maybe a bit strange, but then I contacted him again, let's say a few months later, if this is still his wish. Are you sure? Are you serious? He was, and he is also hoping to win the tournament and qualify again for the Masters, but also I think he likes Wijk a lot. And well, the reality is that I cannot, let's say, invite him for free in the Masters. We also look at rating and that kind of things. But as a chess lover, as a director, as a fan, I'm very happy that he's here. And you were also there at the opening stream when you introduced all the players. The biggest applause was for Vasil. They were even shouting his name from the playing hall. That touched me. I was touched by that.
Me too, and what a pleasure it is to have him here.
Yeah, and he's relaxed. I think he's in good shape. Okay, 1 point, but
let's see if he can win the tournament and make it back.
If he wins one game, he can go all the way. But it seems that he is in a relaxed modus.
Fantastic. Well, Jeroen, thank you so much for sharing that with us. We are going to go on a little tour, see what's happening. I think we might be a little bit too late already to chat to the players, although I do see the Dutch contingent. I'm going to take the lead here. Let's see if we can get some sound bites from the Dutchies. The Dutch squad, how are we feeling today?
Better than yesterday.
Tough start to the tournament, but it's a long road, right?
Yeah, no, it's still 11 games to go, so long road, definitely.
Who are you playing against today?
Panesar. Yeah.
Well, Max, good luck. Erwin, we already chatted yesterday. Yesterday was a tough game against the youngsters.
Do we have to do this again?
You're the only guys. You're the only guys standing around. You're my only victims.
Yeah, I guess it will be when they write a book about my opponent later on. This will be in it, I guess. So I guess that's nice in a way. Yeah.
And I mean, what a start to the tournament it has been all round.
Weird, yeah? It's a weird tournament. Many weird moments. All for us Dutch guys here in the challenges, we have some work to do, yeah? We have 0 out of 6, so...
Today the remontada starts?
Let's hope so, yeah. I'm afraid to make any predictions.
Who are you playing, Erwin?
I'm playing Yuffa.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
And that is the music, which means we are getting started. So let's take a look at the gong head.
Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. Mijn naam is Jeroen van den Berg, toernooidirecteur van het mooiste schaaktoernooi ter wereld. Wat hebben we vandaag op het programma staan? De start van de dagvierkampen. Welkom aan onze schaakvrienden uit het gehele land. Jullie beginnen aan jullie toernooi, vandaag, morgen en woensdag. En dan is het alweer voorbij, de tijd vliegt. Een paar praktische mededelingen voor jullie. Check even op je kaartje dat je tegen de goede tegenstander zit. De nummers 1 speelt tegen nummer 4 en de nummer 2 tegen 3 bij de lotingsnummers. En de eerstgenoemde heeft wit. Dus 1 met wit tegen 4, 2 met wit tegen 3. Welcome to our guests from abroad in the 4 players all play all during the week tournaments. We will start today, and the final round will be on Wednesday, and then from Friday we start at our annual 10 players all play all events. I wish you all good luck. Also welcome to our friends from the Cultural Village tournament from Bistre, Slovak and Strøbeck. They are on the balcony. They will also start their annual event together with Wijk that is represented with 2 teams. They will also play on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. The Masters and Challengers will play their 3rd round today, and I'm sure there will be more exciting games to follow, as we saw already in the first 2 rounds. Live commentary in Café de Zon, our neighbors, it's next door here, by Jovanka Hauska and Simon Williams, and they will be assisted by Tom Bottema. Live commentaar in Café de Zon, dat begint nu, gelijke tijd. En dat wordt gegeven door Jovanka Hauska en Simon Williams. Dan de telefoons, die willen we niet meer zien in 2026, trouwens de jaren hiervoor ook. Je mag wel fotocamera's gebruiken om de spelers te fotograferen, maar telefoons mogen absoluut niet meer gezien worden in de speelzaal. Onze scheidsrechters hebben daar ook streng toezicht op. U mag ook bijvoorbeeld in het barretje wat aan de voorkant staat ook niet met uw telefoon afrekenen, alleen maar met een plastic kaartje. So no cell phones in the playing hall, also not for making pictures. It's strictly forbidden. Our arbiters will have a close look on that. Dan naar de Gong. De Gong wordt vandaag, de ronde wordt geopend door Dave van der Kist. Hij heeft het interne Tata Steel toernooi voor medewerkers gewonnen. En dan krijg je natuurlijk de hoogst denkbare prijs, namelijk het openen van de 3e ronde. So the gong will be hit by Dave van der Kist today. He won the Tata Steel Employee Tournament. So after the hit of the gong by Dave, we can start the games. Good luck and enjoy.
Well, the gong has been struck. The moves have started to appear, and on our camera it is Erigaisi against Gukesh. Now, this is a quite eagerly awaited matchup because Gukesh might be reigning world champion, but he doesn't have a great score against Erigaisi, and Erigaisi actually opening with the same variation that we saw against Prague. It's been a Queen's Gambit accepted, but take a look at this, Simon.
Yeah, the head-to-head scores are heavily in Arjun's favour. He has 6 wins, and Gukesh only has 2 wins. So he seems to have Gukesh's number a little bit, and I don't know if this is a clash of style. We mentioned this before, quite possibly. Arjun is a very good calculator. Of course, they both are, and he loves attacking. Maybe this is something that Gukesh has struggled with in the past, but we'll find out. This is going to be very, very interesting. And I think did also get a question across to Arjun, which will be nice to hear about.
Well, the thing is about Wijk, it's a small village by the North Sea, and when one is doing well, you know, you feel like you're living in a paradise. But when you're doing badly, let's say it's going to become really tough. And we actually asked Arjun Erigaisi about the ups and downs of playing in Wijk. Have a listen.
Yeah, of course, when things don't go well, it can be quite bad, but it can also be the other way around. Like when I played in the challenges, things went well and things continued to keep going well. So I think getting a good start is quite important, and I'll try to start off well. Yeah, the cold was pretty bad. Like I got sick, and of course that's not the reason the tournament didn't go well. Like I started off badly, and so I'm not going to give that as an excuse. But yeah, the cold was one of the things that was unpleasant.
Arjun referring there to last year's performance, where it didn't go well for him, although at the end he managed to pull just get everything together and win the last 2 games, actually coincidentally beating Gukesh and forcing Gukesh to do the tiebreak against Praggnanandhaa. But now, the moves have been played. Let's see if we can get them up on the board. And it was a Queen's Gambit accepted, and Arjun was from the beginning was like, okay, I won with e4 against Pragg. It was my type of game. It makes sense to repeat the same, but Gukesh is like, yeah, we're going to do the same, but I have a twist on this. So e4, and in the game with Pragg was very quick with getting his pieces out.
Yeah, and this is what Pragg played as well. And we are, as Ivanka said, following that game. But it didn't go well for Pragg, did it? I mean, we got, Pragg banged out his opening moves and then basically got a lost position and got destroyed, really. So it was a bit of a disastrous opening. So there's no wonder that Arjun is going to try and repeat the success he had against Pragg. And let's see what Gukesh has up his sleeve. So he goes for e5, knight to f3, and this is similar to before. And here, I think we get the first move that goes away from that Pragg game. I think it was pawn takes pawn.
Yep.
And then bishop takes c4 and queen b3 in the Pragg game. But instead, Gukesh goes for development. Bishop b4 check. Very logical move. And now the knight comes out to block that check. Again, sensible stuff. And knight f6. And this is bringing in some interesting tactics at a very early stage, because the knight aims at e4, and at least in this game, black will get castled, which is always a good idea. I say that, he probably won't now. Something weird will happen. But in the Pragg game, that was the real problem. Pragg did not get his king safe. And we now have knight takes e5. Logical move. Get rid of that pawn. It's on pre. And b5 played, and this is defending the pawn on c4. And e4 is now a target. So f3 defends that one, and the current position is after a6. And this is just consolidating those queenside pawns. Now, it is equal material. I don't know how much this seems quite rare to me, this variation. I could be wrong. I'm not an expert. Is it rare, Ivanka?
4 games in the database. I will check.
Okay.
I will check somewhere else to see whether there's any analysis in here, but it
Sure.
doesn't feel like this is mainstream stuff.
No.
And it's also a departure from Gukesh's style, because, we also saw Gukesh, against Sindarov. He went for a Ragozin, which was a completely different opening with e6 and a lot more classical. Here, he's like, okay, I'm now gonna almost go into Arjun's territory, because Arjun really excels in this type of open, very sharp positions.
Yeah, we can see some stats on the screen there about the position, so it is quite rare. But one thing I think we can already say about the way things are gone is that Gukesh wants a fight. And what I mean by that is this is clearly a very dynamic position, and clearly a dynamic choice by black, because you've got this very strange pawn structure with white having control of the center, but black having this queenside mass. And this normally leads to fascinating games, with black at some point trying to use these pawns to come forwards, maybe pressurize the pawn on d4. On the other hand, Arjun might get into his element if he's able to start an attack, and if he can move the knight out of the way and start pushing forwards, that would be one way of doing that. So I'm very excited about this, and I'm very interested to see how this is going to go. I mean, this is certainly an exciting choice and a brave choice by both players, but especially Gukesh. He's basically saying, Arjun, I want to fight. I don't want a boring game. I want to win this game. I'm going to unbalance it and come at you. So, yeah, exciting stuff.
It is exciting stuff as well. Also, I just want to give you a little bit of an update, because bishop f4 isn't the main move at all. In fact, everyone who has played into this position, and there aren't that many people, but it is 4 people, and they've all gone a4. a4 with the whole idea of destabilizing the pawn structure. And by going bishop to f4, Well, this gives additional time now to Gukesh, perhaps to go bishop to b7 and just solidify on the queen side. But we learned from the Prague game that if there's anything that Gukesh needs to be doing is follow the opening rules, get your king castled.
Yeah, it's always a good idea.
Yes.
I mean, definitely that was one of Prague's problems. He left his king in the centre for too long. I don't think it's really an issue here because it can happen very quickly. In the first round, Prague had a piece in the way, so he had to get the piece out of the way, and there just wasn't time. And this position is also, you have three types of position. You have open positions where there's open lines everywhere. Pieces have lots of range to fly along those open lines. You have semi-open positions, and you have closed positions. And in round one, it was a very open position. This one, I would say, is not completely open, or maybe semi-open. So that means your king's a little bit safer because there's no open lines that White can directly use at this moment. Bishop f4, it can't be a bad move. You develop a piece and you get it to a sensible square. I mean, it wouldn't be the move I would have picked because I might want to put my bishop somewhere else, you know. And it's quite committal because you're putting it on a square where, well, you don't want to go to e3 now. You don't want to go here. And you've also got to ask the question, well, where's the white king going to go? We talked about the black king. Clearly, it's going to castle. The white king, well, it takes a couple of moves to get the white king castled. So I guess you have to go king side. Queen side is way too risky.
And Gukesh, look, he's already castled.
He's castled.
He's following the rules. Can't go wrong with that.
Can't go wrong.
9 times out of 10.
Yes. I did see one game, which was quite funny. It was a 2200 player, and I was sitting next to the game, and he castled, and his opponent played queen h7 checkmate.
Oh, no.
So you can go wrong very rarely. So he just
like
fell
that's
for
what I was saying. You know, 9 times
rarely.
out of
9
10,
times out of 10.
it's going to be a good move.
That's right. But I actually, it was quite funny in a really cruel way because it was like, you know, the look on his face. No, I didn't laugh. That would have been a bit too much. I was just like, whoa, you know, so
whoa,
like,
yeah.
Because he was so shocked. You know, he just did not see this move. I don't know what, he had a blind spot.
Yeah, I was playing once in the Foreest to a teammate, and he was just having a horrendous season, and I just knew without fail that he was going to blunder in some big way. And the thing was that he was so expressive.
It's very nice to have that confidence in your teammates.
it just wasn't his season, Simon. You know, this guy is amazing. He's a really good guy, but you know, he just kept making a blunder. And the thing was, he was so visually expressive about it. He would literally go ooh, like that. And so every game I was waiting for that ooh. And I was like, oh no.
That's it's a little bit odd if you're sort of waiting for him to blunder and
oh
wow.
No, I wasn't. You're making me sound like I'm a really bad person.
No, but he was having a bad time.
He was having a bad season.
It happens to all of us.
And you know, I'm really pleased to say that actually further seasons he had really good ones. So yeah,
good.
It was a bit of a.
What was his name?
I'm not telling you.
I didn't think you would. So we have another move, bishop e2 played, and very logical, White's getting ready to castle. Now, I don't know if Gukesh also played this variation to try and surprise Arjun, because it is very rare. This position has never been seen before. But it doesn't seem to have worked. At least Arjun seems very confident. He's got up, he's walking around, he's playing quite quickly. So I fully expect that that means he's looked at this position before, and it is also an Arjun position. You know, he's going to have chances after castling, like I say, to start using these pawns to develop an attack. It's going to be interesting. Very interesting opening, a very dynamic position in store for us.
Yep, definitely. And for Gukesh now, you know, there's decisions to be made. Does he go rook e8, bishop b7? Does he go c5? Now that would set the cat amongst the pigeons, right? You know, solidifying the queen side, putting the pressure. But okay, we'll find out from Gukesh. I suspect that Gukesh might go for some c5. He's quite a direct player, but who knows? Who knows what will happen? So let's move out from this one and let's go to another game. And Simon, where do you want to go?
Well, I think we should go to the all-Dutch clash because we do have some Dutch people in the audience, I believe. How are you all doing? You all okay? Yeah. Good. And I'm sure you want to see the all-Dutch clash with Jordan, with the white pieces against Anish. So let's take you through this one and get up to date. And obviously this is a big game. Jordan started with 2 draws, and Anish has lost a game and drawn a game. Anish's play has been a little bit, a little bit wonky.
Wobbly.
Wobbly, wonky, yeah, wobbly. Wobbly is a good word. Yeah, I mean, in the first game, he blundered a piece, and in his last game, he also had the opportunity. He could have just lost the pawn as well in the opening.
He could have lost the pawn in the middle game, and then there was a horrendous moment in the king and pawn endgame, which looked a lot more complicated than it actually was, because there was no need for Anish to trade into it. I think he just went into it thinking it was a complete draw. But yeah, well worth, by the way, just checking that game out and just going through those critical points. But I tell you one thing. In the head-to-head between these two, recently, Anish has really had Jordan's number.
Right.
Like, Anish has been the one that has been, like, piling on the pressure. The last encounter.
There you go. There is the head-to-head, and he's got 4 wins. Is that right? 1 win for Jordan. So that's a big advantage, a big swing in Anish's favour. And again, the opening looks really tantalising because we're going to have a very exciting game. When the Sicilian happens, you're going to get an interesting game. As we saw yesterday, we had this fascinating game. One of the most exciting openings, if you like tactics and if you like attacking. So, Black has decided to go for this. He could have played something a lot more solid. So Anish is basically saying to Jordan, I'm going for the win. I don't care that I'm Black. I'm playing for the win.
Well, Anish is a man of his word, right? He came out with a chessable course on the Najdorf, and he's playing it.
He is indeed. Yeah, he has done a chessable course, and on the Najdorf, very popular course, and he's going straight into it. And we see the Najdorf come about on the board, and this is sort of the main starting position. We discussed this a lot yesterday. Many different ways you can play. We had this very weird knight bd7 being tried out yesterday, which was very exciting. But this is, I'm going to say the most popular Sicilian, but I'm doing that without any knowledge if it is the most popular. It seems like it's the most popular. It was favoured originally by Bobby Fischer, by Kasparov. By quite a way. It's the most popular
I'm
move.
looking here at the database, and I'm seeing that A6 is the top choice, 120,946, and this is just the Masters database. And then there's knight c6 is the next one. The least popular is bishop d7, and knight bd7 doesn't even factor in.
It doesn't even come.
I mean, to be fair, it did come with a health warning yesterday. Black was dicing on the edge.
Yeah. So A6 played, and now there's obviously many ways that White can play against the Najdorf. Bishop E3 is one of the main options, and this is called the English attack, I believe. I'm not sure why. I should probably know the answer to that. I mean, I'd imagine it's because English players liked attacking with it. Maybe John Nunn, who won this competition on a number of occasions. I know he played the Najdorf as well. We'll try to find out why it's called the English attack. But it basically intends for White to castle queenside quickly and often just throw the pawns up the board like this.
Wasn't it because of a tournament in Nottingham?
I have no idea.
Again, I am
no
just...
no. I know the London system came from the London International in 1923. You don't believe me that I got that right. I'm not sure I believe myself. So I was saying it kind of confidently.
But you started confidently, and then you went, three. What number between 1 and 0 can I choose?
Yeah, 3. Yeah, so we'll find out. But it was definitely from a tournament played in London. I wonder how close. I'm really interested to see how close my guess was then. But okay, we're going the game, and I think it's probably called the English attack because a number of English players played it, like Nunn, we mentioned, Nigel Short, Murray Chandler these grandmasters, and in the 70s and 80s, England were a real force to be reckoned with. They came, was it second or third in Olympiad? Second in Olympiad. So we have now e5. The other option there was e6, and e6 was favoured by
Mr. Kasparov.
Kasparov, Topalov as well after that. Topalov used it to become world champion.
But the name of it is with e6.
E6. I don't
Isn't this pawn formation got a name?
Probably. Yeah.
I want you to say it.
Sorry?
Isn't it?
Oh, you want me trying to catch me out, are you?
Yes, I am. Because we're in a room full of natives, and they know. And I'm just.
I don't know what the name is.
It's a trap, basically.
Yeah,
Isn't it?
What is it?
Oh, now I've set myself up
You set
to
yourself
fall
up.
into.
What is it called? I honestly don't know. Yeah. Sorry?
Scheveningen. Isn't it the Scheven?
Okay, we might need a Dutch person to pronounce this. So. Are you all right there? Your throat's okay? yeah, okay. I'm glad I didn't try pronouncing that because my pronunciations are terrible anyway. And
it's after a place. It's very close to Den Haag.
Okay.
The Hague.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay.
Yes.
So from another tournament. So we're getting a lot of history lessons in these names today. And e6 is like more flexible. You sort of don't show your hand as quickly. But e5 is like the Nayadorf move. You gain a tempo. The knight has to move away. And this pawn structure, again, we should try to have a quick talk about it because there's a big hole on d5 now. And this can often be a problem for black with white trying to come in there. But black can put the bishop to cover that one, and black will rely on b5, b4 to get a very interesting position. And it's going to get more interesting because now we have bishop e7, both sides developing, f3 to stop the knight coming here, guard the pawn, very normal moves. The bishop comes out to e6. Sometimes d5 is a move that black can try. Queen sneaks up, white now getting ready to continue this idea. And now a move, I was going to say Matthew Sadler first played, but I'm again guessing, might be wrong there. h5 probably goes way back before Matthew Sadler, another grandmaster who lived in Holland actually, but originally from England. h5, and this is very interesting. There's two ways black can deal with white's plan. White's plan is basically queenside castling, charge, let's kill over on the king side. And black can either allow these pawns to come forwards and get on with things on the queen side, or you try to hold up g4. g4 is one of the main ideas. And of course, h5 is trying to hold up the move g4. But on the other hand, you have a bit of a weakness on g5. And at some point, white might be able to open things up anyway. So it's quite committal. White castles queenside, getting the d file. And now black has to decide where this piece develops. The knight comes to d7. This is often with an idea of trying to bring it to c4. We talked about the square yesterday for black in the Sicilian. When black is playing the Sicilian, it's a key square. This square, ideally, you want to land a piece onto. And imagine if that knight gets there, the perfect way of doing it would be to swap the bishops off first, and then you get a knight onto that great square there.
Yeah. And what's super important about this position for black is that should a knight land on d5, it's very important that black captures it, and white isn't allowed to capture back with a piece. So that's why you're seeing this bishop e6, knight f6 construct. And ironically enough, you know, even though black has gone h5, black tends to castle kingside anyhow. So what we're going to see Anish do is Anish is going to start like building the skeleton for counterplay on the queen side, whereas Jordan is going to be focusing on the king side, you know, getting ready just to make life difficult. So it's a real, you know, full-blooded fight we're going to be seeing here.
Definitely. I mean, this is about as exciting as you can get. With Jordan now playing king to b1. This is obviously a very useful move. The king gets a little bit safer. And queen c7. So this is just preparing some action possibly on the c-file. Maybe bishop c4 is an idea. You also connect the rooks later on. We have a3, so I don't know of this move. I haven't seen it before, but I'm sure it's a normalish move.
It's kind of a weird one with this a3 because it's so subtle.
Yeah.
Because later on we're going to see what the plan is, and so Anish just carries on as normal, right? Rook c8, b5 is kind of his plan.
So rook c8.
And then this is the whole idea, you know, because I was talking about like Anish finding a haven on the king side, and Jordan is kind of saying, actually, there's a big hole on d5. I would like to occupy that. Now, if I go knight to d5 immediately, then it's going to get recaptured, and you're going to be forced to take it with a pawn, and suddenly the queen and the rook, their pressure against d6 is jammed. So what you want to be doing, this is, Jordan's like, I don't want any part of this. Instead, what he wants to do is he wants to reroute the knight from b3 to somewhere a little bit useful. And perhaps he's thinking of knight, okay, he's done it. Knight c1, knight a2, knight b4, and then he's going to jump into d5. So it's a bit of a long-winded one, but it's like completely positional and based on that gap in the middle.
Interesting. Yeah, so I haven't seen this idea before in this Najdorf, and it is intriguing idea. I mean, the knight on b3 wasn't well placed. The knight on b3 is not really doing anything. It can't come to the center. It can only, in some positions, try coming over here in these positions, but that happens later. So bringing it this way is a way to try and improve one of your worst pieces. And the idea of putting it into the outpost does make a lot of sense. Especially if somehow you could get rid of one of these pieces.
Right.
And imagine that knight just getting there. That would
be a dream, right?
It would be lovely because, you know, just to demonstrate that, and what Ivanka was saying about black needs to really be able to not allow a piece to recapture there. So let's just put some moves on the board. Let's say castles, knight here. Let's say b5. Let's say now the knight continues its journey, and let's just say, I don't know, I mean,
just go a5.
You play a move like this,
okay,
and then this is clearly not the best move, but now we want to show this idea. The knight,
you can take on a6, but we just want to show you.
Yeah. And now if knight, the problem is if we do it here, c2's on pre, so it doesn't quite work in this position, because what we want to do after this capture, we don't want to capture with a pawn, because you get rid of your outpost and you get rid of any pressure against d6. In this idea, it doesn't quite work, because if queen takes, this queen takes c2. And this is the problem. Ideally, you'd love to play this move and keep all this pressure, but it doesn't work here. But this is the kind of thing that Jordan is going for. So, you know, you could play like rook c1, maybe something like this.
And you're threatening, like, for instance, knight takes a6. This is the whole thing as well. You know, it's also about control over d5. You're threatening knight takes a6. And if you go a5, well, you've got some tempo moves, right? So you can go knight takes b5. And then the queen is going to move somewhere on the b line. Let's go there. And now you can go your knight to d5, and you picked up a pawn. And you see that the whole knight journey has been quite the odyssey. But it has reaped some rewards. And not only is the knight like holding back the black attack because of these weak pawns, but it's also, I'm pretty sure, it's got the same idea of going knight b4, controlling d5, and also eventually preparing h4, you know, g4, crack open a line on the king side, have the fun.
Yeah, indeed. So very interesting. But the downside of this plan is it does take a long time, and opposite side castling is often decided by an attack. So we see that Anish now is having a long think and realizing what Jordan's plan is, but also thinking, okay, how can I stop that plan, or how can I put some pressure on the queen side? Now, we do have a live audience here. Let's just see who they think's going to win this game. So we'd like to hear a cheer. I mean, this is who you think is going to win. Let's forget about the draw. If you think that Jordan with the white pieces is going to win, can we hear a bit of a cheer?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, and who thinks Anish is going to win? Well, we had
Let's
a few
hear a cheer.
hands.
We've got a cheer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we saw a few hands being raised there. So I would say the majority think that Jordan, with his idea of going knight c1, they think that he is going to win. But we didn't really offer them the draw, though.
No draws allowed. So.
Well, they're not allowed to offer a draw before move 40 anyway.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's an interesting day, you know, with so many countries facing off against each other. And there we see Anish. One of my favorite things about Anish is how he's always twirling with a piece, but he often puts it in his pocket.
Oh, look, there's another twirler there. You've got lots of twirlers. I mean,
Yes.
it is nervous energy, we were saying, but you were telling us yesterday about someone who stuck the pawns in his ear.
That
was really weird.
That was
So-
very strange, and
Yeah.
I've only seen it a few times by the same person.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's not to be
It's
recommended.
It's quite strange how little things can put you off. I played one player who would turn his knights the wrong way around, so they were facing
That puts you
backwards.
off?
It did, yeah,
Do
it
you
did.
know-
It annoyed me. And then I had another player who'd, on purpose, not put the pieces on the right.
Yeah, that doesn't bother me.
Really, it
No.
really annoys me. It's like, come on, put the piece on the proper square, you
No.
know. So no,
I
it
don't like
doesn't
it when
annoy
people adjust my pieces. I feel like
Oh,
going,
that's rude.
don't do that.
you. Don't touch my pieces.
They're mine.
Yeah, they're my pieces.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Anish thinking hard. Knight c1, knight a2 on the horizon. So we're going to leave Anish. And we talked about Derby Day. Vincent Keymer plays Matthias Bluebaum. Now, Vincent, he kind of exploded onto the scene as a youngster. You know, we're talking about, I remember when he was 11, 12, and he was hunting the GM norm. He was working with Peter Lecko, and Peter Lecko is a tremendous trainer. And Peter also comes from this huge background of chess. You know, Peter was telling me about how when he was a child, he kind of basically moved into a chess house and just studied and played chess all the time. And he feels a great deal of loyalty to Germany because when he was young, it was the Germans who supported him and his career. And so when he was offered the chance to work with Vincent, he was like, okay, absolutely, I will work with this incredible talent. And I think Vincent, you know, really feels and understands that passion. And he himself says, you know, Lecko is the best trainer in the world. You don't have to take my word for it because you can listen to Vincent right now.
I think for me he is. Also, I haven't been working like intensely with anyone else for the past 8 years, but you know, seeing my progression in that time and the way I developed as a chess player, I truly believe it has worked for me, and I guess that's the most important part. Anyway, I do believe that different people need different type of coaches, so it's not the same for everyone, but I'm happy, and for me it seems to work. So that's also, you know, he's been so supportive right from the start. I mean, even he had the vision that I could become a very good chess player, and I truly believe that a big part of like what I became, I do owe to this ambition and his work.
Vincent there with some fine words about his trainer, Peter Lecko. And, you know, he said it, you know, he credits Peter with a lot of his success. You know, Peter has tremendous knowledge about the game, and Vincent has the white pieces here. Yesterday, he had a tough loss against Fedoseev. After the game, he seemed to be in cheerful spirits. After all, credit where credit's due. Fedoseev played a great game. But Vincent and Bluebaum have history because who remembers in September last year, one Vincent Keymer was leading the Grand Swiss, could almost put it in the bag with a win against Matthias Bluebaum. And in the final moments of the game, he spoils a winning position, allows Matthias this cheap trick of knight takes g3, and suddenly Vincent isn't winning the Grand Swiss anymore. The candidates are no longer in sight. And it is Matthias who takes that spot.
Yeah, I mean, that was massive. I mean, getting a place in the candidates is every chess player's goal and dream because you're just one step away from the World Championships. also it is Derby Day. We've kind of mentioned this. There's lots of like clashes with the same, countries here. We've got the Dutch clash, the Indian clash, and the German clash, and that is a little bit more pressure because you're trying to establish that you're the better player for your country. You want to play on a higher board in the Olympiad, and it adds a little extra dimension to the game. So let's have a look at how the pieces have flown out. I remember Vincent younger. I played tournament. I actually played him in Vienna. It was in Vienna Town Hall.
Really?
It was an amazing venue.
The town hall.
Yeah, the town hall.
The town hall.
Yes, I think it was the town hall.
The town hall.
Yeah, the town hall. That's the one.
Yes.
A little in joke there.
There was an inside joke.
Yeah.
Again, I can see some people laughing.
Yeah.
Well, Simon played a joke on us on the Champions Chess Tour where he kept referring to the town hall. And I remember thinking, why is Simon going on about the town hall?
Yeah, I think I had some bet. I had to say town hall like 100 times. I don't know. It was something like that. We tried to got town hall in, was it? And so the town hall.
The town hall.
The town hall.
Mm-hmm.
And even there, I mean, Vincent was picked as basically being incredibly talented.
Yeah.
So, that was without all this Lecco training. So he had something special already. And I played him in the town hall. And here he started with the English. And we have E6. Probably, we go into a Queen's Gambit now. We've seen a lot of this in this tournament, haven't we? The Queen's Gambit, very popular so far. Knight C3, Knight to F6, and now pawn takes pawn. And this is the exchange variation of the Queen's Gambit. This generally was considered to work better when Black has played Knight to F6. Black has also tried the move order with Bishop E7. And this was a way to possibly avoid some variations. For example, in the game, Knight F6 was played, and now here there is the extra option of Bishop G5, which is one of the reasons Black stopped playing Knight F6 in a lot of positions, but it's still okay. The bishop came to G5 anyway. Bishop E7, and here E3. And the advantage of getting the bishop out quickly is that your knight doesn't necessarily have to come to F3. And for a long time, it was thought better that the knight comes to E2. But this has been changing quite a lot, actually. Now that doesn't work as well, because Black's found some good counterplay with a B5 push later on, believe it or not.
Yes. I mean, White has many plans. Sometimes you can even go Bishop D3, Queen C2, H3. And you castle queenside, and on you go. You can also, as Simon's indicated, go Bishop D3, Knight E2, and go for a very slow, like F3, castles, E4. But you only do E4 once you prepared it to the maximum. And by the maximum, I mean you really have to go, you have to go King H1, Bishop H4, Bishop F2, and on, and then you slowly start advancing. And as Simon says, that's kind of fallen out of fashion, I would say, even though it's still pretty popular, because of this B5 idea. They're still very, very, very complicated. So if you want to play it a bit more classically, you just do the normal things. You go, Knight F3, Bishop D3. But the main point is that this Bishop on C8, you want to stop it from getting out. That one you kind of want Black to think, what on earth am I going to do with it? So let's see how it developed. So after H6, Bishop H4. So H6 actually takes away the G6 ideas, which is sometimes a way for Black to get out the bishop. But H6 is absolutely fine, but you tend to play H6 in conjunction with Knight to E4 as Black.
So castles, White just develops sensibly Bishop D3, and this means Bishop F5 can't be played. If Black had tried moving that bishop out before, there would have been a quite annoying Queen B3 move, which would have hit B7. So Rook E8, now preparing to throw the knight into the middle, a common idea. It seems like Black often wants to exchange these bishops off. That is what the top players always aim to do. They consider this bishop to be a good piece of White's outside of the pawn structure. And here Vincent goes for knight to f3. So this is sort of the I'm going to say older variation. This is the way Karpov always used to play. And later on against c6, we discussed this the other day, you can try a quite slow plan with b4, b5. c6 was played, getting the structure. And here, trying to avoid knight to e4, because this is clearly now a move that black wants to play. First of all, black has consolidated and guarded that pawn. So if we go back one move, the problem with doing this straight away is that we can play bishop e7, and you want to play queen takes e7, but you can't because of the d5 pawn is now loose. So that's why c6 is played. And now Vincent, realizing that black is getting ready to play the knight in and exchange bishops, first of all, moves his bishop out of the way. And again, that means that knight to e4 is not working, because we should just be able to take we have to take with a bishop, I believe, and take with a knight, because now if bishop b4, which looks like it might win a piece, but it doesn't, because the knight can come back. So this is the reason they're playing these moves. So black decides, okay, knight to e4 not working, let's bring my pieces out, bishop to g4, that bishop gets to a decent square, and here, an interesting idea, queen b3. A normal concept when that bishop goes to attack the pawn and get out of the pin. So knight to e5 is a very logical next move. Black's got to deal with the pawn, so he brings his queen out, and they have this typical standoff here, Ivanka, in the position.
And Vincent just burning through the time. So here, you know, the big question is, can white just go knight e5? And I see that there's one game, and white did play knight e5 in that game, but then white actually eventually lost that game. So what is going to happen? Because after knight e5, this is the big question. Do you allow your pawns to be ruined with queen takes queen?
Yeah, I mean, Ivanka, I hate this kind of thing. When I'm playing, I hate this setup with the queens, because I never know, should I take the queen? Should I let my queen be taken? And I don't like exchanging queens as well. So there's a number of reasons I don't like it. But if in the line you just mentioned, does this queen exchange help white? Does it help black? I never really know, because let's say that black takes here, we take back with the pawn. Now white has double pawns, but you have the open A file. Is this good? Is it bad? Black has maybe the b4 square for a knight later on. I really don't know. What do you reckon? Is this good, or a good exchange to black, or a bad exchange?
I don't know. I think we have to put it to our audience, Simon.
Let's do it. Okay, so we still have some audience members today, which is great, because it was the weekend has just gone.
We were warned there was going to be no one here, and we're so happy to see you guys.
It's a bonus. So hello.
Although I've been told that we've been calling you guys a crowd, and apparently to be a crowd you have to be over 150.
What age?
Well, yeah, an age.
Just checking. You look safe. Yeah. Well, we had nearly 150-ish.
Yeah.
We were sort of yesterday, I reckon.
I'm
nearly.
pleased with the number.
It's good. And has anyone had a pea soup yet? The famous pea soup today? No. Yes, of course.
Simon is obsessed.
I am. I'm obsessed. I haven't even tried it yet. I haven't had a chance. But maybe in the last round, I'll just let you do the chatting. And we do. Where's the pea soup? Hold it up for the camera. There we go. The famous pea soup. So, we were discussing this. Someone was telling me the story behind the pea soup.
It was on Pete Dogger's.
Yeah, it's on the podcast. It was something to do. I can't remember. I might have had a bit of wine by the time they were telling me the story, but it's something to do with the roof blew down. Can you remember the story? Why the pea soup came in? I guess someone in the audience, everyone here knows the story, but why did the pea soup came so famous here?
I don't know, Simon. You
Okay,
started,
right,
so
okay.
I'm going to let you finish.
Okay. Well, I think it was after the war,
Yeah.
and I think they were lacking, sort of, they had to make something that fed everyone, and the pea soup was quite easy to make.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. But someone was telling me some story about the roof blew down, but I wasn't really paying much attention, I must admit, yesterday. So I don't know. Was that right? Did I tell that story right or not? Yeah, okay, good. A little bit of confirmation there. And back to the chess. So if you were black here, okay, would you go queen takes b3? Do you think that helps black? Or do you think it helps white by opening up the A file? So let's just get the opinion of the crowd, and we'll see if they can guess if black gets it right. If you would play queen takes b3, say yeah. Unclear.
Inconclusive.
If you wouldn't play queen takes b3, say yeah. Yeah, okay. So the crowd doesn't like queen takes b3. That's good to know. And what do you guys think about the Dutch players starting with 0 out of 6 in the challenges?
Simon,
I'm really getting in trouble here. Yeah. We got to
tread carefully here.
It can only get better. So that's one thing.
Well, maybe we should take a glance at our trio in the challenges.
I think we should.
I think we should head there and see how they're doing
before I get in more trouble.
Exactly.
Let's go and have a look at the Dutch. You've got to keep the crowd happy.
We do.
And it is quite. We have to obviously try to keep the crowd happy and the internet audience happy. So it's a couple of things going on. But who should we go to? Should we just have a quick look at the current position? Start with Erwin, maybe.
Yeah, I was going to say Aline.
Okay, let's go to Aline.
Rebers against Aydin Suleimanli. So,
do you want to go through the moves very quickly? We can go through the moves very quickly. So,
is it okay? I just need to refresh my page because it looked like it's a completely different position.
So we have your favourite opening, the Caro-Kann.
Woo! Hang on, I have to ask our audience, our lovely audience, how many people play the Caro? And that's probably going to be.
Anyone play the Caro-Kann? Hands in the air?
No. Okay. Oh.
We have one person at the side.
Oh, my brother.
Two people. Okay. So that's about 0.5%. Anyone play the Dutch opening? No.
No, hang on. You had one.
Anyone
one
at all?
There was one.
Okay. Only me. Yeah, I know. I seem to be one of the only people in the world who plays it nowadays. But come on, Dutch guys and girls should play the Dutch opening. And it's, I heard. Was that the pea soup or the Dutch opening? Probably the Dutch opening. But anyway, going back to this game, we had the Caro-Kann, Queen F3, a bit of a rare move. I think we just go through it quickly because I know Ivanchuk is the Caro expert. And the game ended. Queen here, knight d6, checkmate. No, it didn't. Sorry, I'm getting you excited. Sorry. I hate it. Okay.
Well, you can actually get it like knight f6. Well, it's a different one.
Right. What, here? Or
okay, you go d4.
D4 was played. Yep.
Knight f6. Bishop c4.
Bishop.
Okay, no, with the other knight, I was going to say.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, it's bishop c4.
Yep.
And then whatever you do not go knight takes knight.
Do not play that.
Do not do that.
And maybe here you're threatening a bishop f7. And, possibly. I don't know. There was a very famous Kasparov deep blue game.
Yeah.
Where Kasparov tempted the sacrifice, and that was a big moment in the evolution of computer chess and AI in general. I think that moment, that game. Okay, but let's go back and see what happened. So it continued with knight f6, that other knight, c3, and now black makes some exchanges. The queen finds this quite peculiar square. I say peculiar because it blocks the bishop in. Black develops the bishop. Black wants to play e6.
Literally.
But have the bishop outside the pawn structure, right? And now the queen moves again. This is quite peculiar, moving the queen so many times in the opening. And now the queen has to move again.
She does, and she moves back to e2.
That can't be right, can it?
It's creative. But okay, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
The good news is that Aline's position is solid. c3, d4, that is a really solid construction.
Yeah.
And black is the one who's going to have to be fighting really hard to get a small advantage. The bad news is that black is completely okay.
Yeah, I mean, it can't be good moving the queen so many times in the opening. I mean, it's when you're white, you've got to try to get either a position you're incredibly comfortable playing, it could be equal, or an edge. And this is certainly not going to offer an edge for white. I mean, black's got the bishop outside of these pawns. This bishop very nicely placed. This is one of the main ideas in the Caro. If the bishop's back there, it's kind of a bad, not as good position. So black's got, as far as I can see, everything that black would want. And
Simon.
yeah.
Know your audience.
What have I done now? Yeah. White's doing really well.
White is solid. White is solid.
Clearly, it's going to be a great day for the Dutch players today. Brilliant opening. I'm just a bit worried. I'm being honest because let's say Black goes Queen F6, for example.
It is. I mean, but the thing is, though, with that C3 D4 construction, I mean, White can't really go too wrong. I mean, Black probably has a slight advantage, but it's still going to take a lot of effort from Suleimanli to actually eke out an advantage from this. So this is the thing, you know, as soon as...
But Ivanchuk has the direct idea of just playing bishop takes knight. I mean, that just looks like...
Right, but then you get the bishop pair, but it's still not as easy. It doesn't...
Looks horrible. Simon. I'm just being... You've got to be honest. I know we've got a lot of Dutch players, but I don't want to get your hopes up. We've got to be a realist. And it's okay, but... in a horrible way. Let's move on to another one.
To the other one.
I just don't like... The problem is, I don't like the idea of Black doubling these pawns. White does have the 2 bishops. That is a benefit.
Yeah.
There's a long way to go yet.
Yeah.
Let's
move on. Let's have a look at Erwin.
Okay.
He's playing White against Daniel Yuffa.
This is more like it.
Yeah, this one we can see. You know, Erwin is in full flow here. Harry has made an appearance. Everything is good.
Yeah, open Sicilian, and this is the can variation. Actually, we didn't mention this yesterday. This is another way that Black can play the Sicilian. Very flexible line, and Black's got to decide where his bishop goes. The bishop keeps on this diagonal, and now White, well, hints at castling, and the move I'm going to get to very quickly is this move, and this is an idea that's just becoming increasingly popular in many different positions. Probably popularized by AlphaZero, the strongest computer engine made by DeepMind, started to play this idea and got very good results with it. And humans cottoned onto that, and they thought, okay, they actually learned from the computers this concept. And the idea is, of course, just to try and create some little weakness around Black's king. And let's see, that pawn keeps rushing forwards. And now you have a target, right? Now you have a little bit of a hook, we call it, that you can try and grasp onto to open up Black's king. For example, g4, g5, if you castle queenside. And you can try to open up your opponent's king. So very interesting position, I think. And I'm going to be honest, I like White's position. Come on, Erwin. Get on the board, and it's still a lot to play here.
Definitely, there's a whole load of play left. You know, White is going to go on aggressive, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
And Black just has to defend against that. It's also a really combative position for Max Warmerdam against Panesar. If we go to that one, because it's also an open Sicilian.
So another open Sicilian.
Not an open Sicilian, actually. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
But it had the makings of opposite side castling.
So this is a very rare line, d4. I think it's a line that Kostenyuk maybe has done a course on, ex-women's world champion. And I think she's suggested this variation. It looks very peculiar because obviously the queen gets to this rather strange square, but the pawn structure, the idea is that your pawn on e4 is very nice and it controls a lot of squares, you get space advantage. So Black tries to use his pieces to combat this, and the pieces come out very quickly here. And a very aggressive system from Max. Max castling queenside, so really going for it today. Max is like, right, I'm going to get off the scoreboard. And we can see him walking around there. That's also a good sign. You know, it shows that you're generally quite happy, relaxed, if you get a chance to chill out and take a walk. Rook e8, some pressure against e4, f3, defending that weak pawn. d6, Black wants to get the pieces flying. The queen gets out of the way. So another game. The Dutch players are using their queens a lot today. Mm-hmm. You know, they're flying the queens around. Is that a Dutch thing? Yeah, using the queens. No, okay, just checking. And A3 played, and look at this, A5. We gave this a name the other day, didn't we? Anyone remember the name we gave this? I don't know if anyone was here. English name, it was, to give you a clue. Anyone? Anyone know what I'm doing? Am I just being weird? Very good.
I'm surprised you got that one.
I can't believe someone got that. It's called the fishing
pole.
Pole. Yeah, that will do. The fishing hook pole, because obviously that's your bait, the bishop, and this is your pole. Hence my brilliant.
With the sound effects as well.
With the sound effects.
Charades. Yeah.
Charades. That's it. That could be. I could be a professional charader. And this is tempting white to take the bishop, and well, we have to look at it. Is it possible? I would really not want to ever take this one, because black is now going to open up the rook. You have to most likely, well, you do. You have to bring the knight back here to stop that being checkmate. But as the evaluation bar shows, this is disastrous. I'm just thinking how black would finish the game here. Is there a knight d4, rook a1? It's probably just rook a1.
Rook a1, followed by bishop a2. I mean, just look at the king.
Yeah, you got this coming in
Oh
as
my
well,
God.
haven't you?
Queen a8, yeah. Why go for winning?
This is
the
and
knight
bishop a2, as you say. Yeah, but that, I mean, they're both very strong. So you can't take the bait here, which of course Max won't do. And instead of taking the bait, he's got to do something else here, and it's a very dynamic position. So again, opposite side castling, and that means you just throw the pawns at your opponent's king. It's who gets the attack first. Black is clearly coming straight down on the queen side. I think white's going to have to do the same on the king side. Okay. You can't waste too many tempo in these positions. You've got to just go for it. I mean, the most natural move is g4.
Well, he actually played a few more moves. So the knight came to f4.
A good idea.
A great idea. You know,
very nice.
Use all of your pieces in the attack. And then bishop c4 attacking the queen. Queen continued her dancing.
Yep.
And I like this position. I mean, it could be a situation where anything goes, but it's
very
a fight.
Interesting.
It's a big fight here. You know, I think the state of the game will be decided in the next 10 moves or so. It's not going to be one of these that just kind of completely fizzles out.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, black's pieces look good, but white's got this hold in the center. White's got now a very nice knight there, and I would definitely be thinking now about trying to rush my g-pawn forwards to, well, it's quite a positional idea because you're misplacing the knight, trying to gain control of d5, and start an attack on the king side as well. So it's going to be interesting. Very interesting position.
Well, we'll see whether someone in the challenges will manage to break the.
We're going to get. The Dutch are going to score well today. I can feel it.
You can feel it. Okay.
Well, I'm sure
they guaranteed a point.
Well, they're going to score 1 point in the Masters.
Yeah.
I think that will probably happen.
And in the challenges, we do expect someone to.
Yeah. Yes, definitely. Let's be confident. Let's be confident.
We have the faith. Okay, so going back to the Masters.
Yep.
Looking at which one of these positions is the sharpest. Maybe again we can take a look at Pragg against Van Nguyen. Pragg also having a tough time of it on no points. But, but he's got his first white. You mean he did begin with a double black.
Very tough starting with double black in the competition.
Yeah.
You know, facing the serve.
Well, it was already, you know, he started facing Arjun round 1 with the black pieces, and he made just one mistake. Let's face it. And against Nordebek yesterday, again, a really tough game. So here he's got the white pieces. He goes for a Reti type opening. He goes c4. So now, when does it become the English? When does it stop being the?
I reckon as soon as you play c4, you can say it's an English opening.
Yeah.
Again, I don't know why it's called English. That's another thing I'd have to look up. But this is the Reti is I don't know, where you hold the pawn back sometimes, but okay, it is into sort of a very sensible English. I think this is called the Rubinstein variation.
I'll pull it up for you. Do you want to know what it's called?
Yeah.
Hang on a second. Let me just...
And while Ivanka pulls that up, the idea of black's d5 is black gains more space. And we talked about the Maroczy bind setup yesterday, and that's where black gets this pawn here and gets a grip on the center with those pawns.
Symmetrical variation.
That's a bit boring. We're not going to call it that. That's no fun. I think it's. I'm sure it's called the Rubinstein variation. I'm sure it's named after the chess player Rubinstein. The idea of playing for space with black. White continues to hit the center, and it's also like a reverse Sicilian. Again, White's advantage is in having the central pawns. He has more central pawns than the opponent, as black does in the Sicilian. And now A3 prepares ideas with B4. So this is quite an aggressive option. G6, black wants to put the bishop here, clearly. D3, so not going for B4. I don't know if B4 was playable here. It might not be playable just because of this one. All theory, of course.
It's actually playable, Simon.
Yeah, so B4 is
Second
playable.
option. First choice is to go H4, second choice B4.
Valuation bar doesn't like it, but it looks very logical after you've played A3. But that wasn't played. A slower approach with D3, getting ready for this one to come out. Bishop G7. And you kind of got to decide here. You can very, this is a very decent plan being played by lots of players. You know, especially when your opponent's fianchetto, because you have a little target there to sort of grasp onto, and you might even play H6. So H4 is a main move, but we'll see if Pragg plays it. He gets his bishop out first. B6 looks risky because of this one, but there's no way White can take advantage of it. H4, so he has played H4. Yay, I always like the H pawn going. So I think people know. And now black says, no, 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 we're not allowing that pawn to come any further up the board. I'm going to stop it in its tracks. Has this helped White? Well, often the answer is yes, because you've got this square, and black can't easily get a knight to this square. You're quicker to come here. Does he use that square immediately? Not yet. He lines up, possibly now, ideas of playing some of these pawn breaks. Black defends the knight. And now here comes that idea, knight G5, and that's why these pawn moves, you could say, have helped White, because black would like to go H6, but you can't move pawns backwards. So Queen D7 played, and Pragg simply castles. A good idea, this. White's bishop on G2 is a very strong piece, so black aims to exchange it off. And
was it a good idea, do you think, to go bishop takes bishop, or would you have perhaps gone something else? Because that's the kind of big problem. Like if we go to the game position with bishop takes bishop.
Sure. So bishop takes bishop.
Yeah, knight takes.
I mean, I don't ever like swapping off the bishop around my king.
Exactly. You know, the king starts becoming a little bit sensitive, shall we say?
Yeah.
And
yeah, I mean, I'd much rather, as White, keep that bishop, defends my king. It looks at the queen side, but it looked quite hard to, in this position, how do I stop these bishops being exchanged off?
You could have gone bishop H3, I guess. Or
could have gone bishop H3. It looks very scary, doesn't it, if I go here? I mean,
and then go back with the knights and just say...
But also, I'm making a lot of backwards moves here, and I'm kind of
That's true.
I don't really want to put the knight there and then come back. I mean, it might be an okay idea, but this knight D8, clearly a good move, though. I mean, this is clearly a nice positional
Knight
idea.
E6 is incoming with a knight jumping into the golden D4 square.
Yeah. Well, let's see. We have a couple more moves. So Pragg did just exchange off, and here he now centralized that side knight, and this is the current position at the moment.
Well, one of the things I don't necessarily like about White's position is that there's no natural pawn breaks, and I'm one of these girls that likes to go forward with my pieces at some point. I want to be going like F4, F5, you know, some kind of break to open things up. And here, this is completely, you know, all about the pieces. It's all about maneuvering, like Queen D2, Bishop H6 is going to be in the air. But there are not that many natural posts for the pieces. Yes, you can post up a knight to g5, but beyond that, it feels like black is the one that has control of the squares, like knight e6, knight d4 for black.
Yeah, I mean, there's no pawn breaks on the king, so I guess the one move White has to try is b4, right? I mean, or you know, d4 is the other move, but you can't play that really here because it's so well covered. But I think White would love to play b4, and that's what I think Prag's been sort of aiming at doing, maybe.
Okay, so let's investigate it. So I would say that black just castles.
Okay, so
the
black,
most natural move.
Very sensible.
b4.
Let's play b4. So I want to exchange off this quite strong pawn because it controls a very nice central square, and you know, getting rid of a wing pawn for a more central pawn is positionally beneficial. You want to get rid of your opponent's central pawns; they control more squares. So this is, I would have thought, definitely Prag's intention.
And then the question is like, do you go knight e6 just to reinforce c5, or do you let's take on b4? So let's fall in with your plans.
Sure.
C takes b4.
Yeah, you do have to decide, don't you?
Yeah.
Because the problem is if you don't capture, let's say I play this, when I take here, at some point you're going to have to take with your pawn. Maybe you can make some exchanges, but that pawn now is incredibly weak because it can't be defended by another pawn. It's what we call an isolated pawn, and White's pieces are all lined up against it, I guess.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay. So castles b4, you capture, and I'll capture back. And how is this position? This is quite likely to occur, something like this.
Yeah, but I guess black now has to say, I will also fight for the right to party down the C line.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, why not? Rook c8.
Okay.
The other rook.
The other rook. Okay.
Yeah.
Rook c8. Yeah. Leaving this one behind the pawn.
Yeah, because you never know. One fine day you might be going a5 and run.
Run. Yeah, this is the valuation says it's equal, but I would definitely rather be White here. I'm a bit annoyed I haven't got my light square bishop because that would be really nice if I had a bit of extra protection for my king. But I do like having the extra central pawn, and I can try to go normal ideas like this even. Maybe I can even now start using my d pawn, start using that one. So I think I definitely would rather be White here, but it doesn't mean White's necessarily better at all.
No, it just feels like it's a game of small margins.
Definitely.
Is this great for Pragg? Especially because he's starting with 0 out of 2. Do you kind of want to have that easy win?
Very hard to get an easy win in this section, isn't it? I mean, I don't know if there's such a thing as an easy win nowadays. I mean, the amount of tournaments I've played as well is getting harder and harder to get easy wins. Everyone's so well prepared.
Like pre-pandemic, you could play in 1800s, and you knew that eventually there would be a blunder. Now, it feels like there is no easy game, regardless of your opponent's rating. No. Well, not an easy position at all for Pragg, as he has to squeeze out a small advantage. But we'll see what happens there. But the tension is beginning to simmer here as the openings, they have been set, they have been decided. We're going to go on a short break, but we're going to leave you with an interview with Nordibek Abdusattorov after his win yesterday against Praggnanandhaa.
Nordibek, congratulations. What a win. Such a tough fight against Praggnanandhaa, the last game to finish in the Masters. How does it feel to get the win at the end of the road?
Yeah, it's always nice to score a win here. It's a very important win. I didn't score a victory in classical chess against Pragg in a while, so it's good to to get the momentum. Yeah, this game was very interesting. Played a Queen's Gambit declined with this rare line with h6, which he played already against Dubov in World Cup. Yeah, I was prepared, and I came up with this idea with knight h4, bishop d3. I got what I wanted out of the opening, and slowly increased the pressure. And yeah, after I got this a6 b5 structure, I think it's already very dangerous for him. Yeah, I managed to pull out I think a nice endgame win at the end.
Yeah, it was very impressive to watch, and it's maybe not the chess where you were used to see attack play these crazy games, but today was a positional strategic masterpiece. At which point of the endgame did you feel like, okay, I'm really making progress now?
Yeah, after when he took knight takes b3, I thought, okay, this is really dangerous. I mean, I was expecting rook b6, rook c7, rook takes a6, knight b4, rook d6, and I can play knight d3, knight takes b3, knight e5, rook f6, rook a7 with a very pleasant endgame. Yeah, when he took knight b3, okay, I thought either he missed something or he's going to this inferior rook endgame, which is very dangerous. I thought after knight b3 I have great chances.
And you got the job done in the end. I want to come back to something else. You mentioned, your head-to-head score against Prague was not that great. Our commentators were talking about that in the broadcast, and they said sometimes it's difficult when you get, too bad a score. But for you, it seemed like it wasn't a problem. Do you manage to shut out of your head, the previous games, let's say?
Yeah, I was very close to win against him in last year, here in Wijk in first round. I was playing with black pieces and I got a winning advantage, but I couldn't really manage to win it. So I'm really happy to score a victory today. Especially, I think it was very tough for him to play this round after yesterday's tough loss against Arjun, where he pretty much got the lost position out of opening. So, yeah, today was a very different opening, but the outcome was same.
I saw in your player profile, you were asked, you always do quite well here in Wijk, and you've been so close a few times now to winning. And you said, I always have an energy at the start of the year and I'm motivated. So do you feel that also this year?
Yeah, of course. I mean, this is a very big tournament, Wijk. I've watched every edition of it when I was a kid, like when Magnus, Vichy, Kramnik, all these great masters were playing. It's a big dream to win this tournament, and hopefully this year I'll manage it.
Let's see how that goes. Would be great, of course, to see you win here someday. And just a question about before the tournament, I believe on Media Day. That was already quite a good start to the year for you, as you managed to both do the media duties and win the freestyle qualifier. Did that also mean a lot to you?
Yeah, it's always nice to win a tournament. I'm really happy that I managed to qualify for World Championship. It's now called FIDE World Champion, FIDE Fischer Random
Freestyle.
FIDE Freestyle World Championship. I'm very happy and I'm really looking forward.
First, of course, there's this one here. Yeah. Still 11 rounds to go. Does it feel good to be back in Wijk?
Yeah, of course. It's always nice to be back, and I'm already like a veteran here. Like it's my 5th time, so I feel like I'm one of the veterans.
Noordivik, it's great to have you back, Mr. Veteran. Congrats on the win today and best of luck.
Thank you.
The game between Anish Giri and Vachier Sindarov was a roller coaster and a half. The first position that I want to talk about is this position where Anish made a mistake by playing move b4. Up until this point, the game was rather balanced, but here, with this mistake, this allowed Vachier to grab a pawn with knight takes d4, and as a bishop takes c6, trying to recapture the pawn. Well, the problem is that black can simply play queen takes c6, and basically what happens is rook takes d4, trading the pieces, and this looks like an equal position, but the problem here for white is that the pawn on c4 is a huge weakness. As after rook c8, it is not clear how white can defend this pawn. White will have to give up this pawn and will end up in an endgame, or, well, doesn't have to trade queens, of course, but black will be up a pawn, and this would be quite a tough position for white. But this did not happen. Vachier did not capture on c6 because he thought knight e2 check is a really strong move, and it looks strong at first, but the problem is that white can simply take with the knight. Knight takes e2 was played, and after queen takes c6, knight d4, we're just in normal position again, and the material is even. So this was a big miss by Vachier, trying to, well, he thought that it was a good tactic here, but it doesn't work at all. And this was quite an interesting moment at the board, as both players made quite a big reaction. But more on that later, because the game got very interesting later on as well. Quickly skipping through the endgame, because the players ended up in a pawn endgame. Now, pawn endgames are known to be extremely tricky, and a lot of strong players have studied some pawn endgames here and there, but it doesn't happen in practice so much to see pawn endgames arise in actual game, actual classical over-the-board game. We are quickly skipping to the endgame because this pawn endgame that arose in this game was absolutely crazy. And pawn endgames are known to be very complicated, and this one was rather complicated too. In this position, it was a balanced position for now, but here Anish made a mistake with the move c5. It looks at first a good move. It looks like it's a good move, but the problem is that the pawn on c5, after capturing on c5, this pawn is turning out to be a big weakness. Black is simply going to pick up the pawn on c5. White played move f4, and here it was Vachier who also made a mistake by playing move a5, and he played it rather quickly actually. The good move here was to play f6. He had to defend the pawn on e5, as in case Anish would have pushed the pawn to c6, then black can catch up with king d6, and there's no way that white can try anything here. In case of f takes e5, f takes e5, and in case white is capturing the pawn on e5, so black captures the pawn on c6, white captures the pawn on e5, black has enough time to capture the pawn on a3 and then push the a pawn to the end of the board in time, before white manages to do so on the king side here. So that is how black could have won, but instead Vachier played the move a5, and this was met with the move c6. Now the problem is that if you want to play the move king d6 here, this is a huge mistake and would actually lose the game already, because now f takes e5 check is a strong move, because now if you take the pawn on e5 with the king, the c pawn is running, so obviously you would take the c6 pawn, but now this allows white to win the game with king e4, let's say king c5, king f5, and white is simply grabbing the pawn on f7. In case black tries to attach to the pawn on e5, then king f6, let's say king e4, and white simply captures the pawns on the king side, and black is not in time to do anything here. So that is why it is very important to not play king e6 here. That is why it was important to play f6 here to defend the pawn on e5 and to be able to recapture with the pawn. But after a5, white was in time to play c6, and now f6 was an important move, otherwise black would be in trouble actually. But here after f takes e5, king e4, king e6 was played, and the players agreed to a draw. So this game was quite a mess. Now the game itself was crazy, but it got even crazier during the game because the players had quite some reaction after knight e2. Vachier played this move, and he slowly went to the clock to press it after he made his move, realizing that this move was actually not winning at all. He gave away the advantage with this one move, and Giri sat down at the board completely shocked because he was ready to accept his fate that he is going to be down a pawn soon. But his opponent made this move knight e2, which turns out to be a mistake, and both players realized this at the board and started laughing. Both players had a very big reaction, shaking their head and also just laughing at the board, completely in disbelief what happened here. So I had to ask both players after the game what happened during the game, what made them have this big reaction, and I got some interesting answers for them. Let's have a listen.
And the thing is that he looked like he saw that I'm losing. So I was sure that I'm just going to be losing, and then he goes this knight to check. And then he right away starts laughing because he right away sees the cards.
No, I was thinking you missed the pawn, and okay, I totally don't think about bishop c6 because I saw like I have knight e2. I think you want to play some knight b3 or what are you doing really? I was crazy, like you just give me one pawn and then it's crazy to play knight e2.
Yeah, but also in the end, I mean, I somehow felt after this knight to check that there will be one more such moment in this game because you can't like two players who play so bad, like it cannot be all. And so I knew that I should be kind of, that's why I traded all the pieces not to blunder anything. But then in the end I still managed, it's just insane.
It was actually surprising to hear that both players treated the situation as completely normal because we don't see the players laughing at the board that often. Usually the players are looking at the board very seriously, but this was quite a rare moment, although the players thought it was completely normal. And I guess both players were quite relieved that the game was over and ended somewhat peacefully, even though there were quite some crazy moments throughout the game.
What a crazy moment that was. So peculiar, like Anish thinking that he was done and dusted and he blundered pawn, and Sindarov just laughing and thinking, yeah, well, I thought he couldn't play it because of knight e2, but then okay, it is what it is. And by the way, Anna Maya Kazarian, she is doing recaps on the Tata Steel YouTube channel every day on some of the most important games, so well worth checking out. And speaking of the man himself, Sindarov, well, it was a funny moment yesterday. Will there be a repeat as he plays Fedoseev? Well,
let's have a look.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, I mean, there's been quite a lot of moves played, 19. I'll go through them quite quickly so we can get a feel for how the position has developed. And we're seeing this opening a lot. This solid response from black, just trying to neutralize white's opening. And you get this symmetrical position now with the pawn structure. And this has occurred before. Well, actually, Vladimir had a bit of a nightmare with the black pieces against hands in this variation. He lost very quickly. I think it was 16 moves in round one. So are we going to get a repeat of that? We will see. I think this is following that game so far. C4, C6. And I'm trying to remember what hands played. I think it was something with rook E1. So this is the first different move. And here Sindarov has just played H3. And the idea is obviously to stop black from playing the natural move, bishop G4. So we're trying to restrict black's pieces. And the problem that Vladimir had in the first round was the knight on B8. The knight on B8 struggled to find a good square. And instead, the bishop came to this square, trying to consolidate the knight. Knight C3, and black thought, well, the pressure's building here, so I'm just going to make some exchanges. And we have a change in pawn structure. More exchanges occur, and now we get this structure, so it's not symmetrical anymore. White has the extra central pawn. We talked about that earlier, can often be a good thing, but black is very solid. The knight now gets into the game, and we have B6. That pawn was threatened to be captured. Natural moves from both sides. Another idea to stop the bishop potentially coming there. Very normal response. We want to try to attack on the queen side with our pawns, taking the open file. And here, more exchanges occur, and we're getting to the current position with queen c7 played, quite possibly to stop white's queen coming to that annoying square. Rook fe1, fighting for that line, and knight to f6. A5, still more moves.
Yeah,
and
makes a lot of sense.
Makes a lot of sense.
And it kind of works to that philosophy that our good friend Grandmaster Keith Arkle talks about, like how the more central the pawns are, the slightly more powerful that they are. So you want to be making trades, like you want to trade off your A pawn for the B pawn.
Yes, definitely. This pawn is also a bit of a weakness because it's kind of isolated. It could be weak later on. So that's why White's put it in a position to trade off. And now Queen A4 leads us to where we're at. And looks like Vladimir's about to play a move here. We could talk about the position a bit. It's very solid from Black.
Not that many pieces.
Not many pieces, no.
And when there's not that many pieces, the chances for a draw significantly increase. So I feel like Black doesn't have too much of a problem, although it is very much on the defensive. I mean, the pawn on c6 is weak. White has at their beck and call A takes b6, and then just trying to infiltrate on the A line. And whereas Black isn't doing too much with the rook on e8.
No. I mean, if anyone's going to be better here, I would have thought it's White, just because the ideas Ivanka mentioned, taking, maybe bringing the queen in, or having that little niggle of an attack against that one. And also, White's got the potential to get a pass pawn at some point by going d5. I mean, not now, but you could think about putting a rook behind a pawn and trying to make it a queen. You know, that is at least an idea. But on the other hand, Black's very solid, you know? Black, very small weaknesses.
Passive, though.
Passive.
That's the thing, you know. You, as Black, you can't really go, woohoo, I'm going to go rook e2, because it's like, yeah, you got your rook active, but no one is there to back you up, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I mean, what's the rook doing there? I mean, it's not a terrible idea, but it's not really achieving anything either.
No.
I mean, it's about style, really. If you're going to play the Petrov, you're going to get positions like this. So that's really what the opening is nowadays for, you know, every kind of level of chess, because people's openings have become much stronger with like courses, video courses and stuff like that. So you really want to pick an opening that you enjoy playing. You want to get into a middle game. This is the middle game that you're comfortable with, that you know the plans of, that you actually like playing. If I was Black here, I wouldn't really enjoy playing this position, because I don't really have any active plans. I like attacking my opponent's king. There's no obvious way I can do that. This is not an opening for me, but it's obviously a very decent opening. It's solid, and Black trying to take no risks.
Yes. Not the most exciting brand of chess at the minute, and certainly not the most exciting game. Let's have a look at Aravindh against Nordebek. Aravindh, part of the wildest game that we saw yesterday. Today's game, well, not as wild, but I don't think anything could be as crazy as that.
No. Yeah, so the 4 knights variation. I actually had this as Black in an important round recently.
You played e5?
I played e5. I never...
I know.
Yeah. Well, I got this position, and I prepared a particular line against bishop c4.
Oh,
and it was actually... This only happened like a couple of weeks ago, so I'm still got some trauma from it. If I won the game, I'd have won Hastings and like £3,000. Very useful.
Yes.
And I got absolutely crushed by a youngster, because rather than going into my preparation, it shows you he was very clever, and he played knight c3, and there's the one move I hadn't prepared for, which was...
You played e5, though.
I played e5, yeah.
I'm sorry. Like, since I've known Simon, he's been doing Sicilians, he's doing French.
I know. Black
Sometimes
lions.
I will see a Caro-Kann appear.
I have played the Caro before.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've never seen e5.
No, you probably won't see it again either after that that game. So, but this is, I mean, it depends how it goes. And this is one of the main lines. The other move, the move I faced, was bishop b5. And after this move, there's a number of options. Now, taking this pawn is very risky. What did Black play? He didn't take the pawn. I think the move here is just d4. And you're trying to say my knight in the middle is very strong. I'm opening up the position. I've got bishop d3, castles coming. some positions. I can put something on g5. So this is very good compensation. I think this is the plan.
Yeah, no, they're completely right, Simon. So yeah, after d4, you don't really want to be taking on d4 because you got queen e2.
Yeah, and
that's not going to be easy to handle.
No, I've had a look at this, and f5 is forced, and then you can put something on g5 here. I don't know if the bishop or the knight goes there, but
the knight goes there.
The knight goes there, and this gets really quite scary for black now, with the black king being quite exposed. You don't really want to go down this line.
No.
It's playable, but
don't do it.
Don't do it. It's too scary.
Don't do it unless you know every single move inside and out. So instead, Nordebek is like, nope, I'm not going to go in for that brand. And instead it goes bishop to c5 and bishop c4 was the response. So far, all pretty mainstream.
Yeah, definitely. This is very normal Spanish kind of structure. We had the capture of the knight, and we have a couple more moves. d6, c3, and very normal moves. a5.
You're not going to go for any queenside expansion, sir. So
stopping b4, gaining space.
Yes.
Castles, queen e8.
Getting ready to go bishop e6.
Yeah, black wants to play bishop e6 and capture with the queen, I guess. Sometimes you can go bishop e6 and capture with a pawn. That is an idea, but you do double your pawns. This is a safer way of going about. And I think you can also try maybe king h8 and f5 if you want to really go aggressive. That's a very, I was going to say Dutch. You get the kind of Dutch opening there, so obviously a very good plan. If you want to attack, h3, and does he go for the Dutch plan?
Nope.
No, he steps out of the way of d4, and that is a waiting move. So if white plays this, you don't lose tempo. Does he go for the Dutch plan?
Nope.
Nope. He goes bishop e6. Okay.
But he might be going for the Dutch plan.
Right, because after the exchange, well, this is where we are. This is the first position you have to make that decision, right?
And this is where you see the Nordebek is pausing, and I think we should put it to the audience.
Yeah.
Take with the queen or take with the pawn?
So if you take with the queen, it's a bit less exciting, I'm going to say, because...
You're going to influence our audience, Simon.
I'm going to try. This is the boring option, but very sensible option, because you keep the symmetrical pawn structure. Now, if you want to checkmate your opponent, you take with a pawn, because you're like, whoa, look at that. In we come. But you double your pawns, and that could come back to haunt you. So
okay, I'm gonna confess, I'm gonna take with the queen because I'm boring. What about you guys? Who's gonna take with the queen? Who's boring like me? Oh, I got some company.
Yeah.
Us dullards. What about
dullards? It's not a very nice way to talk to the audience.
No, us. I'm saying I am.
I'm just trying to get you in trouble. Don't worry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, who would take with a pawn? Yeah. That's the real way to play. No messing about. Who cares about your pawn structure with checkmate? Doesn't matter, does it? Go in.
But you know, if you take let me try and sell it a little bit more. Queen takes bishop.
Yeah.
I was thinking, if white ain't careful, I'm gonna go f5.
Right. So you are still going for
aggressive, but no structural weakness.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. It does. Yeah. I might try knight h4 here, and I might bring my queen out.
Why are you being so boring, Simon?
Boring?
Stopping my plan.
Well, okay. Let's let you have some fun, shall we?
Thank you.
Okay, I will go a4.
Thank you.
Yeah.
f5.
Boom. There we go. Opening
Oh no!
up.
No, you tricked me.
Did I?
You tricked me,
I'm not
didn't
sure.
you?
I don't know. Did
Yeah,
I?
isn't there some knight g5s and the queen b3 and so it's like?
Oh yeah.
Oh, Simon.
Of course I planned that all along. I didn't see that at all. And when the queen moves, this one might not.
Well, it's just a check, isn't it?
It's just a check. It is.
It
only
is just a check. Okay.
Not the end of the world.
Okay.
Well, I like your idea of f5.
Yeah.
So that's why I was going knight h4, because I want to stop that, and also I want to get my knight here, my queen here, and go queen takes g7 checkmate.
Okay. Whoops.
So, there we go. So we're waiting, seeing. I'm hoping pawn takes because I think it'll be more exciting. Because if you go pawn takes, you can put your queen on one of these two squares and try to double rooks. And there's a little bit of, there's some chances to generate an attack there. But
okay.
But
well, the majority went with you, Simon. So we're going to come back to this game and find out what was decided, because Nordebek is thinking. So there's one game we haven't checked, and we should go there ASAP. Yeah. And I must admit, I have exercised a lot of self-restraint because it began as a Caro-Kann. Okay. So I
Your opening.
It is my opening. So e4, c6 for Erdogmus. The last time they played was in the Grand Swiss, and that was a Petrov. But there, it was not a dull game whatsoever. It was like all guns blazing. And Erdogmus was like, okay, I'm not having none of that. So a Caro-Kann it is. And the trendy line after the advance, after black goes bishop to f5, is just simply to go knight f3. h4, the Tau variation is also popular. But there, you have your choice. You can go h5. You can go, as I do, a6. And just encourage them to go forth. And hopefully they've overextended. But that's a different kettle of fish. Knight f3, e6, bishop e2. Yeah, and he's gone for the sharpest line there is.
Isn't this called the short variation?
Yeah.
Is it named after Nigel Short?
I have a bit of a problem with the name, because he was playing knight f3, but I feel like knight f3, bishop e2 is like the kind of move that people who were making a response up to the Caro would
play,
would come up with. But anyway, he was the one who used it very effectively. Yep. So there you go, fair dues. So c5, like a very combative. Again, you don't go into this variation as black without knowing exactly what you need to do. Some moments you have to go queen b6, and you have to start just looking at that pawn on b2, even taking it off. Like, for instance, bishop e3, queen to b6 is one of the main moves. But that wasn't the response that was chosen against Hans. Instead, knight to d7. Oh. It was a bit odd, because kind of like you go c5 very early in order to put a knight on c6.
Yeah, looks like a safe option, just guarding the pawn.
Yeah, but usually when you play these knight d7 systems, you want to be a little bit more slower with the c5. You want to be able to put the g knight on c6. Yep. So you want to go knight e7, knight c6 like that.
Okay.
But maybe that's exactly what happened.
Yep. So now Hans decided it was time to open the position a little bit. And did black put the knight there? Black did put the knight there. And now there's a threat to those two pawns. And now Hans counterattacked by trying to open it up. And it makes a lot of sense for white to open it up, because, again, it's about king safety. Yeah. White's castled, black hasn't castled. When that's the case, you want to get to your opponent's king. Expect all theory,
yes.
This one. And
yes.
So we'll keep going to get to current position.
Yep, knight a3 in order to go knight takes c4, stick a knight into d6, as Simon's indicating. So you have to be very quick here. And one thing that white has to watch out for in these particular positions is that the e5 pawn is actually quite weak.
Okay. Well, now the knight is threatening to come in with a big check.
Yeah, so you have to.
You have
to dodge that one and castle, yeah.
Definitely. And now Hans has avoided the queen exchange, which I'm happy to see, because you get more exciting game normally. Well, in my eyes, not everyone thinks that. And the other thing is, when you have this pawn, is it strong or is it weak? That could
this is the eternal question in this particular position. Because as black, you kind of want to go knight d7, queen c7, and you want to, again, centralize the rooks. And you're just arguing, even you're not afraid of a knight coming to e3 and taking the bishop, because you're just simply arguing that this pawn on e5 is just weak.
Okay, and I guess white's argument is the pawn is strong because it helps me support a knight coming in there. It also, just having a pawn on e5, it happens a lot in 1e4 openings, king's pawn openings, the French defense, the Caro, for example, and often it's a great base to start an attack. Like, you know, later on, if you can maybe support a sacrifice there, later on, you might better get your pawns supporting it, and it gives you like space on the king side. And that's why I quite like the queen sort of coming in behind. And does he do that? Okay, I guess he has to soon. Pinning the knight. And now this is where we are, actually. So the queen is still on c1 at the moment. I mean, this looks like a very natural square to me, but Hans very well prepared. I mean, he's played this reasonably quickly, and he's shown in his other games just how well prepared he is in this tournament. He's been working very hard on his chess, clearly, and you can see some stats there. And again, Yazcan getting a little bit short of time. That was a problem yesterday. He had a very promising position, incredibly sharp, and the time meant that he couldn't calculate the best line. And it's about this pawn, I think. Is it strong? Is it weak? So a couple of things I'm thinking about. Do I even try to swap this knight off? Because that's a defender of the pawn.
Yeah, you can also do it via bishop e4.
Because then I might also come this way.
Exactly.
So this is one idea. The other idea is
Queen
what Ivanchuk said. Put pressure on that way. I mean, I would like to. I'd prefer to be white, and that's just because I can see the chance of attacking the king. It's personal preference.
You know, you're completely right. You know, black is the one on the defensive for the time being.
Yeah.
And the more the pieces get traded, the weaker the pawn on e5 becomes. So black still hasn't gotten over the defensive stage yet, because you can see like a queen c7, then queen f4 is going to come, right? And then after queen f4 is going to be rook ac1, and then there's going to be ideas against, you know, attacking the king. As you mentioned, the knight can still come into d6. It's got a good square.
Yeah, and I can start, because now I've got a bit of support over here, I can start considering pushing my kingside pawns. Might try h4 first, so then g4, and the normal idea to try and open up the black king a little bit.
Yeah.
I'd love to get the pawn all the way there. That wouldn't happen, but I can try to, you know, make something happen over there with my pawn storm. So it's a position where I assume black is fine, obviously, but black has to be a bit careful, because if black doesn't find the right moves here, White's got the easier position to play. Is it?
Definitely, definitely for the time being is the easier position. And maybe queen c7 is inaccurate. Actually, maybe you have to go for your plan immediately, which is just to go bishop to say like bishop e4, go bishop takes knight, and you're just banking on the fact that there's nothing bad happening on the d line.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to get rid of this knight. Because
then you are putting pressure on e5.
Yes. Yeah. So let's say I played this natural move again, queen f4. Now, I can think about bishop d5, but my original idea, just get rid of that piece. That's that blooming evaluation bar again. Bishop takes, and there's still this d6 square that worries me. This is a real problem. So if I go here, something to d6 is...
and then the other rook will join, and it becomes a little bit unpleasant. But let's try your bishop to d5 plan.
Okay, so let's go back. So if I go queen f4, this one, maybe I can try to take the other knight.
Yeah, or you can just let it stand, right? And then queen c7, and then the rooks to the center, and try to initiate those trades. Because then if you go knight e3 to try to harass the bishop, now you can do your bishop takes knight.
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken, because now you can...
Okay, queen c7 or something?
Yeah, queen c7 unless... Yes.
And the pressure is...
Okay, it goes to show. I mean, okay, listen. Can you take on E? I would like to take.
Right, yeah, why not?
Yes.
I forgot that you can take that one, I'll be honest. And that would be a nice pawn to get rid of, right?
Yeah, and then the pressure is off. And I think white still has compensation, but...
Sure. Yeah. But this, as far as we're seeing, this bishop coming...
to e4 to go to d5 seems to be pretty key. Queen c7 allowed.
I agree, yeah.
Queen f4.
And now when the queen gets to f4, you can never get the bishop in to take that knight. So this is why I want to play bishop in now whilst I got the opportunity to do it. And as I think as we've shown, it's okay for black, but black has to be more careful here. And that goes back to the idea of picking openings. You can't really get an advantage in the opening at this level anymore, but what you can get is a position which is easier to play. And Hans has been very clever by picking an opening which is easy to play. You know, his moves are simpler.
Yes.
You can see Erwin in the background there. Should we have a look at the Dutch players?
Well, I just wanted to update you that we have one result and a draw between Sindarov and Fedoseev.
Okay.
It's not the most exciting game. That's what we were kind of like dancing around saying, well, you know, stuff happens, but
we were trying to make it exciting, but sometimes you can't make
perfect chess
things exciting.
Is just a little bit too predictable.
This is kind of the problem nowadays. I mean, if you went back 100 odd years or more, chess was by no means perfect. It was a lot weaker than it is now, but in some ways it was a lot more exciting because players sacrificed pawns unsoundly, sacrificed pieces unsoundly, and the games were very violent. But nowadays, because players defend better because they train with computers and they know the right way to defend, sacrifices are harder to make successful. So sort of days of Tao, you know, you still get games, but they're not as common, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean that's the problem. Like
Yeah.
perfection just makes chess equal and very balanced. Okay, so one game finished, but I tell you one game that is not perfect and it is really exciting. It is Arjun Erigaisi against Gukesh. You know, we kind of touched upon how Arjun had the better in their head-to-heads against Gukesh, and Gukesh like went right for it at the beginning. You know, he took the c4 pawn. He's like, I've learned the lessons of Pragg from the first round, and Arjun is like, you know what? I'm just gonna stick to my kind of chess. So Simon, this is where we left it. Like, we've got to show you what exactly happened.
Yeah, it was certainly heating up. A really important clash, this one. Queen e7, a4. This very normal move to try and, again, make those pawns a bit more fragile. And now c6. And in that position, if you take here, I can take back because the knight is pinned. Otherwise, you might have this option. I'm going bishop b7 next move, so nothing to worry about. So white castles, and now this is probably a threat. So Gukesh guards his rook, so you can no longer do that little tactic. And queen c1. So that looks peculiar, but the queen wants to get into the game, I would imagine, somewhere on this diagonal, or it can just tuck itself behind the pawns on e3. So not so silly at all. Gukesh finishes the development.
Yes, but there's one point, Simon, I want you to pause.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Because I want to see if the crowd can predict what happens next.
Yeah, and it's after the next move.
Yeah.
So knight takes knight happened, and black recapture the knight. Now it's white to move, and queen e3 looks very sensible. Lots of sensible moves here. What did the hyper-aggressive Arjun play in this position? So you want to attack, you want to go forwards, you want to make it crazy. Do we have any suggestions here? Anyone want to suggest a move? Doesn't matter if you're wrong. I'm wrong all the time. All the time, unfortunately. It's a bit embarrassing, but what can I do? You know, just have to get on with it. Anyone want to have a go at suggesting the right move or the wrong move? Any move?
Well, so Simon's given you a clue. You know, Arjun has a reputation as being a little bit of the madman of the elite chess world.
He has. It doesn't matter. Just shout it out if you want. It's okay. Which one? Sorry, let's go for one at a time. D5. Okay, so D5 has been recommended. Now, I think the problem with D5, which looks very interesting because you're trying to get this passed pawn, there might be an issue with your bishop. So if you go D5, I can probably take, and this one on e2 is a bit loose. So, for example, if I take back with a pawn, if I take back with a knight, just bishop takes and kaplonk. If you go this way, I get rid of the knight, which is defending the bishop, and I think you're going to drop the piece. So it wasn't d5. Any other suggestions? G4. G4. Who was that? You feeling okay? I'm not trying to embarrass you because that's what he played. Well done. It was really good. Yeah, well done.
Yeah.
I was trying to be a bit naughty there. I apologise, but you got it completely right, and you're a mad hacker like Arjun. So that's definitely something to be proud
The
of.
evaluation bar was like...
Who cares about the evaluation bar? We don't pay attention to that.
Okay.
I always like
I
these
like
moves.
it. It's really
Yeah.
direct. It's kind of saying to Gukesh, you want to get f5 in, my friend? No.
Stops f5, and also, I might now push. I'm thinking the plan is to throw this one up. So I go bishop here to support h4, and then we can start going like
a bit
this
further.
and
da.
like Space Invaders.
Chess has been solved.
Just push the pawns.
Yes.
And
You're speaking
easy
my
game.
language. Yeah,
it's
yeah.
an easy game. G4, good move. I mean, that's not a good move necessarily, but I like the idea. It's very risky because whenever you move pawns in front of your king, it's going to be double edge because your king becomes more exposed. The pawns are like your bodyguards, and they're running away, and they're not doing a very good job of bodyguarding if they run away. So let's see. Let's get a couple more moves now. Gukesh places his rook here, and that has two ideas. Obviously to hit this, but his knight may well just swing back to f8 now, and then it can jump forwards. So what did White play? Well, White has to defend the pawn on d4. He did. The knight did swing back to f8. What's the same? A knight on f8 and it can't be mate.
Yeah, you don't get mate.
You can't.
Do you know who said it?
No.
Oh, okay. So I'll open up to our audience. Does anyone know who was the source of this quote?
Say the quote again? The correct quote is.
Well, I don't know the exact words,
No,
but
sure.
like something along the lines: a knight
Right.
on f8, you don't get mate.
Right, because it defends the king really
Yes.
well. Okay. Any
suggestions?
I have no idea. Ivanka Huska.
Hauska. Okay.
No.
Bent Larsen.
Bent Larsen. Okay.
There you go. Yeah.
I think we're gonna have to get some Donna quotes in at some point, aren't we? Do you know any of the? Are we allowed to? I don't know. I mean,
Some of them were a bit controversial.
they're a little bit controversial,
And
aren't
other, yeah, some of them are very controversial. we're not gonna be saying those live on it, or at all. I think one is the hardest game, the hardest position to win is a one position. I think that's.
I remember
Yeah,
that
that's
one.
him.
Yeah. The hardest. I think it was. I can play all types of positions. I can defend. I can attack.
Yeah, but give me a one position.
And I can't play it.
I can't play it. Yeah.
And Donna, I don't know. Does anyone know what year Donna won this one? Because he did win, and he started with 3 losses in the first 3 rounds. The year he won it. Anyone want to shout out what year? I don't know without googling myself, but I know he won it one year. So, do we know the answer to that? So. We'll see if we can get the answer to that. And Donna, if you don't know Donna at home, he was a famous writer. And there we go. So Donna, in 1951, lost his first 3 rounds, and then he woke up. And he started winning. And impressive that is, losing your first 3 rounds and then getting back into it.
But did he?
Did he?
Did he?
I think
because our stats doesn't show that.
Oh, right. Okay.
He might have just
I now
drawn
can't read.
his way.
So which year did he win it?
So he
okay.
Well, apparently 1950.
Oh, the year before.
Yeah. So
that's if I read it, yeah.
1963.
Okay.
And also he was co-champion with Max Erver.
Okay.
In 1958.
Right. Okay. Yeah. got very good tradition of chess players in Holland. It's good to see. So a couple more moves. The bishop now came here, and the idea is to try and create like a hook, because black has to play f6, and this is now what white is saying, I've got a hook. So what I mean by that is after the bishop moves, white's g-pawn is going to try to hook on to f6 and open things up. And you know, if you can then get the rook here, you can get some action. So even though the evaluation bar says it's a little bit better for black, there's humans playing, and with two humans playing,
anything can happen.
Anything can happen. So
knight e6. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. You know, there's some squares
definitely
to eyeball, right? Yeah, as you point out, d4, f4 is also a little bit tender, because I think black will be looking at going bishop d6, queen c7.
Yeah, coming in here.
Yeah, that's one kind of plan.
So now we had a capture on b5, and black decided to open up his bishop. And this is very interesting because, you know, this pawn now, it seems to be very strong because it's a protected pass pawn if it moves. But if you ever move it, you give away a lot of squares. And this knight, this very clever maneuver that Gukesh played, shows the power of that maneuver. You've tempted that pawn forwards, and the knight now has its way into the position. And if the knight lands on b3, it's bad news for white. So white doesn't want to move that pawn and give up squares as of yet. And he plays a safety first move, bishop here. And the other idea of that, you clear a square. So I think the other idea is to bring all the pieces towards black's king. If I was white here, I'd be looking at bringing this knight towards the king side. f5, that's kind of an ideal square for the knight to continue an attack. Or maybe you get rid of black's strong knight, knight to f4. So that's the kind of plan I would certainly be considering. And we are currently here.
Yeah, it's a mess.
It is a mess. I'm surprised that the evaluation bar says black has the better chances here, personally, because I'd probably take white. But again, I'm biased because I like attacking. But I'd still probably take white here. I mean, just...
Well, I'm taking black. Just because, you know, I'm a Caro player, and at heart we like to provoke people to come forward with pawns and then enjoy the weak squares. But I don't know, it does feel like anything can happen, as you mentioned. I really liked your plan, by the way, of going knight g3, knight f5. That looked really scary. Because it's going to take a while for black to even think about like coordinating the pieces and trying to make use of the outposts.
Yeah, I also very much liked your plan of rerouting the bishop, which the bishop's not really doing anything on b4. You're never going to take that knight. I take with a pawn. That doesn't help black. But putting your bishop here, I can see two ideas. One idea is, potential pressure on f4 and its diagonal. The other idea is just to maybe you can try putting it on b6, because one main square is the d4 square. So I could try and rearrange things so I attack that one. So that's
I like it. So also, you can set up a battery, right? You can go bishop b8, queen c7.
Oh, I like that.
Go for the jugular.
Go straight in. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, well, you know, the consequences of going g4.
Yeah, there's definitely. It's heating up very nicely. I do recommend we have a quick look at the Dutch players.
Definitely.
In the challenges and at the top.
Okay,
here.
let's
go
do
here,
it.
shall we first? Yeah.
Shall we?
Let's go to
Let's have a look at, I think, the challenges first.
Okay.
Our three local heroes. And let's do a kind of like a status update. So, Erwin, let's go to him.
Okay, so we're hoping it's a better day for the Dutch players today in the challenges sections, because they haven't had the best of starts.
That's again, very British.
Yep, they've had a terrible start, you could say. But, you know, we saw that Donna lost his first 3 games and came back. We don't know how he did, but yeah, hopefully he did well. And now we're going to start with Erwin's game, and we might as well look at the position we had before. And it was around here where he'd gone for this very exciting idea of using the h-pawn to try and get to black's king. So Erwin's basically saying, I'm going to go for it today. Erwin generally considered a very positional player, I think it's fair to say. He was Anisha's second for a while, but of course, all of these players can attack extremely well as well. So he nudges the knight, forces it to make a move. I was also thinking here, as well as g4, g5, you could potentially even try something with the rook coming to g3. Now, I know that looks a bit beginnerish, but if you imagine my rook gets there, I start creating some quite powerful threats. One threat, if the rook gets there, just imagine that, is bishop there. And the other threat is just queen here, just come down. And with the pawn on h5, you can't easily play this because you'll open up your king. So that was another possibility, but okay, let's get up to date. We have some exchanges. That bishop, which was quite powerful, comes off. And now we have black playing on the dark squares. This is interesting. This bishop, where's it going to go? Well, he makes room for that one to come out at some point. Erwin dreaming of getting the knight into d6. Doesn't happen. And now he goes for the queen exchange. So he's changed plans. Originally, it looked like he was going for the king, but now he's like, nope, I'm changing plans. The bishop finds a very nice square. You've really got to watch out for d5 and even f5 at some point.
Also preventing white from capturing on d6 because the knight on b3 is loose. So yeah, you lose something there. You don't want to be doing that.
Yeah, so you can't grab that one.
Okay. And if we just so this is the position, and
we have a couple more moves by the looks at knight c6. So this is where we are at the moment, and I mean, I'm not as confident for Erwin as I was last time he had a look, and the reason is I mean, it's a pretty much symmetrical pawn structure. This pawn push hasn't really done too much. So if it's a symmetrical-ish pawn structure, then we should look at the pieces. Who's got the better pieces? White's queen looks pretty annoying here, so that's in Erwin's favour. But the bishop, that bishop looks like a very good piece to me. When you've got pawns on dark squares, the opposite coloured bishop becomes good. It's because it can work around that. I can always swap it off. And also look at this square here. This is a fantastic square for the black knight. If the black knight ever gets in there, it's bad news, right? So it's still okay, but a little bit positionally dangerous for Erwin here, I think. Yeah?
Yeah. You guys, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I think Erwin's in trouble.
Erwin's a bit worse.
I mean, yeah. He's a bit worse. I think he has to play very accurately right now because there's a danger, as Simon says, that with a knight coming into d4, he probably has to go castles, kingside, and just accept that the pawn on h5 is going to go. But he can create counterplay with his active pieces. Let's just do a status update on Eileen.
Yep, so Eileen...
we don't need to go back, we'll just do...
Sure, I can just show where this queen came out, maybe. So it did happen with the queen coming out, and we had the doubling of pawns. So yeah, okay, so we'll go for it very quickly. Current position, and this is the current position. I was very concerned about this pawn structure for Eileen, and I was more worried that a knight might eventually find its way here. But it's not too bad. I'd say it's a little bit worse, double pawns, but you do have the two bishops, you've got a solid structure. It's okay. This is okay.
Yeah, I mean, Eileen will still have to go on the defensive because the king side is extremely weak, as you've mentioned. Yeah. But, you know, she has the resources to hold it, and...
I'd love to move
that
pawn
pawn there, She also has a lead...
Right?
Yeah, if that pawn were there, that would be a completely different story. We would be talking about white being slightly better.
Yeah.
But as it stands, you know, Eileen is the one with the time advantage, and yeah, she still has chances to hold this one. And what about Max Warmerdam? Are we going to be seeing? Yes, I think we are. I mean, if you go right there.
So this was very interesting, wasn't it? I mean, the fishing hook had come in, and now after Queen E1, Black started to throw the pawns up the board. B5, and this is getting very crazy. This is a wild move. Black's basically saying, I don't care if you take my pawn because I want open lines against your king. And you can see that the evaluation's going up in Max's favor, but again, it's practical. And practical chess, it's easier to attack. So the knight grabs that pawn, Max goes pawn up, and Black's idea, well, he had other moves, but he now goes queen b8. And he's going for this play over here. But there's actually, I think, a big problem with this. Look at the evaluation bar. There's a big problem, and there's a good move here, but it's not easy to see. I've just put the computer on, so I'm not going to claim to find it myself. I probably wouldn't. I wouldn't even look at this move. If Max finds the right move, there's only one move where he can be better. All other moves, he could actually be in a bit of trouble, I think.
Let's see if our audience can find the best move.
The very
See how
wild
natural
position.
this is.
Yeah.
So it's a crazy position.
Yeah.
Can you guys find Max's, well, the move that's going to give him a big advantage?
Yeah, it's just a little sequence. You have to find the right sequence here, and there's a lot of options. So you've got to think about pawn takes bishop, look at all the captures first, bishop takes bishop, bishop takes bishop. I mean, it's really hard to find the right capture here.
But if our audience can do it, that means Max can do it, so.
God, yeah, brutal.
No.
No, I'm joking. Max is a very. How many grandmasters do we have here? I'm sure there's some hidden ones somewhere.
Well, they've come up with great moves.
Better than my moves, definitely. And yeah, I mean, we can have some suggestions if anyone wants to suggest a move. Again, it doesn't matter if you get it wrong. Just shout out a move. Sorry? Okay, so A4 being suggested. Very, very sensible, because you don't want to open up lines on the queen side. You want to keep lines closed, and this secures the knight. And on the surface, I really like this move, but I don't think it works well. I say. It's a nice idea. That's all we can do in life. Try nice ideas. And this stupid evaluation bar. And the problem is that Black now breaks with d5. And the queen is also a bit of an issue. So still seems fairly sensible. I don't think it's silly by any means. But Black is now getting a lot of action. And this has given us a pawn advantage for Black, actually, even though Black's a pawn down. So Black could be doing well here, but a nice idea. I like it. Any other tries? And then if I play pawn takes, then just grab.
Get greedy.
So, so bishop takes bishop. What's the evaluation bar going to do? How much faith do you have in that move? Is it going to stay the same, or is it going to drop like the Titanic? Which way do you reckon it's going to go? Do you have faith? You have faith. You got it right. Well done. Bishop takes b4.
Bishop takes b4. Yeah, the secret is to get greedy.
Very nice move. I mean, the simple, well, I say simple. It's not that simple because there's so much going on. Is that Black has two choices of he's got to take one of these pieces. Now, if he takes the bishop, as you say, we got to take the bishop first. So queen takes b4, I thought was the right move, but there we go. c5 is the issue. Well spotted. And the knight is going to be undermined because the queen can't stay protecting it. But what you do first is you take the bishop off, right? Bishop takes c4. And again, this position is still not easy because you've got to look at pawn takes pawn. If knight takes bishop, now you can do this.
Mm-hmm.
And
here's quite comfortable.
You're attacking the knight, you're defending your knight, you're defending, but what happens, I know, again, let's forget about the evaluation bar. What happens if I take here? Because, I want to go for it.
Yeah, knight takes a3.
You have to go knight takes a3.
I think that is the own.
Yep. And now I want to go, of course, rook takes knight.
Okay.
Because I want to bring the knight in and go for the kill.
Okay.
So
you got choices, right? You can take the rook or you can take the pawn.
Because you're going to lose the bishop
Yeah,
anyway.
that's gonna be So let's go bishop takes pawn. Let's sell that one off for
Okay, so bishop takes it now. I really want my knight to come here, so I'm thinking about taking with the king now. Okay, I'm going to take with the king.
Okay, now you take the rook.
And now, if knight comes here, you
The
always
queen
have
will
this
go
one.
queen c3, and the queen is going to do the heavy defensive lifting.
And this is okay for, well, it's winning for white, right?
It is winning, yeah. But yeah, you have to calculate that.
It's a bit scary. So, okay, so will Max find that? And just to very quickly show you the other point of this is if queen comes and takes this, you now consolidate your queen side just by going here. And this is a very nice defensive and attacking piece because it defends b2 and it attacks towards your opponent's king and you're a pawn up. This should be quite safe. So it's all about if Max finds that move. If he plays that move, and it's the only move. Every other move looks very dangerous for Max. So we'll come back and we'll see if he finds it. We hope he finds it because he'll be in a very good position then.
Yeah, so if he finds it, then he's going to be doing well. If he doesn't, then black gets counterplay with d5. Let's go to Jordan against Anish next, because that encounter has also kept us entertained. So when we left it at this position.
Yeah.
And knight a2, knight b4, with us ideas of going knight into d5, keeping control over the queen side. Oh, has it really kept us entertained? Hello, for at least 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, it's opposite side castling. I mean,
yes, exactly.
You know, after the next move, well, it's nearly always interesting when you get kings on opposite sides because, again, it's that attack, like the game we had with Max. Max's opponent played this very aggressive idea, going straight for the attack. Now, Jordan continues his plan. So the knight comes here. b5, so ignoring the plan. And Anish is really trying to accelerate over here. The knight continues its journey. The queen steps out of the way of knight takes a6 and a potential knight d5. But Jordan gets one of the knights into that square, and this has been his positional plan all along. Now, the move that slightly surprises me, not the next move, knight takes knight. I assumed that Jordan's plan was to just play knight takes and keep that square for a piece. And we even said that taking with a pawn is generally a mistake, but there's a real reason why Jordan now takes with a pawn. He could take the knight. I think it's equally as good, but the big reason he's done this is the c6 square. So this is another idea. He wants that square for his knight. The bishop has to move. It finds a nice diagonal. And now, if you move the knight into c6 immediately, you might even have to watch out for knight to b8, which is a strange move, but this is the problem piece, so I'm going to exchange it off. And if I get rid of that piece, there's big issues. So he didn't play this because knight b8 would have been a good move. So he went rook g1.
Oh, it's getting ready to chase.
Really heating up now. And you can see why this pawn is a bit of a weakness. You want this back somewhere like here now, because g4 is going to open lines. So we had now the knight coming to b8, stopping this plan. g4, here it comes. Very exciting. We have an exchange on g4. The bishop has to go. It goes to g6. And I'm amazed at the next move. I mean, what would you play here? Come on, what would everyone play here? I mean, let's. You're white here. You're Jordan. You're playing against the niche. You're trying to take him down. Kill, kill, kill. h4. I mean, h4 has been suggested. h4 looks like the way to go, right? Because if bishop takes, we go rook h1, and we try to kill on the h file. And we don't bother defending. We just go h4, h5, attack. But he didn't play h4, which I'm really surprised
He
about.
was probably worried about a5, right?
Well, let's have a look.
In his defense, like...
What if I play... Let's keep going, h5. Off we go.
You move the bishop. Let's go forward.
In we go. And I don't care about the knight. Checkmate ends the game. I'm going to regret saying that. Because there's no checkmate anywhere. Okay, well then, if I move the knight, I agree that black's... yeah, this is very complicated. But what if I now... Can I play bishop d3?
Yeah, bishop d3. Crazy, crazy position. Okay, so if you go pawn takes knight... What about h6?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That was my first thought.
But you're giving up a knight, so I think...
Yeah, let's have a look.
Let's have a look. Pawn takes knight.
Take here.
You don't care. Oh,
No,
Simon, what are you doing to our audience?
They're going the right way now. They're starting to understand. Just forget about the evaluation bar and checkmate. Yeah, I mean, this is only one check. Let's keep going a little bit further. We go in with a check, and now the king goes here. And I don't, this bishop is so strong. We can try to exchange it off, but it is a whole piece. We can't get our queen in as the key problem, right? If we could get the queen in somewhere, bishop d3, bishop g5, but I don't even know if you're threatening to take this now. And
well,
also,
as rook takes c2.
Yeah, this is counter-attack as well. Like, yeah. No, it's a nice idea. And
it definitely is scary.
Very good idea. And if you're in a game situation, h6 would be the first move you have to calculate, because if it works, it wins. So it's the right idea. That's I like it. That's how you do it. What lose all your pieces? No, I like it. Attack, all in. But I quite like this bishop d3, because if I can get this diagonal, it's a monstrous diagonal. Okay, you can take my knight.
Take the bishop.
I take the bishop, and
take
now.
The pawn.
Okay, but I think my king is quite safe now.
Yeah, you're going to use it as a shield, right? So you're going to go now h6.
I'm even thinking about trying to get the queen here, right? That looks... Okay, I like this. Queen f2, and let's try to come in.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to kill you. That's what I'm trying to do.
That's not very kind, Simon.
You're not supposed to be kind in chess. I mean, it's scary, right? This is scary.
This is very
stuff.
Scary. I don't even know how to handle that. Probably.
It's very easy for me to suggest these lines with the evaluation bar. To actually play these lines.
No. But I mean,
it is a different kettle of fish.
Exactly, because as white, you're like, okay, pawn takes b2.
Oh, yeah.
But then the queen will lift up to f5, and then
game over. Yeah, there's nothing that can be done when the queen gets there. So it's we could have a look at that. I really like h4 though, and the crowd has found it. Maybe they'll be in the top event next year. And a5 is the only move I can see. What if you go? Can you go bishop here? Is that better?
Yeah.
Because this way I can't go bishop d3 because of this. But now we keep going. g5.
This is
queen. Well, we could move the queen, but we got to be a bit careful of the knight. And I think getting the pawn to g6 looks so tempting, right?
You can't sound the retreat here. You have to.
We've got to keep going.
Okay, take the knight.
Take the knight, and of course we play g6. And we're getting our piece back with a big attack again. And maybe now there's some crazy ideas of something going to h6. This is very, very dangerous. Yeah. Very dangerous. And was this an opportunity that Jordan missed, maybe?
Maybe, but I can understand the need as well to kind of keep control.
Yeah.
So Jordan didn't play that. He played bishop to d3, which...
It looks very sensible as well.
It does look very sensible, and I'm sure white still has an advantage, but let's have a look at how the game progressed.
Okay, so
queen takes d3.
Yeah. And now a5, so less dangerous for black now, and this knight doesn't have a great square. It has to come back. If you come forwards, you lose a pawn, and it's a pity to put your knight back there. Anish keeps coming forwards, b4.
Yeah, you got to lock the position down, right?
a4 and boo. The next move is a good move, but I just don't want to see it. I want to keep.
Well, as black, you're terrified. h4, g5, h5 is incoming.
It is, and there's now white's quite safe over here, I think, right? Because you can go knight here. There's no obvious way to. I'd love to play rook c3, but knight takes c3. This is the kind of idea. It doesn't actually. I can take with a pawn as well, can't I? Because of queen b5.
Yep.
Okay, so that doesn't work. It's the kind of move you keep an eye open for. But yeah, Queen A6 was played, and this is like, oh no, the queens are coming off. Which is the right move to play from Anisha's point of view, because it is getting scary with this idea. So let's keep going. Queen takes, knight takes A6. And now this knight is doing nothing, so it starts to come back into the game. A5 is a potential issue for black, so Jordan brings the force on that pawn, and now Anisha's knight does a similar idea. It can't really come in here, because when you take it with something, you're going to get this passed pawn after pawn takes. So it starts to reroute knight b8, and this is where we're at the moment. And what do we reckon, Ivanka, here?
I like white, but I mean, has white's attack been extinguished? Because I'm thinking, is it too much to go for moves like h4? And I work with me, Simon.
Yeah,
because I'm thinking that if you take it,
I like h4.
G5.
Let's go. Take it, G5, trapping that bishop.
Yeah.
Getting ready to. Yeah, I don't think you can take it. I like h4. Better late than never, right?
Yeah. Well, actually, in this type of position, I guess you have to take space.
Yep. And you're trying to. I don't know what we're trying.
We're not trying to checkmate. We're on a mission to get space.
And then something like this knight, well, Nish clearly wanted to move it to d7.
Yeah, so he's going to put it
here.
there, and now we've gained the space. I mean, how far do we go?
And now it's starting. I mean, again, we've talked about.
Oh, I see. You want to put your knight on b6?
Probably. I mean, I talked about this c4 square, and if I can get it here, imagine how strong that knight is there. I might even try e5 and not e5, e4, and knight e5. It looks like in the balance this at the moment.
And if I go g5, I mean, how ridiculous is that? Maybe you go g6 or something.
Yeah, I really kind of want to play this, but it looks. I do give you this
square. Hang on a second. You can come in with your rook to c4.
Rook c4. Okay.
I don't like that. Okay, so yeah, it's actually not easy. You can't really go h4 because perhaps that's too many weak squares.
Well, you could. I mean, the knight is doing a pretty decent job, but if you're stuck for a plan in the middle game, one bit of advice that I give is, okay, look at pawn breaks. We've looked at the sort of pawn break with h4. It's a good idea. Next thing you can do is look at your pieces. How do you improve your pieces? Now, the rooks, can they do anything more? Not really. They're doing okay. I can't see how they can gain. I mean, you could put it on the half-open file, but I don't think it does much. The bishop, is the bishop going anywhere? Well, I can't see anywhere great for the bishop. What about the knight? And if we could move it off the board, and you could put it on any square on the board, where would you put it? And what would be the best square for that knight, ideally? And I'm thinking e4 is quite nice. It's a nice central square. It attacks d6, which is a backwards pawn. I maybe even go g5 and knight f6 and even go for mate. So this, to my eyes, looks good. And then a little tactic you can use is that's the ideal square where you can draw a route to where that piece is. And then you can be like, okay, so that's how I maneuver it there. So knight d2 with knight e4 is another way.
I like it.
Another idea that you could go for. I mean, it's a pity because it was putting a bit of pressure
but
on
also
a5.
rook c4 was really annoying.
It was, yeah.
So I like that. And then if knight d7, knight e4, at least.
Yeah, and I'm threatening to win a pawn, and you have to defend that pawn. And my knight, I think, you still got rook c4 hanging, which is frustrating.
But you can cover it, right? So if you go bishop e7.
Bishop e7, defending that weakness.
Yeah. I was wondering whether you should take time out and go b3, or is that?
b3 is okay, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, I weaken the square, but it's not a big problem.
Yeah, I just wanted to stop a rook getting to c4.
Yeah. And now
maybe
we
you
definitely start pushing these,
right? Or you could also alternatively do that with like g5. instead of b3.
G5 is much more aggressive because you might have this idea.
That was the plan. So if he goes rook c4, then the plan is to go rook g4.
And again,
I'm putting myself in a pin.
But I like it. I mean, it's either good. It's one of those ones that's, you know,
Either is a good
it
idea.
works or it doesn't work.
Exactly.
It's like there's no.
But
two
you
ways.
are. I mean, I
guess
you
we
are
go
breaking the rules.
Yeah.
Because you shouldn't really self-pin.
Yeah. It's another idea though, that maneuver. So that's a little thing you can do to try and improve your pieces. If you're stuck for a plan, look at the pawn breaks, look at your pieces. You can even think, if I remove them from the board, what square is best? E4, nice central square, and then you start maneuvering there if you have time to do so. But at the moment, even though the queens have come off, it's very exciting. I think we should have a little vote now. We had a vote earlier of who the audience think is going to win this game, or if it's going to be a draw. So have a think about not who you want to win, but who you think will win, or if it's going to be a draw.
Okay.
Yeah.
So all those who think that Anish is going to take over the initiative and win, say yeah now. Oh, silence.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
No one thinks Anish is going to win with black.
Oh, hang on a second. Hello. We got a supporter.
Okay.
They think it's going to be a draw. Okay, so
Okay,
how
what-
many people think it's going to be a draw?
Yeah,
Okay,
okay.
everyone thinks a draw. Well, most people. And what
Yeah.
about those people who think that Jordan is going to win?
Yeah. Okay. We have a bit of yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's Jordan. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we have it there. Our audience think it's going to be a draw. If
Yep.
not,
a Jordan win.
Jordan win.
And you can see at the moment the evaluation bar is saying it's even, but as we demonstrated, there's loads of play left in this position. Loads of play. It's not a dull draw by any means at all.
Okay, and I'm going to move us to another game. But before I do, I'm going to ask the question, what do you guys think about castling? Is it overrated?
I think you should ask Pragg that question after his first round.
Well,
yeah.
Yeah.
I think he would say get
What do you
castled.
think? What do you think, Simon? Overrated concept?
Well, I'm quite famous at not castling as much as I should do, and it's given me very good results and terrible results.
Okay.
And I still don't know how to castle in 960. I'll admit to it. I really struggle.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of castling. I do it whenever I can. And if I don't ever do it, I'll find myself castling by hand with like some funny way. And what about our audience? What do you think? Castling overrated? No. Everyone respects getting the king to safety. I agree with that. But I tell you who hasn't respected it today.
No.
Vincent Keymer.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at this game against Matthias Bluebaum. Because when we left it, it was like this.
Yep.
Like this. Now, can you just give us a glimpse of the future? Because see what the...
Yeah, it's in the bottom right, the current board. We can see the how we got there. And well, we can go through the game reasonably quickly. There was no exchange of queens, which, again, I think leads to quite excitement. This F4 is cementing the knight there. And, you have ideas of F5. And now the knight comes trying to pressurize the weakness and maybe exchange off the strong knight or kick it away with some F6. F5 happened. It's really heating up this game now. Knight has to be removed. That white knight was just too strong and there was a big threat there, so you have to take it. The bishop comes in. Black's bishop has to move. It doesn't have a good square now. And you want knight d7, so the bishop goes back to its starting point, but that is not ideal, moving your bishop all the way home and undeveloping. White just plays a little move to counteract a bishop g5 and to just stabilize the ship. The knight comes out, another idea, another reason that bishop moved. h3, whoa, is he thinking of doing this kind of stuff? h3 is, to my eyes, strange, because I don't see the reason behind it. What is the reason behind this move? Normally, we can't always find the moves of the top players. That's why we're sitting here. Well, me. I mean, I'd love to be up there, but I'm too rubbish. And But when they play the move, it's often like, yeah, very clever, I see it. But I don't see the idea behind this. Because if you want to go g4, you can play it anyway, right? So why h3?
I think he's making a square for this bishop to retreat.
He wants to go bishop h2? Okay.
Well, or maybe he's just provoking bishop h4.
Okay. Okay.
Well,
I don't quite get it. Something to ask Vincent afterwards. The check came in, so he did provoke it. And now, wow, king d2. Whoa. Whoa. I assumed he... Oh, no, he can't. Can he go g3 or... What?
hang on. Bishop takes g3.
Yeah.
So maybe h3 was just a bad move.
I mean, I want my pawn on h2 here. You know, I don't want it on h3 because g3, bishop takes here, rook takes e3,
and that's goodbye.
So why h? I still don't understand this move. I'll be honest. This is a good check, and Vincent has to move his king. I mean, maybe this is his plan all along. Maybe he thought, okay, I'm going to now go a bit crazy like Arjun. Yeah,
after all, you know, there is always the possibility of going queen takes queen and going to an endgame, in which case the king on d2 is excellent.
Well, you say that, Ivanka.
And then queen goes
Not
to d8.
anymore. The queen stays on the board because black's thinking, well, your king's in the middle. I want to keep the queens on the board, right? So I don't want to allow exchange of queens. And also, I've got ways to break through your barricade, I think, with this one. And I've got this knight maybe coming in. Maybe c5. Because when the king is so exposed, you want to open up the lines. So look at those pawn breaks. c5, even if I lose a pawn. All of these things are in the air.
Completely agree, is danger.
It is danger. Okay, the bishop comes to e7, so if it comes to that square, I guess h4 and this exchange doesn't help. Rook c1, so probably working against c5. And there is a threat here. There is a threat. This is a common trick. Let's say, okay, another one for the audience. Let's say I play a really bad move here. Let's say I go king h8. What can white now play? What was the point behind... Well done. Knight takes pawn immediately.
They didn't even blink, Simon.
Not even any hesitation there.
No.
And this is actually a common trick in this opening because of bishop c7. And don't find good moves, Tom. Okay, so you can get out of it by playing bishop b4, but luckily it still worked out well for me, and it was more luck than skill, I have to say, because, yeah, my two bishops are very good. So there is a threat with that move, which obviously Mateus is going to see, and he moved his knight out of the way so that his queen. So he has this current position, and again, just looking at the bar tells us the computer very much is in black's favor. Very unconventional play from white. I mean, I was liking what he was doing all the way up to h3 because I thought this pawn here is very clever because it cramps.
Well, hang on a second. You know, do you have to support that pawn on f5? Because with knight b6, knight c4 is in the air.
Certainly an idea. With the point that we can take this pawn later. I mean, g4 looks natural anyway, right?
Right, but I mean,
so
also
very natural.
I'm just thinking, isn't c5 also now a possibility as well? So if you go g4, just to kind of deal with this idea of knight c4.
Yes.
What about c5?
c5.
Break it open.
Yeah.
And d takes c5. Otherwise, black is going to go c4.
Yeah.
And now bishop takes.
This is looking very scary for that king.
Completely agree. Like there's going to be bishop takes e3 as well, and the king is going to go on.
Look, knight c4. Boom.
Oh my God.
Bishop takes, pawn takes, check, winning the queen.
And can you do like run?
I'm gonna.
Yeah, go for it. Run.
I'm gonna. I mean.
The bishop takes pawn.
Yeah, might just be a free pawn for black. This is. I can understand why the evaluation bar likes black because. There's danger here. There's a lot of danger. c5, as Ivanka said, and knight c4. Both of these moves that you pointed out are scary.
Yeah.
Scary
okay, so what
moves.
about if you deal with the knight c4 business? How?
I mean, can we go king c2 now?
You're
and
still
try to run?
knight c4.
Still knight c4. Sorry?
Knight e2. We have a suggestion, knight e2.
Knight e2 in this position?
Yeah, okay, so
Okay.
no knight c4, okay, and it also deals with the c5, but
So the clever idea an audience member suggested is after knight e2, one of the big ideas was knight c4, and if black now plays knight c4, we don't have to take with a bishop. We might still have it, but we could have this as a possibility. Now, I don't, again, know if it works, but we have to have a look because of the weaknesses here.
okay, pawn takes rook.
Pawn takes, bishop takes, and it is an exchange, though, and maybe black can play the boring rook f8 here.
I don't want to be
Oh,
boring.
look at it, it's creeping.
I mean, what happens if you just give it back?
Okay, you want to give it back, right? How are we giving it back here? Oh, we got queen a5, and we take it that way. That's the problem.
Okay,
Oh, wow.
no giving back.
Check, take, and we just win it back.
Yep.
Yes, and we're exchange up. So that doesn't. This is really hard for white to play, right? I mean, black's plan is very simple: c5 and knight c4. What does white do here? What's the time situation?
Oh,
Vincent
wait,
has played a move. He's played g4.
Okay.
So he's gone for g4. At least now f5 is guarded.
And now we were looking at the direct c5.
c5, very direct, very natural. You're trying to get to the king. You're trying to open up the lines, exposing the king. And c5 here, well, I think white, as we said, white's move is pretty much forced. I mean, you could try bishop b5, but I just don't have any faith in that move at all. Let's take it. So we'll show this line again. And now just simple chess.
What's he played?
Has he gone c5? He must have gone c5.
No, he hasn't.
He hasn't played c5. Why not?
No, he hasn't made a move.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. He just, he just looked like he had. Sorry about that, guys.
Get me excited. Eh? He hasn't played anything. Tricking me into getting all excited. I mean, this position here is quite likely. Okay, I'm going to try to just hold it. Rook e1. I don't want to give up a pawn because I'm going to be. And then I want to.
Bishop d7. Can I do that? Just develop.
Bishop d7. Okay, run. Get into my hole. Get into your hole, king, and stay in your hole. That's where you belong, in the corner hole.
In the cave.
I mean, you can even start throwing this.
Yeah, let's go. A5.
A5, run.
A4.
A4, run somewhere. I don't like
A3.
it. Stop attacking me. It's not friendly. I have to go B3. And I'm not getting mated anymore.
Well, that's the good news.
That is the good news.
However,
what are you going to do? Don't do something nasty.
I was thinking.
You're going to go knight c4.
No, I was thinking bishop b4, like set up a pin.
Okay. This is horrible for white. White, I mean, the only thing I can try to do to get counterplay is g5, but I can't even do that here because you just take it. And as Ivanchuk very rightly pointed out, the pressure on this pin is mounting, and you probably have some knight sacrifice at some point here. I would not be surprised. This is
Queen
very
F6
dangerous.
is in the air as well.
Oh, Queen F6, yeah.
That was
Look at that B2 square as
I
well.
know.
It's horrible, horrible, horrible. Okay, well, he's got to go c5. I mean, there are other options, but why wouldn't you open up the position?
Either you're going to go c5 now, or you're going to do c5 later. And if you go bishop d7, c5, yada yada yada. Yeah.
Is that from the Sopranos, or?
Is it?
I don't know.
I don't know. I
No,
just
okay.
said it.
No, I was just wondering.
I think this was from Yoviland. Sorry.
Okay, even better. Okay, but we expect c5. But yeah, you can go bishop d7 first because obviously you just got to play c5 at some point.
That's coming sooner or
You gotta
later.
Yeah, that's right. So.
Oh well, it's reaching a critical turning point in some of the games. We are going to go on a short break. But when we return, we're of course going to be exploring the fireworks that we have ahead of us. But during that break, well, Fiona yesterday caught up with both Yazkhan Erdogmus and Aravindh, and they analysed their absolutely wild game. So have a listen and see you in a few minutes.
So I'm here with Yais and with Aravindh, and you guys just played a really, really fascinating game. We're going to take a look at it in a moment. You were already discussing what happened. Maybe just before we jump into the game with the iPad, give me your assessment after the game finished. What were your thoughts? What did you think had just happened?
So yeah, first of all, it was a crazy game, and I'll start with knight bd7.
Yeah.
So I've been using this on online games or faster time controls, but playing this in a classical game, it was a bit risky. But yeah, you might have seen it in the game.
Were you expecting it, knight bd7?
No.
Had you seen that he had played it?
I mean, I was checking his games and I saw knight d7, but it was like some Title Tuesday game or Blitz game. I mean, I thought he will not play this obviously in a classical game, and I was so surprised when he played knight d7. Yeah.
So let's take it away. I'll just hand it over to you guys.
Actually, I was well prepared. I know, he played all the best moves, to be honest. So.
I was wondering actually how far your preparation was reaching.
I was wondering if he's using engine or not.
It must be very frustrating if you think he is surprised, but still he's making all the best moves, right?
Yeah, I didn't realize that I was making the best moves.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Okay, we can show the games.
Yeah.
It's h4. Yeah. So I mean, both we played engine here, so maybe can skip it. I mean, you know this line better. I mean, if you want to say something.
I mean, I think what you played is the best. But there are a lot of variations, but this is the only line I checked, but he played everything, to be honest.
Yeah, I just played the natural moves. I was also thinking f3 here, but then I thought maybe you have some, I mean, e5, knight b3, some knight g4 stuff.
Yeah, put pressure on the h4 pawn, yes.
Yeah. So, okay, I wanted to play queen e2.
Yeah.
So, okay.
So he played f4, f4 is the best move,
yeah. Takes, b4, knight d5.
So
b6.
I was prepared till queen b6. My preparation was ends here, with knight d3 and bishop into e4. After bishop e4, the trick is knight into e4, knight e6.
Yeah, you can show.
Knight d3, bishop e4. So the point is after takes knight e6, black has queen b7 and knight g3, wins the game.
Yeah.
So, but c3 was new to me, and I could not find a clear refutation.
Yeah, but you find the best move, yeah.
Yeah, knight e4.
Yeah, I was calculating this interesting line.
Knight e6 was interesting, yeah.
Yeah,
go back.
knight c5 and knight d5.
I was thinking queen b5.
Yeah, okay, c3, knight d3. I actually missed this because I was looking for this queen c6 and knight f6. I mean, this one.
Yeah, probably this is the best. Yeah, I was.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't sure which one was the best. I was deciding between knight d3 and queen c6.
This is, I mean, looks comfortable for white. I go b3.
So it was hard to evaluate during the game.
Yeah. And I was in time travel, so yeah. I wanted to play the most solid move, knight c2. Yeah. Okay, knight c5. I mean, I think the knight d5 is the only move to get advantage, and probably you missed this.
Yeah, I missed. As I said, I missed queen b5, c4.
Yeah. Yeah, queen b5. I have c4 here.
Yeah,
and I was thinking bishop d5, but okay, he played queen a5. I saw also this one, bishop c5. Yeah, bishop d5, rook c5, and knight c5. Yeah, here I was thinking knight b4, but yeah, okay. He has bishop g7, and I don't have nothing. Yeah. Okay, I have to play rook h7 or rook h8 here, but I was in very big time trouble, and I mean, I wanted to go for the most solid line with b4. Okay, I thought I can't lose this, but I also couldn't get any advantage.
Actually, let me just ask you an in-between question. We have a new time control this year without increment before move 40. How do you guys like it so far? We're only 2 rounds in, but how do you like the challenge?
I didn't like it because, yeah, because I mean, I was very close to win this game, but because of the time trouble, I just went for the most solid line, so I couldn't win the game. So I'm not happy from this time control.
And you're
maybe I like this for this particular game, but
yeah, me too. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I mean, he defends very well. Yeah. Okay, f3.
Yeah, I think the end game should be equal, I guess.
Yeah. Here, but I mean, I should play f5 here. I don't know. I just went for this line, but I mean, this is also draw, but Yeah, maybe f5. I can still put some pressure.
So bishop e5.
Yeah, but I was also taking bishop e5. Takes. And okay, we are.
Rook g4.
Yeah, rook f8, rook g4, but b5. And okay, I will also take the time here, so maybe I should go for this, but I didn't do in the game. Yeah, I went for this line, but yeah, there's just nothing, I guess. But you can also go d4. No, I think I'm trying to make draw. Okay, I can take this.
Knight d5 and rook of 3, like I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Rook of 3.
Yeah, this is also draw probably. I mean, you can go for this, but I don't think so. You want to do this. Okay, 7. Yeah. Okay, the critical moment was, I guess, rook h7 here.
Yeah, maybe if we had time, like, would have definitely.
Yeah. I would have won this game, but yeah, because of the time control. Okay, what's my idea?
Just that, like, my pieces are dominated, I guess. Like
Yeah. Okay, preventing also bishop g7, and because if you go bishop g7, king f8, now I mean you have advantage. Yeah. Okay, this looks winning.
So, like, where was my mistake? And
yeah, your mistake was
queen.
This one.
I don't know. I somehow thought queen a5, but queen c7 I did not like.
Yeah,
it.
queen a5. What I was thinking was rook h8. I was thinking this.
Yeah, I wasn't sure after rook h8.
Yeah, this is I think very bad end game, right?
Yeah,
takes rook h8, and then I want to go bishop f1 also. Yeah. Yeah, okay, rook h7 was the critical point, I guess. Yeah, but I didn't play because of the time. Yeah.
How do you feel now that you have seen the evaluation? I can take the iPad off you if you want. A little disappointed maybe, but still, I mean, it was such a fun game to play in some way, I imagine.
Yeah, this evaluation made me sad actually. Yes. But it was a good game. I learned something, and yeah, okay. I will focus on the rest of the tournament.
And let me just ask you, it's your first time here. What are your first impressions of Erigaisi and the tournament?
Yeah, it's very good to play here. I will play against a lot of strong players and a lot of strong games. Yeah, and I like the place. It's very quiet. Yeah, I'm very happy.
That's really nice to hear, and well, we're looking forward to seeing all your games. Aravindh, I was just thinking, and I'm blanking. Have you played here before?
Like, actually, this is my first time to Netherlands, so like.
Really? Okay, so let me ask you the same thing. What are your first impressions of the tournament?
I mean, like, it's my dream. You know, like, this is the only tournament. I mean, this is the only tournament I always wanted to be part of it, and I'm like living in my dream, so I'm so happy about it.
Well, that's so great to hear, and we're very excited to have you both of you always treating us to so many fun and crazy, exciting games, and we look forward to seeing more. Thank you so much to both of you, and good luck.
Thank you.
We are back and we're reaching that time where tick-tock goes the clock. We're reaching time pressure scenario. We saw Vincent Keymer just before the break. He's in trouble against Matthias Bluebaum. But let's do a little bit of a status update on all of the other games in progress. We've already had one draw between Yavokir Sindarov and Vladimir Fedoseev, but all of the other games are very much in action.
They are, yeah. You can see down the bottom there the evaluation bars and the games in progress, and it looks like, well, Vincent is in the most danger. You can see the black bar there in Bluebaum's favour. Pretty even the other ones. It does seem like that game between Jordan and Anish has gone the way, well, Ivanchuk suggested this G5 move. And
you suggested knight to E4.
I did, yeah. It's
yes.
quite worrying when they're playing our moves, I feel. Not sure that's a good sign, necessarily. But we'll, of course, come to that game. And again, looking at the other ones, look at Bluebaum did play that C5 move. And that really did look like a powerful move. Hans Niemann. We can see his opponent played that clever bishop coming around to the center of the board, so he found that good idea in the Caro-Kann, Ivanchuk's favorite opening. Yeah, so a lot going on even. It's very, very exciting. Where do you want to go now? Where should we go? Anywhere? Or
yeah, I think we can also do a status update on the challenges as well. If we can have all of the boards in progress, maybe we can just quickly take a glance at the game between Liu Maoyi against Andy Woodward.
Sure, and we can see there good news for the Dutch fans, as in Max did find bishop takes b4, so at least that's good news in that game. And Alina is still fighting on there, not much change. And I'm just looking where Erwin is. Can we see Erwin there? Oh, there he is on the left-hand side. And his position is a little bit worse, but not terrible. Okay, so you wanted to go to the leader of that competition.
She's the only player on 100%. Let's check in on how she is doing against Andy Woodward.
And this is the current position. And
she's a very exciting player, by the way. She, just 15 years old, same age as Andy. And recently, playing in the Chinese league, she completely smashed her Hou Yifan.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Hou Yifan, although no longer a full-time chess player, she's still very much involved in the game.
Definitely. I mean, that's a great result. Clearly underrated at only what's the rating?
24-31.
That'd be a horrible pairing to have that. I mean, there's so many underrated players now, it seems. But the position here is my first thought is I like her position a lot. I mean, again, it's to do with maybe personal preference. I love attacking, and White is attacking here. This bishop, we've talked about it, combined with the pawn in a lot of e4 openings. I guess this was an e4 opening, is extremely strong. The knight has potential to jump into the attack, and you have ideas, maybe, not now because of queen c5 check, but at some point, if you could zoom that one up there at the right moment, that would do a great deal of good. I suppose, on the other hand, Andy is thinking about playing queen g5. Black would love to exchange the queens off. When you're getting attacked, if you can get the queens off, you take away a lot of the pressure there. We can also see, I think the bottom right-hand board is an update on, which game is that? I was thinking it's in the Masters section.
That's an update on Nordibek.
Nordibek, just so we can see that one as well, because we haven't looked at Nordibek's game for a long time.
Okay, so this one, it looks like Liu Maoyi, she is pressing Andy Woodward. Andy Woodward having, sensational 2025. Finishing, I think, top 10 in the FIDE Grand Swiss, almost qualifying for candidate spots. He defeated some big names. So we'll definitely be following this game and find out exactly how the two players continue. Let's go back to the Masters. Let's go and check in on Nordibek against who has the black pieces against Aravindh, and let's kind of revisit the spot where we left it, because we left it on a bit of a bet, didn't we?
We did.
And may I remind everyone that, okay, here I'm just being smug, but I feel like I have to.
Yep.
So we asked the crowd, and Simon did influence the crowd by saying that if you're boring, you'd play queen takes bishop. And if you were up for an exciting life, pawn takes bishop. And everyone goes, no, I don't want to be boring. So quite a few people voted pawn takes bishop.
They did, yeah, including
and
me. Yeah.
some voted queen takes bishop.
Yep.
And we were vindicated, Simon.
You were, yeah. Queen takes bishop was played, so well done, Ivanka.
But whether this is a good choice or not remains to be seen.
I mean, it can't be a terrible choice, can it? And it's also hinting at that F5 move at some point, which we like the look of, so you can still go attacking against F2 with that idea. And quite a lot of moves have been played, so we'll go through the next 10 moves quite quick so we can get up to date. I think it's very sensible to get rid of black's bishop, so this exchange occurred now. It's very symmetrical. Black gains more space on the queen side with A4, and now white counters by threatening D5. Black had to step with one of his pieces away from that idea, so the queen gets active. And now we have an exchange on E5, but with white now putting the knight into the center of the board, and this is all very normal moves. Put the rook on the half-open file, improve your pieces. The queen offers an exchange, and here, wow, the rook zooms up. So black is trying to get the rook in the game in quite a novel way by bringing it up and around. And F4 forces the queens off because the knight no longer can keep guarding that one. So the queens do come off. The knight jumps in. So attacking F4 has to be defended. And now the rook goes back one square, because the square that rook now wants, I think, is B6. It couldn't go to B5 because the knight covers it. A couple more moves. Rook D1. The knight is so annoying. You've got to get rid of it. So it does go back. More ideas against that pawn. The pawn has to do something. So it goes forwards. And now this rook's a little bit loose. So black moves his king, getting ready for the ending, and just guards the rook there. And this is where we are currently at the moment after king F8. Pretty even. I mean, white has the space advantage because of this pawn in the middle of the board, but black doesn't have any real weaknesses here. And it's very useful having a pawn on A4, because you can, as we saw, black's maneuvering behind that pawn. The rooks come in behind it, and it stops stuff like B4, because you can take on, pass on, cementing the knight there. So
like, you feel like in a knight and pawn endgame, that pawn on A4 would be a real thorn in white's side.
Yeah.
But, you know, as you mentioned, of course, the rooks are all on the board, so absolutely everything to play for. So as white, I was thinking, because I like cheap tricks. It's not really a cheap trick. It's more like a cheap threat, like knight to B5.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's let's create some threats in the position. And
yes.
I mean, the other thing I think white generally wants to do here, white would love to somehow go pawn takes and force a black pawn to be isolated there. But the problem with that is that black can exchange here and misplace the knight, and you get that knight ending. So maybe we can just quickly show it very quickly.
Okay, let's show that one. Pawn takes D6.
Because Ivanka mentioned knight endings might be good for black. So let's show what could happen if you go into a knight ending. This one, of course, is a bit different because the pawn has gone there. But Ivanka was pointing out these ideas of the knight coming in. And this is still even, but a lot of the tension has gone. And maybe white be a little bit scared here of this knight B3 idea. So the way that Ivanka wanted to play was this one. And that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, because if you actually defend the C7 pawn with the rook on E8, then the idea comes into play. Oh, hang on here. Hang on, is there some... There's a funny business, No.
I don't know, maybe...
I'm falling for your traps.
I don't know. Can you take there or not? I'm just wondering if this is still playable because that pawn is very close to queen. Let's have a look.
No, I don't think it is because if rook takes rook.
And now I'm a rook down, but
Yeah.
big threat. And
So you go rook e8.
So rook e8 stops that pawn, but I'm bringing this one in.
And then rook a8.
And you're covering.
No, but it gets a bit
everything.
murky. I was going to say mucky there, but that's the wrong word.
Because I can take and I can go.
Knight to.
This one's quite cute, isn't it? Let's go there. Knight a7. On the other hand, black always has this knight d3, and a lot of things are getting exchanged off. So, or you just bring the king. Yeah, you're going to have to lose your rook back because this is happening next move.
But this knight and pawn endgame is complicated, and I
Very
feel like
complicated, yeah.
black is the one that's going to be coordinated with their pieces.
Yeah.
So I don't think I would touch that one just yet. But it is a possibility, right? So if you go rook e7,
Yeah.
say you protect the rook, because I want to play pawn takes pawn.
Yeah, so we just go for the same idea. King f2, trying to go pawn takes d6.
And now if you take on e5, now we go rook to d8.
Yeah.
Check. So these cheap threats, I like it. Rook takes rook.
And then we grab it.
Yes.
And now we've got a lovely choice of moves.
Exactly.
You've either got this one or this one. Which piece do you want?
I think knight takes e7. I'm lazy.
Yeah, the easiest option. So knight b5 keeps a little bit of pressure, doesn't it, here?
Yeah.
And, I mean, how else do I defend this? The only other way is going...
Rook c6.
Rook c6.
And now... What about if you kind of protect the rook?
King f2, very sensible. Again, I want to take on d6, but now you can take here, right? Now I can take on e5. And I think it's white who's going to have a weak pawn because let's say you take back. This is not good anymore because it can't be protected. It's quite far advanced, but it's being hit by black's pieces.
Yeah.
This would be a little bit better for...
And then you go knight e6 in that type of position. You know, you blockade that pawn.
Definitely.
And then you...
Yeah. So it's roughly even. I think we go to another one, but...
Yeah, roughly even, but still there's some like danger beneath the surface, you know.
Yeah, definitely.
White always has to be careful about d takes e5.
Yeah.
And black has to be careful about e takes d6.
That's right. E takes d6 as an option.
Okay, I'm also really tempted to revisit Vincent against Matthias, but that's actually going exactly the same way that we had planned. So
what about let's go to the all Indian
yeah, let's head there.
And the last time we had a look was with white playing bishop f1. Now the computer was slightly preferring black, which I didn't personally understand. Sometimes the computer has weird thoughts, but they're obviously nearly always right. It's hard to work out why black is a little bit better here in my eyes. I can't really see it, but it's just a very unbalanced, interesting position. White played this super aggressive g4 idea, trying to come up the board and attack like that. Black now played queen to d7, and that one little move has changed the evaluation in white's favor. Now the queen finds a better square, and I guess, you know, I'm always looking at the black king here. This is where I'm looking. I generally look that way always anyway, but it kind of makes sense to try to get the queen where the action could happen, and you connect the rooks here. So obviously a good move. The bishop comes back to d6. We talked about this idea, trying to get the f4 square. Very balanced, very exciting. Queen f2, there comes the queen. You might even now hint at playing f4.
Yeah, and that's
wow.
a wall of pawns.
The four horsemen of the apocalypse are coming. And queen c7 stops that idea, takes control of f4. White gets his rook lined up against the queen, just getting ready. If anything opens up, he'll be happy. I still like white here. I mean, I like having central pawns. That's probably what it is. You can often build an attack when you have the center. Queen b8, so getting out of the line of the rook in case things do open.
And also getting ready to maybe go b4 and a5 and, you know, start advancing on that side of the board.
Yep.
Obviously, that needs a lot of preparation.
Sure, yeah, but an idea. You want to use your pawn majority, right?
Yeah.
I mean, where's White's pawn majority? White's pawn majority is in the center, so White's looking at using where he's strongest, and Black should be looking at using his pawn majority. Another reason I prefer White is that it's very hard to use this because c4 is always now such a target. But let's keep going.
Yeah.
White brings his pieces around to the king side. f4 again at some point might be an idea.
Yeah, bishop g2, f4,
Definitely.
incoming.
And someone in the crowd mentioned d5 earlier, and we might be getting nearer making that possible. Knight to f4. So this was indeed a key idea. And it makes sense to get rid of that knight because it looks so strong. So knight takes f4 played, but maybe not the right move. Maybe knight g3 was a slight improvement, but that would have been hard to play. The bishop grabs that dark square, and now
d5.
d5.
Our audience wanted it.
And they got it. The bishop comes back to d6. I guess just blockading.
Yeah, and also getting ready.
Yep.
a5.
Yep.
Bishop a6. Yeah, a5. Why did I not think of that one?
Throw it.
Yeah,
throw
just
it.
throw it up the board, exactly.
Yep. Yes, this would be a nice plan because if you get it all the way to a3, well,
you're laughing. Rook takes,
that's
and
right.
that's it.
Your rook comes in, and you've got connected passed pawns there.
Okay.
So
it's a race.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. I mean, it's a really interesting position. So Black is playing on the queen side. Again, I don't understand why Black is better here. Slightly, maybe just equal is fair because you have to keep an eye out for this g5 push.
Okay.
Some e5 push at some stage. White's got ideas. Bishop d4 to support them. All of Black's pieces are on the queen side. If you look at the king side, the only piece over there is the king. So there's potential that could be dangerous for Black.
Okay.
Just like making nice patterns, don't I?
Yeah, I was going to say, very pretty designs there.
Thank you. Yeah, okay.
But it's a really complicated position, and I must admit, I feel like it's very hard to get a handle on this. Maybe we can throw it up to our audience.
Yeah, let's have a prediction. So we did this before. Obviously, Arjun is white, so we've got 3 results possible. Try to think which colour. Who do you think's going to win? If you think Arjun's going to win, then let's hear a yay, or yes, or is Arjun going to win? Yay, okay. A draw? Yeah, and Gukesh win? Yes, okay. So it's quite close in the audience, but it seems like Arjun win was the
Arjun win was
prediction.
the crowd's prediction. Although I don't know.
No,
it's a crazy one, right? Because
it's a crazy position. Because at some point, Arjun will.
He's going to go like a madman.
Yeah,
he's going to go.
at some point.
Point, he's going to go.
One of these moves,
G5,
right?
F4, E5.
Yeah.
Let's go. And at some point, Gukesh, if he neutralizes this, he's going to get motoring with the A pawn.
Yeah, that's
true. So it's just wild.
I mean, looking at it a little bit more, this is very useful for Black, this diagonal. Controlling this diagonal is important. I mean, that's why if I was white here, we can try a couple of moves.
If I have a white, I would just go F4 because I'm a brute.
Yeah. Well, you're sophisticated brutes, unlike me, I think.
So, if you give me a chance to start advancing, I will do it.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I like this one because you're taking the pressure off here.
Yeah.
You're gaining the e5 square.
Yeah, it's incoming.
I'm
And
getting a little
bishop-
bit nearer to playing a break as well,
Exactly.
right? So let's say a5. We like this
Yeah,
idea.
a5. Oh, wow.
We want to get this
Okay.
one coming.
Let's go.
I can't see much else to do. Now, I'd love... I mean, I could even go h4 and
I
g5.
was thinking h4, g5 as well. Go on, let's go.
h4.
Let's see.
Let's go a4.
a4, yeah. The race is on.
G5.
G5.
Whoa, it's really heating up, this position. And now my bishop has this idea.
I'm terrified.
It's quite scary. Even though the computer says black's still better here. It's so calm, the computer. I mean...
Yeah, I'm thinking that you probably need to go rook f8 to defend.
Yeah, and this
to
also
defend f6. Yeah.
Also has this nasty idea.
Oh,
Okay,
what is Arjun doing?
He's gone for the exchange of dark square
Ah,
bishops.
now.
So he's gone bishop
Simon,
to c.
could this be a draw offer?
Yes, it could be a draw offer.
Bishop goes to f4. Bishop goes to e3.
Hang on a minute. Can we do it a bit nicer? How about we go here, 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 here.
Let's
here.
dance.
Let's dance. Put on your boogie shoes. That's not even the lyrics, but I can't remember them.
The rook.
and we
yes,
go like...
yes, we're aware that the rook
Okay.
is hanging on d8. It's just, let's not let facts get in the way of a good story, right?
A5 played. Gukesh is not interested in a
no.
draw. I mean...
But we weren't sure whether Arjun was offering a draw.
No, not at all. This is next 5-10 moves. I think all hell's going to break loose here.
Yeah. Okay, so
because,
right.
yeah.
So Arjun's gone bishop to c5 for a reason, we assume.
Yeah.
Bishop takes bishop.
It makes sense to get rid of this strong diagonal. And let's say the queen now comes centralized. And I really want to play
Go
f4.
f4. Let's do
F4.
it. F4.
And if I can play e5, it's game over. I've won. But black's never
A4.
going to allow that. A4.
Da-dun, da-da.
What a crazy race this is. Very exciting.
What
How
you
do
gonna-
I ever get e5 in?
Well,
I can't
you
ever.
can. You go bishop g2. I think you have to always
Bishop
do that.
g2.
And then a3.
A3, yeah.
Yeah.
I have to take. He has taken on d6.
Yeah, and then you
Takes.
got queen.
Rook or rook
Yeah,
takes.
rook takes. And now.
And now oh,
Well, hang on.
He's gone
He's
f4.
He's gone f4.
Wow.
We're seeing this.
We are.
Was it the 4?
What is this position? This position is completely bonkers. Like, if I can support... Imagine I get these two moves in, which I can't, because you take on f4. But just to demonstrate how careful Gukesh has to be... Well, it doesn't actually work here for some reason, because a rook takes
Rook
g2.
takes g2.
Okay.
You accidentally play some good moves there.
Yeah, I know, accidentally. I do that quite a lot, actually, just not without any intention at all. Just play a move and it works out. Yeah, this would be crushing. This is like the idea that Arjun's trying to play. So we go back to the game, and he's taken and
but we
played
literally
F4.
predicted
Yeah.
this. So, and now, like, this is where we're having fun with, like, I
A4.
genuinely think that Gukesh will be thinking about a4.
Definitely. I mean, he played A4. If you can get the rook in, you got these
Yeah.
counter-attacking chances, right? Has he played it? He's played it.
Yes.
He's played it. Yeah, definitely. This is a way to activate that rook. And also, black has no passed pawns at the moment. As soon as you go A3, he gets 2 connected passed pawns. So the endings would be quite nice for Gukesh, most likely.
Okay.
This is crazy. I mean, the other break I can try to do is this G5. We looked at that, so I don't know how I get...
Okay, so let's try g5.
Yeah, I'm not
Although
sure
I still
now.
like the concept of putting the bishop on g2, but let's go g5.
Well, if I go G5, I want to take with the H pawn, though, don't I? Because if I go G5 now, I'm worried that you take, and you've got this dark
Yeah, I
square
wasn't thinking about sacking.
hold. Oh,
I was
okay,
thinking
sorry.
about going...
You want to go E5?
Yeah, E5.
Oh, yes. Like it.
Well...
The computer doesn't, but I like it. So, it's a nice idea.
And
Look at
that's
them.
good enough, right? No, but I mean...
Nice idea, though.
I do feel that in order to do this, you'd probably need a bishop on g2,
Okay.
just to safeguard those light squares. Lazy person chess.
So let's try that. So bishop
Yeah,
G2,
G2,
and now if you
A3.
go A3, I take,
And now you go g5.
and now G5,
Yeah.
and
So-
now we're
And now, like, if you go f takes g5,
E5.
e5.
Oof, I like this a lot for white.
Where's the queen going? Don't know.
I don't. No, I have no idea. I might even go f5 next. Look at this position. It's that Space Invaders again. Boo, 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 boo. With sound effects.
Is that how they went?
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Do you know I never played Space Invaders?
No, I don't think it did go like that. But
Oh, okay.
unlikely. Okay, I mean, yeah, this is White's plan, and this is what we're saying over the next couple. Okay, well, White played it a little bit slower. So in the game, rather than going for that idea, which looked right up Arjun's street, he played Rook C3.
Okay, so he's slowing down Black. I can understand this.
Okay.
Because it's so difficult to calculate. You have to kind of play the bishop g2 on instinct.
And also, yeah, the rook's going to be very handy supporting g5, or even rook h3 and queen h4 sometimes works. So
okay.
What if you go a3?
Exactly. Yeah, there's a3. Pawn takes, rook takes. Let's just.
Well, the point here is if you play this, you can now go e5,
yeah.
and this move.
Don't know what happens.
it looks like it should be crushing, but it's still in the balance. Because coming through the centre is normally, the way to go. So very interesting game in this derby, and it's an all-Indian clash. Let's go to another one. There's lots going on, right?
Yeah, I mean, can I take us back to Vincent against Matthias, because it is situation critical for Vincent? Because we left it, would Matthias play c5? Of course, he does.
Of course, he played c5.
Yeah, so he plays it, and then Vincent followed our recipe where we were trying king c2.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with king c2 is that it is, and it looks like, just a free pawn on e3. And with this move, you're basically saying, okay, well, I think my king safety is the most important thing, but I'm going to go a pawn down. And, the position, it's really gone wrong for White. So, of course, Black captured this pawn, brings his rook in. Black is, as far as I can see, a safe pawn up with an active rook. Rook e1 played. And now rook takes rook, rook takes, I guess, bishop d7, so you cover your back rank, and the queen can now come out. Also, you have to sometimes watch out for this, like d4,
sure.
And bishop a4 would win the queen, get rid of the knight here. So queen b4, getting out of that idea and stopping d4. Queen h4, tempo on the rook.
h3 is falling.
We have to try rook e3 because you can't lose the h3 pawn. And now the queen sneaks its way in. Queen f2 check. You again have to play rook e2, otherwise your rook drops. And now the queen stops the white king from finding its home. To my eyes, it looks like Black's a pawn up with the compensation. So, there's Black's a pawn up with the better position.
Well, so d4 still in the air.
And look at the time
And the rook
as well.
c8, I know. And the players are not getting any increment until they have passed move 40.
So there's 11 moves to make. So Vincent has to make a move under a minute for the rest of the game in a position that is really just lost. The simple idea is to kick this knight away and go rook c8. This queen does a great job of stopping the king from ever getting home. And you've got that extra pawn. So even if somehow the queens get exchanged, you've got chances to win the ending. But the main idea is a combination of these two moves.
Yeah.
And that is very hard for Vincent to stop. He's having a long think. Any defensive tries here?
Can you get the queens off? I mean, that's normally my...
You can try, but I'm not sure.
I mean, how? How to even go there?
I mean,
because if you go queen f4, simple d4...
Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe that isn't... But still, it's pretty good.
I mean, if I get this rook to c8, it looks terrifying. So let's just put the knight in the middle just to demonstrate that.
Yeah,
rook c8, and the king cannot last. King d2, checkmate.
King b3.
And if you start playing king b3s, it's not good news.
Well, you also have bishop a4, queen to d1.
One of these moves will win.
Yeah, it's gonna...
Probably this one, right?
Yes, and then bishop a4.
just winning a piece minimum. So I don't. Okay, we'll try that line again. So let's say you go Queen F4. Keep an eye on the clock here because Vince is going further and further down into time trouble. I want to swap queens. D4. Now I can't come here. What about if I go this way? Because at least now I might better play. I mean, I'm getting a bit desperate here. I'm getting very desperate here. I might be able to move my king here if the check happens.
Okay, so rooks.
So check. Let's try this. And now king D2. You don't have queen C1 mate anymore.
No.
And
now if you go knight to D5, then you've got ideas of queen F2.
Get the queens off immediately.
Okay,
you know?
but look at the valuation bar.
Yeah.
It's saying it's not entirely winning for white.
Yeah.
So that's progress.
It is, yeah, because I mean, but here, that was with this check, and there's a better move here. I mean, if like bishop a4, you go b3. I don't think that helps, but I liked your knight d5. That comes with tempo because I've got knight b4 now. Does that give me something? I mean, I want to go here again because the white's desperate to get the queens off. He's begging.
Okay, let's do that. Queen F2.
Yeah.
And
is there a killer blow? Is there a killer blow here?
Yeah, you can go.
If you have any suggestions, do feel free to shout them out in the crowd at any point. Bishop where? Sorry, a4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The queen is hanging though, so you have to deal with something there. Because I was also thinking the same.
It's a nice idea that we want to take here and then get the bishop to b5. And the problem is if we swap the queens first, you don't have this pin. It might still be better for black, but it feels like there's a killer blow in this position. Just because you've got the extra pawn, you've got this knight check, you've got this knight check as well. I'm trying to work out what happens if I go to e3. Because then you go knight takes.
And then you can take
the queen, rook takes, pawn takes,
and then rook e2, and there's still.
Yeah, you defend. So this seems okay to be holding, but the valuation bar says no, it's not holding. So why? What is the move? What? Bishop a4, I'll go b3. But bishop a4 is certainly another move because, What about this idea? So I play bishop a4 because I want to weaken your structure here, b3, and then I play knight e3. You have to take with the knight, and now I move my queen over to a1, and
you're going to go rook c.
Well, I want to take here and go rook c8, winning.
Okay, well, we do have a move.
We have another move. Okay, so none of this happened, of course. It never does. It looked very natural to try and get the queens off, but maybe rook e7 is even worse. Look at the evaluation bar. It's dropped even further. And now, 5 minutes. Is there any chance that Vincent, the top seed, can survive this one? Rook e7 played, and it doesn't look like it should be a major blunder, but could it just be because of d4?
D4 is the main idea, right? Followed by rook c8.
So
did that happen, or was that you? No, it hasn't happened.
So d4.
Okay, what happens if you go rook c8 first?
Yep.
Just humour me.
Rook c8 first?
Yes.
Just being very patient about d4. Yeah, what does happen? Well, I can tell you what's going to happen to this guy, and it's not going to be pleasant. It's going to be horrible. I like your rook c8. Just a good move. d4. I mean, what do you do? I can't surely play this because now you are asking for this one.
Okay, and then I run king a3.
Because if you take it, the point is now I have queen d1, and I'm going to kill you. So you run into the corner. No, you don't. No. There's no way. No way you can survive here. I say
okay, I'm waiting.
Yeah, I don't know why. I've got it. Oh, look at this. Look at this. A5.
Queen takes pawn.
Bishop c2, boom! Because I'm setting up knight c4. Does that work?
Very well, yeah, it seems to work. And now... Now Queen moves to b5.
I've also got the a file.
You certainly do.
I could have gone rook a8 last move, actually. That looked quite scary.
That did look scary. Yeah. And in fact, everything looks scary here because it's rook a
to be honest,
8, and that's going to be checkmate.
Let's just show that. Your king has to go here, and that one is...
busted.
The end. Yeah, I mean, rook c8 is a killer. Rook, if Bluebaum finds rook c8 here, it's game over, I think. Will he find rook c8? He's got half an hour. He's got to calculate d4 first, because that is a more forcing move. If he thinks d4 wins, then he might play that instead.
I think if we can just pull up the camera and like focus on Matthias's eyes. Where is he looking? Is he looking at d4? Yeah. It's the power of television. Where is he going?
I have no idea.
Look, he's looking to the right.
He's looking at the chessboard, so he's looking at the right thing. I don't know where his eyes are going, though.
He's got his eyes on the king, but if you look, they dart over to the right.
So he's found...
Look, he keeps...
Yeah, I mean, he can sense there's a win. I think it's clear that in this position, he knows he's got a great position, and it's like he can sense that there is something big here. And you've really got two options, haven't you? Because White, with this move, White's not really creating a threat. I think the main idea is actually go knight e2. So rook c8 looks logical to stop knight e2, but you've got to calculate either d4, and if you don't think d4 is completely winning, you look at other options, and rook c8 is quite sensible, right?
Right.
Can we check that line again, maybe?
Maybe we can check d4, right?
Okay.
Let's go d4 and see like what this is what Vincent has planned.
So now
knight
Vincent's
e2.
idea is knight e2, definitely, and this is why he moved the rook away, right?
And then rook c8. Oh,
Where's
no, he's gone rook c8. I
rook
told
c8
you.
played.
He was looking to the right, yeah. And he stopped. Did you know?
Rook c8 on the board. King d2. Where are you going, king?
King d2.
You can't run. You can't run. You're not going that way. Where are you going? And there's so many options now. Knight c4, d4. Oh, it's scary. Do you think Vincent knows he's busted here? Yeah? Do we think so?
The audience say yeah.
I think it...
Well, with a king on d2, a pawn down, you're kind of like...
yeah. That's enough, isn't it, really?
Although I did survive once. Against you, Simon.
Oh, well, that doesn't surprise me at all.
You were not happy. I was...
was that the British Championships?
Yeah, it was British Championships.
It was,
I was like, what am I doing here?
Yeah, I know.
Like, why am I playing like this again?
You swindled me proper. Yeah. Did I manage to draw in the end?
Yeah, you did.
Okay, but that was, painful.
No.
You said we played like 20 times or something.
I think we did.
Wow.
I think...
That's a lot of times, right?
I think what's the score? Well, it's kind of... I think you have the advantage. No.
Probably about even, though, isn't
And
it?
the thing is that when we play each other, you either crush me...
Yeah, or
no, I don't crush you.
or you grind me down.
Yeah.
Yeah. That sounds like the story of my life. Crush or get ground down. So this, again, critical position. And maybe we could have some suggestions from the crowd. So you're clearly doing well here. I mean, you could, if you want to be really... I don't think White's got any threats. If you want to be quite clinical, you could grab a second pawn. But that's not really in the feeling of the position, because this is the priority, the king. So you want to force your way through to the king. We'll go to Jordan's game, I think, very soon, but let's just see if we can find the right way to proceed here. Any suggestions from the crowd? Looks like it's very good for black, but what is the way to go? Well, let's try. So this is a backup plan. Before we go to Jordan's plan, let's try this knight c4. And the idea is I just want to bring my pieces in.
Right, and also it follows the rules, right? So the rules are... Yeah.
Kill.
Yeah.
Just kill.
I always kind of describe calculating as putting on the glasses and going into hyper nerd mode. But CCT, that's what we teach our students. I often forget, like checks captures threats, and knight c4 is one, queen to g2, queen f2. But since this introduces a new piece, it ranks higher. So okay, well,
and the other
what
thing
do you do?
Well, the other thing is this bishop's a great defender of the king. Has he played it?
Yeah,
He's
he played it.
He's played, and he played it very confidently. And Vincent now only 5 minutes, and he's got 9 moves to make. So he's got to play a move every 30 seconds, pretty much. Would he take the knight?
He takes
has.
it.
But now that rook comes flying in. The rook attacking the queen, and with rook d4, look at this poor king. And you still got bishop a4 ideas. The queen is on pre, so you can't take the bishop. You've got to try moving your queen, I think. I don't see what else you can do. Let's say you take on b7, for example.
Yep.
I would assume there is something horrible with 3 potential pieces attacking.
Well, let's follow the checks. So you have rook d4 check, you have queen d4 check, queen f2.
You have a lot of checks.
A lot of checks, yeah.
My first one would be rook
d4, yeah.
But then after king c2, I want to play bishop a4, but you've got b3. So I wanted to try this one, king c2, and then introduce the last piece. But I don't think it works because you've got b3, only move. You take the knight, you lose this one. But okay, what's happened in the game? Well, he did take on b7. So queen b7 is on the board. Bang, 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 bang. And this is now so critical. So let's just check that one more time. This check here, check, and white defends. The knight is a fantastic defender. You've always got rook e2. What's he played?
Well, he's played bishop a4.
He's played bishop a4 first. That could be a brilliant move. Because now you can't go b3 because of queen d4 check. And this is the very clever point. This could be the end. We could see a resignations. This would just win immediately. And obviously now, rook d4 is checkmate in a couple of moves. What can Vincent do? Has he got anything he can do? He's got 3 minutes 30. And,
rook d4 is a killer.
Very well played from
And the black king is completely safe. It's going to hide on h7.
No checks help at all, do they?
And
the king goes
is there any? There's no way that the heavy pieces can actually come and assist the white king.
I can't see it because I mean,
if you go rook to e1,
rook to e1, then
well, at least you have queen f2, rook d4.
Yeah, I mean rook d4 is probably killing as well because you can't go here because I take your rook, and if you go here, then
nothing can assist.
I can go here.
Okay, let's just.
This is kind of going to be checkmate. Let's just show it on the board. Here, this is quite a known checkmate pattern, for example. But there's no. I could have also taken the rook there at some point.
Yeah.
So
okay, but let's just stay with Vincent because Vincent just 2 minutes and 38 seconds. I reckon you're right, Simon. We might be seeing resignation. We see Hans Niemann there in the background, watching.
Yeah. And I can't see anything at all. I don't think there's any way to defend. Bringing the piece back looks possible, but it doesn't help. Moving the knight allows queen here, check. If you took this one, well...
The queen can now just slide over to... at least you've got queen c1, you've got queen f2, you've got queen d4.
Any of these.
Anything, and there's nothing protecting the white king.
Let's show that. So I quite like queen d4 because it forces, allows my rook to come in on the next move wherever you go. Let's say king e2, I just come here, and queen is going to come here with checkmate in a matter of moves here. There's nothing else. Well, you can see the king is just too exposed. 2 heavy pieces chopping away at the king. And look at the time. Where has Mateus gone? Bad time to go to... Okay, we have a move.
Well,
we have
Vincent's about to make a move. What happened?
Has he moved? Let's see. He's still thinking. His clock is still ticking away. 1 minute, 20 seconds as well. And... I mean, queen takes...
There's nothing to be done.
And
it's a draw between Arjun Erigaisi and Gukesh.
Okay.
So we'll go back to that game and
Yeah.
see exactly how they managed to get the draw. But it's still Vincent to move.
The main
And it's
idea,
settling in that
Rook D4
it's
here.
hopeless.
I think it is
There's
hopeless.
nothing to be done.
Great play. Great play from
Vincent
Black.
now 50 seconds ticking down, shaking his head.
Yeah.
He knows it's over.
He can't find any defense. There is no defense. If you take here, for example, just to show, Rook D4 is the killer idea because the black pieces come to life. You have to go here, the only square. You can't give up your queen, obviously. And I've even got Bishop D1 as well as many other ways to win here. But this Queen G2 is working before, and I think this will most likely force mate. 20 seconds.
20 seconds. 14 seconds. And we're on move 33. It's going to be very difficult.
And he's resigned.
And he's resigned.
He has resigned. I mean, what
Great game
great
there
game.
from Matthias Bluebaum.
33 moves, beating the top seed
With
with
the
the
black
black pieces.
pieces.
And he's having a great run at the moment, qualifying for the candidates. Chance to become world champion. And playing some really good chess here, beating the top seed with black. That's an extra bonus. And he must be very happy. And also beating your fellow countryman is a big thing as well, right? You know, a massive thing.
Well,
okay.
he did it in style as well. But it was a draw between Erigaisi and Gukesh. We see them on our camera analyzing. That game looked very sharp, albeit very balanced.
Let's go to Jordan first, though, because that's heating up. We can come, I reckon, should we do that?
Can we just quickly find out how this one finished? And then let's go straight to Jordan.
If I can find it.
Because when we left it at this, let's just whiz through the moves so that we can just get a flavor of exactly how they managed to find the repetition. And it's not long. Rook E8.
So Rook E8 trying to hold up the pawn. The bishop defends that as expected. The rook, black's changing the plan now. Maybe with ideas at some point exchanging queens.
And the repetition happens now.
So Rook A3. Just holding those pawns up. Okay, Rook A8. Okay, we can see this now. Rook C3, Rook A8.
Yeah, okay.
And they come back like
It
this.
is a really complicated position, very difficult to actually evaluate. So understandable that the two they agree to draw. Let's go straight to Anish. Jordan against Anish, because, well, our audience thought that Jordan would win, and Jordan is certainly piling on the pressure. We have a result in the game between Hans Niemann and Erdogmus. That was also a draw. We'll come back to that one.
So here, the knight did travel to the center now, and this gains the tempo on the pawn. Jordan with the white pieces, that has to be defended. And Jordan played the suggestion of Ivanchuk, G5. And this has potential to go knight to F6. We were wondering what would happen after Rook C4 and Rook C8. But instead, black played F5. I don't know if that's a slight panic move. You're opening up your king because you're getting worried about knight to F6. Of course, Jordan takes en passant because he's got to keep the position open. The knight has to recapture, and now look at this knight. It's doing a great journey. This knight, I think it's gone some crazy route. Where's it gone? It's gone all over the shop, hasn't it? And then it came back and around. I don't know. It probably didn't do this, but it keeps journeying. It's gone all the way. It's gone to nearly every. I wonder if that's ever happened. A knight's gone to every single square on the board. Has that ever happened? That's one. Who can find that out? Someone's got to find out. Has a knight in a game of chess ever gone to every 64 squares? It couldn't have happened.
No.
Okay, so the knight now comes in to E6, and this is very dangerous with G7, then being a threat. So Anish on the defensive. You have to defend G7. The knight, though, look at that knight, fantastic. Trying to counterattack. The rook jumps to gain a tempo on the bishop. The bishop starts targeting Anish's queen side pawns. You have to defend that pawn, but you really don't want to play a move like this because you're moving your rook away from the open file and you're making it passive. Trying to exchange off Black's most active piece. I think he has to, because otherwise the rook will increase the pressure. Anish is in a little bit of trouble here, maybe. One idea now is to just bring the king into the game. And the reason I say Anish is in trouble, I'm just looking at Anish's pieces. It's as simple as that. The evaluation bar doesn't have the same thoughts, but you can't move the knight because G7. Your bishop, you can move, but where? I don't see anywhere good it can go. I mean, you can maybe move it here, but so what? The rook is tied down to this one.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, right, Simon?
This rook.
Yeah.
So, rook tries to kick the bishop away. Good idea. The bishop has other ideas and offering a draw here. So now, if Jordan had played bishop b6, we would have got a repetition. I'm pretty confident about that. But Jordan's better, so he starts using his king. This is the only piece that you're not using.
It's a great idea.
This king.
Going to zigzag in.
Wants to walk in on the light squares. 100%. I mean, you could even try to get the king, like say, all the way to d7. You know, just walk it. But
well, b5 is good enough as well.
b5 is good enough, yeah. Let's see. Does he keep walking? Then, okay, the king comes out. White's king comes out. And now rook b8. So at least this way you're stopping the king getting to b5.
But the rook is completely passive.
Rook g2, just a waiting move. And, well, I mean, it's just Black's pieces. Black's
They're not
pieces.
Great. The knight really can't move.
The knight
because
can't
of
move.
the threat against g7, the bishop.
It could go to f6, but I don't see how that changes anything, because then you can't move the knight. Your rook, you can only move it to b7 now. You're nearly in Zugzwang, meaning you have no options. I mean, if you move the king here...
h4.
h4.
I like
I
this
mean, this is a horrible square, isn't it? I mean, I've got bishop here as well. But h4, yeah. Okay, and just...
Threaten, yeah.
Checkmate. I mean, why would you put the king there anyway? It's... I don't see what Black can actually move here. Is this just winning for Jordan? Well, okay, does anyone think Anish is going to hold this or win? Anyone? Okay, who thinks that...
Silence.
Yeah, who thinks that Jordan's going to win? Do we have any cheer? Yeah? Oh, we have a little cheer there.
Well,
I think we have a lot of Jordan supporters in the crowd.
40. Simon, it's move 40.
Yeah.
And Anish has 20 seconds, is now ticking down to 18 seconds. He has to make a move to make move 40. 10. Don't forget the clock, Anish.
7. 6. Oh, my words.
Don't fall asleep. Okay, he plays bishop f6.
Do you see? Just in time. Whoa, that made me feel nervous. I saw his eyes went, and he's like, oh.
He literally made that with 2 seconds, the spare. Okay. Okay, bishop f6, and Anish is really struggling on the board. His pieces are just incredibly passive.
But I suppose the question, Ivanka, is how does White actually win, though? You know, I mean, we've talked about Black is passive, but how does White make progress?
A little bit of this and a little bit of that.
Come on, sing it for us. Come on, Ivanka. Who wants to hear Ivanka sing? Yeah. No pressure at all. Got to keep the crowd happy,
Simon,
Ivanka. Yeah?
Simon knows me so well. He knows.
just a little verse. No. You don't want to hear my voice, by the way. It's
okay.
Horrendous. Okay.
Well, it's not that bad. Anyway, Simon. Okay, so Anish has made the time control. I'm going to deflect here as quickly as possible.
Yeah,
he's made the time control, but there are other games that haven't made the time control. I'm looking at Prague against Van Nguyen. I'm also seeing that Aravindh, they're on move 33.
Okay.
Well, you choose.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we are basically before we go away. Well, we know that White's doing well here, but it's not easy to put the final nail in the coffin.
Okay. The camera has chosen. Okay. We're going to go to Prague against Van Nguyen, where Prague currently he's had a start that he'd rather forget. losing both his games with black. It's his first white. And Pragg is doing stuff that you do in the English. It's quite funny, Simon, because you play the English, and so often you have to really grind it out.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That's why I gave up the English. No, I'd still play it occasionally, but I prefer a bit more Route 1 tactics nowadays. And, we can whiz through the moves here. We won't. It gets very complicated around this moment. You can see that Pragg is using a lot of tactics here. Black must surely castle. He does. And he takes that pawn back. Still fairly even. Can he create a point? Yeah, and now Pragg has created a point of attack here. This pawn is very, very weak. So I still like White's position quite a lot here, just because of the pawn weakness. And this is Black's counter try, putting the knight into this nice central square, attacking e2. So Pragg comes back. He wants to centralize that knight, I guess, defend. Now you can't take here because the queen takes g4 and knight takes knight, winning a piece. So hinting at bishop takes h4, kicking the queen away.
Simon, let's whiz through this part, because I'm seeing that Van Nguyen was now under a minute to make 5 moves.
Okay. So we're going to go to the current position because of the time situation, and this is, as Ivanka said, move 35. And yeah, I mean, who's better and why?
Well, hang on a second. Like, were he physically? He's 33 seconds, and they're not getting any increment.
That's a good point. I keep forgetting they don't get increment, right?
So yeah, because we're so used to people getting a 30-second time bonus, but here, nope.
Yeah.
So knight to d4. Okay, so White has a small edge, right? You know, because of this beautiful pawn on c5. But next move might be like f5 might be coming.
Yeah, pinning the knight, and we have an immediate move from Black because that rook was loose, so he's connecting the rooks.
Okay, but there is consequences there. Now suddenly a rook can come into b7.
Certainly can. I mean, that move looks so tempting. Attacking 2 pawns and getting the rook to the 7th rank. So definitely Pragg is the side pushing here. Is, as Ivanka said, the pass pawn and the more active rook. So can we just go rook b7? What would you play? Let's try it. Will he? I expect he will throw it in.
Or would you think you would go a5 and try to keep that one?
Well, the first thought is I can defend both of them with this, but it doesn't work because I go rook takes d8, rook takes, and rook c7, and your knight has to give. He has thrown the rook in, so you can't defend like this. Is very tricky with no time on the clock. He's played king f8, defending this one. And if I grab here,
well,
let's try.
Let's try.
So we go a pawn up.
Okay. Well, c5 is like White's pride and joy, but it's also vulnerability. You can't go f5 because then the knight just sits very happy on g5.
Yeah, let's show that. So if you go here, there's some nasty tactics here. You could be thinking about taking this one, but oh dear. Oh dear.
Don't do that.
This is a fork from hell. Look at that. Everything is dropping. So yeah, you certainly can't play f5. So after rook a7, Black, if Black can win the c pawn, obviously it's a draw. So can he just attack it? Let's
you can
try this one.
Yeah, rook takes rook.
Okay, but it is a pawn, no? And now
you can take with the knight and blockade on c6. You are.
Well, I want to I'd rather try winning the pawn, because if I go passive, I'm not convinced I'm defending. And also I've got f5 with the knight on e6. So I want to go knight e6, and if I need to, f5, and then take this pawn. If I can win that pawn, a draw. Max won, by the way. We have our first Dutch win in the Challengers group.
Congratulations.
Yeah, can we have a little cheer? Well done, Max.
I reckon you manifested that. You know, our audience said bishop takes bishop.
They did.
They did. They found the move.
You found the move, and that's good to see. Max is off the mark. He's a great player. We'll try to come back to the other games and challenges when we get a moment. This seems to be just about holding. this position,
Yeah.
I think, because you can't maintain this pawn because of the idea of knight e6, and if I need to, I get rid of the defender of the pawn by playing f5. And I think this is, if you win that pawn, it's obviously a draw. So I expect a draw because Nguyen is playing very quickly and confidently as well. So he's most likely calculated this as a way to
then move on,
liquidate.
move 37. So, yeah, Pragg is thinking, I mean, can he do stuff like rook a5 and try to press?
Okay, so if we go rook a5 here, let's continue the plan. Knight e6, and I'm probably playing f5 next. I say probably because it worries me a little bit playing that move.
Yeah, because then you've got knight g5. So let's go king e3.
Okay, king e3. So I wanted originally to play this, but Ivanka's pointed out that knight g5 is the same trick. I keep falling into it.
Well,
Knight takes here, and we go here again, and here. Okay, what's happened? Rook takes a7 is played. So it's okay. What would I do after?
what is Win? Win has reacted very quickly.
He's played knight e6, so it's going.
It's going this direction. So rook takes rook is what we're expecting.
So let's go to the current board. So rook takes a7 played, and now knight to e6.
You can also go as white rook c1. So the decision for Pragg is not going to be necessarily that easy. He's just evaluating. My opponent has 3 moves.
I don't think this is easy as the
4
evaluation
moves.
bar says, right?
Yeah.
The evaluation bar says this is just equal. But even with your rook c1, I don't think it's just equal. It might be, but if you're not winning this pawn back, you've got to try to get a blockade, and that is far from just being dead equal.
Also,
So,
your opponent has 26 seconds.
yeah.
It's going to be physically a little bit tricky to make the moves.
Two
So
moves.
do you go rook c1?
Yep.
Or do you go rook takes rook? Rook takes rook is going to be immediately met by knight takes.
So you go rook c1.
So if you go rook
psychologically
c1,
wise.
yeah.
I mean, 10 seconds a move should be doable. They're not that
Well,
old.
here's 4 moves, right? Because he's yet to make the move 37. Oh,
They're on move 38 now.
they move 38. Oh, okay.
So it's a move every 13 seconds. I remember our friend David Howe. I played him many a time, and as mentioned the other day, I kept losing to him all the time. But the first time I played him was first tournament where they had increment, and I just didn't understand the increment at all. And he tortured me for, I don't know, like 100 moves. But for 60 of those moves, I'm not joking, he got down to 1 or 2 seconds, then he'd just play a move. And it was so frustrating. I thought, you're going to lose on time. No. You're going to lose time. No.
Yeah.
And it just went on and on. I'm like, it's really annoying.
It's awful, isn't it?
This increment, you can't win on time.
Okay.
So I like rook c1. Because rook c1, let's keep some piece on the board. And if you can't win this pawn back, why is it dead equal? I don't understand.
Well, if you go rook c1, then there's rook c6.
Okay, but now I go like, let's say king e3.
And then
Rook c8, I go rook a5. I'm still holding this pawn.
Can you still go, now can you do f5?
Then I do your knight
Trick.
here. Same tactic. If you take here, it's the same tactic. I take here.
Move the king.
It happens so many
This
times.
is like the 3rd time.
I know it is, yeah. But I don't understand. The computer says 0.00 pretty much. I'm
Okay,
pawn up
move
and
the
an
king.
ending.
Move the king.
Okay.
I don't know
Where?
where.
Here?
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, well, I can... Okay.
No, hang on a second.
I'm not there because that's the only place you don't want to move it to. G8, so you can go
Yes.
F5.
Yes.
Gotcha. I've got you. That is a good plan. Stopping my one cheapo. My one... and you've got F5 next. I see. And if I go G4...
Takes.
Okay, I'll take it.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Yeah, it's not
But
easy.
I mean, it says it's 0.00. That's just a
Yeah,
lie. It's lying to us.
Well, I guess it's arguing that literally black just waits. Go rook c7. I'm just going to wait.
Yeah, but you're pawn down in an ending.
No, yeah.
It's like, it's lying. Okay, G5, and now you can never play
rook
it.
c6.
Okay, but now I can start pushing, surely.
Rook c7. The other rook, please.
Okay, I'm coming.
Yeah, rook's... Okay.
I'm making progress here, aren't I? I mean, it's an extra pawn. Why is the computer lying to us? It's not very
rook
nice. Stop it. Okay, I'll move this one.
No, but I agree. I mean, as a human, you'd be like, no, I'm not going to go into this.
I'll be like, this is a pawn down in an ending.
Yeah, exactly. No, rook d7 is coming, rook a7.
Yeah, I mean, maybe even b1 was better.
I mean, the
so I can come in the
computer's
back.
really chill about it, but yeah.
It's far too chill. Let's move on because this computer's annoying me now.
Yeah, okay.
It is probably a draw, the computer says, but it's an extra pawn in an ending, so Pragg is certainly pushing more than is shown.
Well, Aravindh and Nordebek, they have made move 40, whereas this game hasn't, so...
Okay, which game, sorry?
The Aravindh and Nordebek...
this game hasn't, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
That they've already made move 40, they've...
Oh, okay, so do you want to go... Which game would you like to go to? Well, you're just to update you on Jordan, he's having a long think at that after that move from Anish, and nothing has really changed in that game.
Owen is in big trouble.
Owen in trouble, unfortunately. Alina?
Alina is also in trouble.
Okay.
Although it's an opposite color bishop, so maybe there's some chances for her, but she's in trouble.
I'll tell you what we could do. Let's just have a look at the current positions very quickly while we wait for the updates of some of the games and challenges. And I know Ivanchuk is a lot of people's favourite player. So let's just have a look at Ivanchuk's current position. And he has the black pieces here. And have they moved? They are moved 34. So it's actually a very good time to pick it up because they're both under 5 minutes. And I don't know if you can remember, one of the craziest candidates of all time was the candidates in London. And this is where Magnus Carlsen qualified to become the world champion contender. And then he won the world championships. I can't remember what year it was.
2013?
2013. And in that candidates, I think Ivanchuk lost something like 5 or 6 games on time. And that was when he had an increment. It wasn't just 1 or 2 games. He kept losing on time. So you always get a little bit concerned with Chucky because, you know, he does drift off into his own amazing world at times, but he forgets about the clock. So bishop f5 played, and we're now moved 35, and he's got 1 minute 12 seconds to make 5 moves. Should be fine.
He's playing black against Velimir Ivic.
Oh, I know what I would play here.
Yeah, yes, E6 is very tempting, isn't it?
E6 and G4. What about that move? Let's just. I mean, if this works, it works.
Okay, let's do it.
that
Pawn
can't make
takes.
any sense whatsoever.
Bishop takes.
And now I want to. Whoa, come in.
Bishop E6.
Oh yeah, I just play. Come on. With sound effects.
Yeah, this is bad. This is bad. G takes f5, and then the rook is going to lift up. And what is the black king doing, Ole?
So this is G4 is quite dangerous, right?
Yeah, G4 is very dangerous,
especially when you've only got a minute to play 5 moves. So queen. Okay, this is the idea now is to maybe I play queen h6 first, and then I bring a rook, or I play e6 and go for queen h8 checkmate.
Okay, if you go king g7.
King g7. Now I'm really hoping that e6 is working. What's he playing?
He's
gone
G4.
Oh, and Ivanchuk has taken it. He's seen it. It hasn't come as a surprise. Bishop takes. Played. And now Chucky has a minute left, and the amount of moves we have, 3 moves to make. 3 moves. Queen h2. Let's have a look at that again. Sorry, what was the kill, Higgs? If you go here, I go f6.
F6, yeah.
So what was the kill? F5 again. Crushing, yeah. Okay, well, let's see king g7 first. I think f5 is working here as well for black. But let's have a look. So if you go f5 now, okay. But then I got e6 again, right?
And bishop f6.
Bishop f6, e7, surely.
Yeah.
Just keep coming through the middle. Check. Okay, we'll take that one off. And
yeah, but you have queen h6 in the air.
It looks
Rook
very, very shaky.
E6 is there as well.
Really shaky. This pawn is so strong.
Yeah, I really like your
bishop's
queen
bad.
h4 as well. You've got then bishop to b5.
He's also Also getting getting very short time as well. He looks nervous. This Queen H2 is very hard to defend. He's played it. I know he's played Queen G2. Okay, similar idea, but now you don't have the same attacks on the H file. So can't I just go Bishop F5 now?
If you go Bishop F5, there's still E6.
But it's not quite as scary, right? I mean,
well, the whole
F6?
idea, yeah, F6, because after F takes E6, you had Rook takes E6, and that would have been
lovely.
quite
Let's
dangerous.
just show that. So Ivanka has pointed out this move doesn't work because of this one. Great little tactic there, and a disaster is going to happen on G6. Queen G6 would be mate, but...
Well, Ivanchuk, 26 seconds on the clock.
26 seconds.
And he's got decisions, you know.
Hope he's not waiting for his increment to come.
No. Bishop F5. Oh, no.
15 seconds. Oh, dear. Look at this. He's very nervous. 12, 10. Bishop F5. Calm as well. Oof. Oh, he's got 2 moves to make.
2 moves to make in 10 seconds.
Oh, dear.
That's a tough ask. And what is White going to do? Queen takes D5? Are you going to go E6?
Queen takes D5 seems to be going the wrong way. It might be all right, but...
I'm just being greedy.
Yeah, why not? I mean, that Queen H2 looked very scary.
Yeah, Queen H2 looked incredibly scary because it was like pointing at H8.
I mean, E6 is very tempting as well because it is a big pawn, isn't it? Okay, also, how much time's White got? White's only got a minute.
1 minute and 10 seconds.
And he's played E6, the human move. And look at the time. Look at Ivanchuk's time. 6, 5, 4,
He has to
3,
go F6.
2. Oh! Oh, that scared me.
Hang on a second.
And
How much time? He's got 1 second.
Oh, 1 second to make one move. Is he going to do it, crowd? Is he going to make it? No? I would play Queen takes G6 check here, just to confuse him. Yeah. I'd go Queen takes G6. Just play it.
But if you 1 second.
1 second. Is he going to do it? He's looking at the clock. Or just play.
Yeah, he has to play something close to the clock.
I know. Yeah. Yes.
He's got to get ready to go Bishop takes D5.
Check.
D4, sorry.
He's got to hit the clock with 1 second. This is ridiculous. Is he going to do it? I don't know.
I don't know.
Everyone's watching. They can feel
I don't think he's going to do it.
Come on, Chucky. Because his position now is okay.
But he's also not ready. He needs to be wherever.
Needs to be hovering.
He needs to be there.
1 second. And what does White play? White's got pawn takes pawn. Okay, he's gone for something.
Oh,
did he do it? Oh.
He did it.
Whoa. Just in time. How to give us all a heart attack. Yeah. Phew. I need a break after that, just to calm down. that was tense. I mean, I wonder.
Breathless.
0.0001.
I can't believe he made it as well.
I know.
He had to be prepared for every move, you know.
Let's see what happened. So it went here, bishop here, and I think E7 was now
got played, and Rook E8 quickly.
Oh, that was too near. You know, what was the most difficult? I think Queen takes G6 would have been a brilliant move. That's the worst move on the board, but it would have completely thrown him. There's no way he could capture the queen and hit the clock in time. That would have been like double exclamation. He could have done it. You have to capture the queen. You can't do it 1 second. That would have been the winning move. A little bit unfair, I have to agree. A little bit bad sportsmanship, but it would have won the game.
You know you would have been trolled.
I know.
Online, you would have gone down in the history books for all of the wrong reasons, Simon.
I know, but it would have won. I would have beaten Chucky. You know,
and everyone would say, you are making a mockery of the game. So everybody has made the time control, and on that dramatic note, we are going to go on a break, and when we return, we're going to break down all of the action that unfolded in the time scramble, so stick with us. See you in a few minutes. We are back, and the time control has been made for all the players, and we can actually break down exactly what happened because there were some results. So let's take a look at what has happened so far. It was a draw, as we saw, between Hans Niemann and Yazkhan Erdogmus. Also a draw between Aravindh and Nordebek. That game was pretty much balanced. And in the challenges, we heard that Max Warmerdam won, but he's the only one that has won so far. It was a draw between Bibisara Asaubeva against Faustino Oro.
Yep, okay. So solid draw there. And of course, we got some really big clashes still going on. We got the all-Dutch clash, the big clash between Jordan and Anish. So maybe we could start by going over there and just getting updates. It looked good for Jordan, but we weren't sure how he's going to progress. And the last time we had a look was after Anish, also very short a time, moved 40. I think he had 1 second left, played bishop to f6. He was struggling to find a move, and there's been a couple more moves since then. The rook came to f2, and this pins the bishop down. So, you know, for example, this would be a massive blunder because of a move like that, using the pin. That didn't happen. The king moved out of the pin, so the rook came up to f3, maybe just giving another possibility of maybe coming around this way at some point. It's always nice to have that extra possibility. And now the rook did come to this square. And I think what Anish would love to do is swap off that strong knight. So if somehow you could play knight to c7 and get rid of that knight, you'd be absolutely fine.
But you can't do that. That's the problem.
You can't do that.
Because the bishop is going to come to b6, and
right.
the a-pawn is falling.
Yeah.
And once that one goes, the whole house disappears.
Yeah. Good point. So Ivanka's shown me that in this position, if Anish did play this move, which he really wants to play, then the simple way to win for white, because I thought you get the knights off, you're okay, but I'm forgetting that these pawns are on dart squares, and there's a dart square bishop, so the most easiest option is just to come in, and you're going to win both of these pawns and the game. You know, there's no way here Anish will be able to defend a5. So it's very tricky, and this was a crafty idea, wasn't it? Trying to get the rook around to pester the knight and come in. So we have, again, a couple moves. The bishop comes back to e7, and the king starts its advance. So if the rook ever moves away from b5, the king can also come in. And also just coming this way is not stupid, because that rook is lacking squares, so you've got to stop that one from occurring. And the only thing Anish can do
is wait.
Is wait.
Like literally with the bishop.
That's it. He can't do anything else,
Now
can he?
like rook h8 is going to come.
Yeah, rook h8 looks very strong. Jordan hasn't played this yet, but this has been his plan all along. Let's just see. So if we go here, can I play king f7? Because if I move the knight, we can show this again, that in this case, because you're not threatening to take this pawn, I don't even have to take the knight yet. I could go here, but if I do take the knight...
Well, then the rook gets active, and maybe there's going to be some problems there. But if you want to be super lazy, I love your rook c8 move.
Rook c8 looks crushing. And if you do swap the knight off, there's other problems, big problems, with that e-pawn winning the game. So yeah, so you have to... I think, as Ivanka again said, try king f7. Now, is there a breakthrough here? This is only one check. How would you win this?
Well, you can just wait it out. At some point, black is going to run out of moves. So let's wait with h3. I'm just
sure. Okay, and if I keep trying this bishop,
okay, just put the bishop there.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Okay, this is one for the crowd. There is a winning move here. What is the winning move in this position for white? Let's see how our crowd is getting on. our live audience, this seems like a sensible idea, but it's actually a mistake, because rook to f8. Yep, well done, well spotted. This is a lovely tactic, because the king can't move away because you drop the knight. And the point behind this is, we saw the similar idea earlier. You go knight d8, and the ending is completely lost, because these pawns on the queen side are a real issue for Anish, and that would just win the game. So in this position, we're thinking rook h8 and king f7 looks normal, and just wait. What can black play? Black is nearly in Zugzwang.
Maybe you can go king e7 and king f7.
So we have to try this one. Okay, yeah, good plan. And just, I mean, well, I don't know about a good plan, but it's a plan. Yeah.
Right?
in a tricky situation.
Okay.
And you're asking why. Okay, what are you doing now?
Yes, thou shalt not pass.
Oof.
What to do now? So
maybe knight c7 is.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I'm a little bit reluctant to go knight to c7 on general grounds, because rook a, like the rook is maybe able to transfer over to the queen side
at some point.
Yeah.
I could try getting my pawn to h6, so I weaken your second rank. So this is another idea. If I go here, you take. At some point, I can check. What's your
He's reaching for the rook.
Is he coming in with the rook? And I think again, look at the body language there. You can tell that Anish, slumped back in the chair, is feeling the pressure here, and I think he knows this is most likely lost. I think if we're going to improve on this, we might as well try to play it as accurately as possible. If we're going to use the h pawn, well, let's go h4 straight away.
Yeah, h3 was just to demonstrate.
Yeah, it's a nice way to demonstrate. And my plan is put the pawn here, and then go rook check. That's the sort of simple idea. Let's say you go king e7. I'll try h5. Let's say you go king f7. I will go h6. This is the idea. And if you take it, this
rook
one,
h7.
And you can block. You have to block.
But then you're going to go into.
Oh, there's this knight here in some position, isn't there?
Well, I thought that you could just try and get into a king and pawn endgame. So if you block with a knight, then you just go.
Knight takes.
Knight
bishop
takes.
Bishop takes here.
Very,
very
rook
clever.
takes bishop. No calculation needed.
That's the kind of chess we like.
We do like lazy person chess.
We do, and of course, this is gone. So how, or is there a way that Anish can find? So sorry, whereabouts bishop after that? In this position?
White bishop to h6.
Okay. Well, if we try bishop h6 here, and if I take it, now you got this one, right?
Oh, look at this.
Yeah.
Look at this.
And if I go, oh, you do the same little thing. So if you go
you
here.
go rook takes knight.
Rook takes. And you get this ending, right? Where we go knight d8.
Our audience is a genius.
Bishop h6.
Look at that.
Yeah, okay, let's have a look.
It was brilliant.
There's a very, very nice idea there. Very nice idea. Okay, so I'm not going to take your gift there. No. Your gift is not a very nice gift. I'm going to do something else.
Just king. No, can't do that. Knight c7. I don't know. You can't really make a move.
Let's try knight c7 because the bishop is on pre right now. It's a nice idea, but this is the one move that black has a chance of escaping the bind. And I think black's just about okay in this line, because the problem is if we do that rook c8 we did before, then this bishop now is on pre. I mean, it's a nice idea, but if we can use the pawn, it might be even stronger. So let's try using the pawn, because we haven't found a defense to this yet. I mean, we use the pawn. Let's say you go here. How can black think about defending?
Okay, let's move the rook. Because one always got into trouble.
The only square is
that
b8.
one. But the gift is quite
I might even keep pushing,
yeah,
right?
h6.
Because now if you take
now
it,
you got rook h7, and there's no way to. Okay, so the king needs to be on f7. Let's try to do that.
okay.
King on f7, and then you wait with the rook.
So you go
Yeah,
here,
like that.
and you
No checks.
no check. So okay, I'll keep going h5. I like this h5 move.
Where's my good waiting move?
There's not many. Not many good waiting moves here.
Okay, I have one move, e4.
Okay. Attempt at freedom.
Yes. Although you can probably go d4 or laugh at me.
d4 is and if I take it,
Pawn, bishop takes pawn.
there's no tactic there, no.
Oh, hang on a
yeah.
I think there might be something happening.
I think this is very
Yes.
close to mate. Here,
Well,
here,
isn't there bishop
here,
bishop to g5?
here,
Can you cage?
here, 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 checkmate. So yeah.
Oh, okay, go.
So go here.
Yes.
You have to go here, only
Yeah.
square. Another advantage having the pawn here, the king can't escape. Let's keep checking.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
And now you have to block.
because if you move the king, oh, it's not checkmate because the knight defends, but it's kind of close. Let's keep checking. King has to go here. I thought this was checkmate, but it's a good way to lose a piece. Okay, but now we just attack the one thing stopping that, and
Yeah.
it's okay.
It's
so
over.
you have to block the check if you try this one. And you can't block with a knight because I pick your rook up, so you have to block with a bishop. And
Then-
probably I can just take it. You can't take the knight because the rook is still hanging, so you have to take the pawn.
And h6.
And now, b3.
h7.
Okay, you're a little bit quick here.
h8.
Yeah, but
I'll pretend that I
Queen.
have this all worked out, and then the person that checks first wins the game.
Certainly
Queen
does.
h7.
Well done. Winning everything. Okay, yeah, I mean, it should be winning then for Jordan.
Well, he has complete control, dominating position, so
Yeah.
why would it not be winning? It's a bit bizarre that for Anish, none of his pieces have the ability to wait in a constructive manner.
No.
So
It's horrible, isn't it, for Anish? I mean, you're just getting tortured here. And again, you can see he's slumped into his hands there. And trying to find any glimmer of hope. But what about, does it help if you move the king this way? Because it gets in a lot of trouble, the king. This is the only other thing. So let's try to get the king away from those problems. So I go
H4.
here. I'm going to go this way, h5, and now king d7. Just because I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it's
Yeah.
helping, but if I go h6, can you now take it? Because I'm not going to play h6 unless it wins, because I release all the tension. I'm only playing this move if it wins.
I wanted to go rook f8.
Rook f8. Ah, very clever. And now h6 is a threat, because you're threatening the bishop. And you've also got ideas to check here at the right moment. But h6, this h-pawn's the killer. Okay, sorry, h6 you take it. I'm not threatening to take your bishop. So, what do I do
No,
though?
but I'm just asking you.
Yeah, I'm
How
running
are
out
you
of
going to
moves.
wait?
I mean, I'm thinking about playing b3 and trying to get the rook in, but I'll go. Okay, let's go king e7 first. I've nearly played rook f7 with the idea of knight d8, but that would be
That would be unfortunate.
very unfortunate. Okay, you know, it's not quite there, is it, this one?
No, but if you just wait again, b3.
b3.
Oh,
Because if you... Just show me the win if you do go king here. Is it check?
rook f7. All I need to do is get rid of the
yeah,
rooks.
of course. You just need to get rid of
and
the
then
rooks because the
in
king comes
the
in.
king.
So I have to keep the king there. So
By the way, I don't know whether I should be going b3 because I kind of like the fact that the king
can escape.
can escape there.
Yeah.
I don't know why I need that
Sure.
escape square. But say you can just... Okay, so... And now here, if you just wait with rook b8, I don't know. No, black has to wait.
White's move. We don't go.
Oh, okay, bishop f2 or some
Sure.
random move.
Now rook b8.
Yes, and now.
Strange. It's really, it can't be good if you're relying on these are your only moves. You know, that really doesn't deserve to work. But we're not finding, as of yet, the killing finish. We can see the evaluation bar that it's winning, but there's not a killer.
No, there's no killer
No.
blow.
There's not any killer blow.
But it's like somehow.
Move the king over here.
Maybe.
You know, start. Come in. I don't know. Like, yeah. And then go rook f7, checkmate.
Maybe.
Yeah, but it's the king's on a perfect square because you know you've always got this idea. So it feels very strange moving the king away. I mean, my idea is put the king here and then go rook f7, checkmate. But I'm going to try it. Okay.
Okay, so
right.
Rook. Can you go rook c8 now? Can you wait that way?
Well, now I come in with bishop b6 because I've lost this one, and I've got bishop d8 in some positions. So
you serious? You're actually going to travel the
I'm
board?
going to try.
And go king b.
Okay, so here I'm going to go here.
Yeah.
Here we go. Off we go. Oh dear.
Oh
dear.
no!
Oh dear.
What did you do, Simon?
I don't know. It doesn't like it.
Oh, hang on, we have some moves.
Oh, knight c7 was played. So, wow. Okay, so actually, rather than waiting with king f7 and asking Jordan, how are you going to win this, Anish very understandably played the human move, and the human move in this position was knight to c7. Now,
we liked rook c8 here.
We thought rook c8 was a killer, because why allow the black rook to get on the open line? I suppose you're covering all the squares, but rook c8 looks so strong here. I mean, it really looked like the end, because the knight, what you do, you can't move the knight anywhere. I mean, if you come here, this is a terrible square, because I go here and I win the whole house. And if you take on e6, I take here, and my king
comes in.
Must be winning. But Jordan's probably found another way. So
he's probably calculated a way.
Yeah.
Because let's face it, we were being lazy.
Yes.
We wanted to win the game with minimal calculation, minimal danger. But these top players, they're calculating. I'm sure that he's calculated that he's put the king back on b3. He's like, no, I'm not going to allow the rook to c2 or anything like that. And again, to update our audience, Owen Lummy, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. He lost to Daniel Yuffa.
This must also be winning. And this is quite clever. If you go this way, you allow counterplay. And the last thing you want to do is allow any counterplay. So you cover this square. And this is quite clever, because every square that the black rook would like to come into, every single square on that file is covered. You can't, yeah, we have another move. You can't, and it's e4. Yeah, I mean, this seems a little bit desperate. But, I mean, White's idea is just to start winning these pawns. e4 played, trying to somehow activate that. And White's just taken the pawn. He's basically said, well, you're not threatening to take here. And this is where we are, yeah, after e4 takes. Is rook e7? I guess rook e7 is Anish's plan. So he's really trying to get the rook in the game. If he can get that rook in the game, then, you know, it's not so simple.
No, it's never easy when you get counterplayed. But okay, bishop to b6. What else could you do?
Okay, so let's say you go bishop b6. I have to take here.
You take on a5.
a5.
Unless there's something better, rook d2, rook e2.
And I'm trying, and now I'm going to take this one.
Now you take on b4.
Okay, but this is still winning.
Still winning, but work.
You have to work, yeah,
Yes.
definitely. I mean, this one, he's got this extra pawn, which is going to go.
And the pawn on d6 is vulnerable too, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
It's winning.
It is winning. It's just going to take a long time.
I agree. And did he play this? So we go back to the live board, and he has gone bishop b6. Anish has taken on e4, and Jordan is obviously going to take now on a5, so let's just wait a little bit longer with this game. Anish has got to try win some pawns, so this one at least gets rid of that b pawn. There's no other option that I can see. Maybe a check, but okay, it comes to a similar thing. Maybe you can go for this pawn, rook d4, try to get a pass pawn at least. Because, I mean, the thing is, when you're in a losing position, and Anish is losing, you might as well unbalance it. Even if you know you're still in trouble, why not create an unbalance? So why not go for this
But
pawn?
Simon,
Yeah.
look at Anish.
Yeah. He doesn't look happy, does he? That's not his happy face. That's a very unhappy face, that one. We're getting a very good close-up there as well.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. I mean, you could try this, for example, but obviously this is losing, right? I mean, let's get a queen, a5. This is so slow, this one. I can go bishop c3 now if I need to, but I'm going to go very quickly.
Yeah.
So, okay, so Anish is losing. Jordan has found a way through. He's played a very nice game so far, and this is obviously another big clash. It's another, you know...
Yes. Can we also take a look at Pragg against Van Nguyen, because Van Nguyen has just played f5, and we were discussing earlier on that if Black could get in f5 in a satisfactory way, so I think the rooks got traded.
So this is where we were saying the computer is lying to us. This is the one game where I think the computer is simply lying, because it says it's equal, but you're a pawn up in an ending. It can't be equal. So let's see.
Well, we'll see. Okay, so rook came to c8. You know, you've got to keep an eye on that pass pawn. f5 incoming, and
I suppose, yep. So,
yep.
So he played g4 immediately. This was something we thought about, trying to stay. The main idea is trying to stabilize the knight here. If you can go g5, that pawn can always be captured on pass-on. So this is the concept. Now, there was a trade on g4 and f5 immediately.
Yep.
Okay, so he's going for a rook and pawn ending. I don't...
So now this is the big question. So if Black gets away with f5, then it is pretty drawish.
Sure. So let's do what we're doing before, yeah?
We were taking, and we were going knight to g5.
And the point was, Black would love to play this move, but I think we've shown this 400 times now. This one is the tactic. So what do you do when I put the knight on this square? And
you take it.
You take the knight.
Yes.
Okay, I take.
And now...
Why is this...
If you go king f7, because the thing is, the white rook is really passive.
You just come in for this one?
Yep. And
okay, let's say I go king e3.
And I can't quite make up my mind, but I think I'm going to go e5.
Because if you go here, I might come to f4, right? And
yeah.
So this move stops the king coming in.
And if you go c6, then I can simply capture.
All rook and pawnings are drawn. I mean, even here, you've got to work a bit, right? Let's say I go king d3. Do you?
King to g6.
Do you have to do any work here? I don't know.
I don't think I do.
Take here, and
now I can come in with my king. Oh, no, I failed.
It's a little...
Why did I fail? Like, why is that so bad?
Don't ask me. You know what? My rook and pawn... Look at that. It's not just a fail. It's an absolute...
like a completely...
Absolute fail. I mean, I can go rook a3, but that doesn't look like it should be whatever the evaluation is saying it is.
Probably something to do with the c6 pawn, right? No.
Wow. I hate these blooming endings. Okay.
Probably your rook a3 move is quite good.
And the problem is, you know...
the white king is going to advance, whereas the black pawns are stymied.
So it's not a walk in the park, because I've got an easy plan, right?
Yeah.
I think you go e4, right?
Yes.
And now if I go c6, for example, you have to get a pass pawn. How do we do that?
We know that if you go king f4, you lose because of rook a3.
Yeah, I cut you off. That's very nasty, that. f4. Oh no, it's check. I take the pawn with check. That's a
So go king g4.
oh.
Yes.
Well done.
I know. I'm
And-
very proud of myself.
Yeah. And the point is, when my king goes, you go.
Then you go f4, f3.
And if I go here,
Well, now you can go f4.
and then you go f4.
Exactly, because
So-
if you take the pawn, you let go of c6.
Yeah, it's
we
a draw.
passed.
Yeah,
we
well done.
passed our endgame 101.
I'm not sure I passed, but
No, we did it. We did
yeah.
it together. It was a joint effort.
okay. So it should be a draw, but you still have to draw that, right?
Yeah, you
There
still
was
have
some-
to work out the subtleties. Like for
Yeah.
instance,
We can show that one more time because this.
it's relatively forcing, right? Pawn takes pawn.
It looks forcing. Yeah. Okay. So I'm just wondering if there's any mileage in going knight here now, because that stops your king coming in, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
So this is another way I could try.
So knight takes knight.
So yeah. So and if you take on g4, which I don't know if
Yes.
you want to, then I go king g3, right?
Okay.
But now you come this way,
Yep.
and as soon as your king gets here,
And the thing is, like, if you go rook a6 check,
yeah. King f7.
but then you allow c6.
Yeah.
You see the murmurings in the audience.
Yeah. But otherwise, it seems very dangerous allowing me to take here.
That's a computer kind of.
The computer says it's a
Yeah,
draw.
it probably is a
but-
draw because I can imagine that you go king d5.
Okay, so I'm gonna.
No, that
What?
failed.
It's-
King
it's-
e5 then. That's just weird.
Yeah, king e5 is again that move for a human to find. You need
Yeah,
that
because-
evaluation bar next to you, don't
Right,
you?
you do.
Right, it's just to see. But even this, I mean, like, okay, I take here, I'm
Rook
pawn up,
takes.
and this is by. I mean, the king is good, but
Oh, I see. It's just shoulder out the white king.
I guess you check and come in. But
Yeah.
okay, I'll go here, for example. Let's just play
And
a little
then
couple.
e6.
E6, and now I cut your king. So that's
So
probably
I
winning.
messed up that one as well.
Yeah, I think you have to check and get your king one file over.
But the pawn is hanging on e7.
So I'll check here. No, I won't. See, I mean, all these moves, it's like, you know, we're playing quite natural moves, but one little mistake.
So it
and
means you
it's
have to go
lost.
king e6
King east. Then
by
like,
power
and then,
of deduction.
With rook e5.
E5,
That's
yes.
such a weird way to play.
But it's beautiful.
Yeah, and it stops rook f7.
And also the king maintains connection with the advanced g pawn.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I'm starting to believe it.
So if you go,
I'm going to go here. And I want to put my rook on f8,
now you can take.
and then I want to go g6.
And now you can give some checks.
Yeah.
And you are in.
Okay.
And now is where you start running
That's
with the e pawn, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, even this, you still have it's very close.
Yes.
Because I'm going to put my king on g8, go g7, and you have to give your rook for the pawn. But by that time, this pawn will be advanced. So we'll very quickly show it. So you might as well keep checking me until my king goes to a unfortunate square. And look at that. Just by one check, it's done that to me. Why?
King h6, you have to go.
Yeah.
And
And
it's
then-
in. Yeah.
It's-
Go, get in there, my son.
But okay, but if you can't check me, so
But
here,
I think it's a race. I think you have to.
you have to go move the king now. But these moves are so hard to find. So you have to go here, or
Yeah. No. No, Simon.
it's just not easy.
King e5.
But that seems so no.
No.
So what on earth is the move? Rook.
I'll just wait.
Because it's.
It's weird.
I mean, come on, you finding these moves is so. Let's go back because these are not easy.
No, but actually,
What is
the
the draw?
easier one was the other line for black. This one is a whole lot harder.
So how do you get the easy one? So I'm going to go. Okay, I'm going to go
so,
here.
So
Let's go
going
through
knight
it again.
g5 first
Yep.
poses more problems to black.
It seems that way, definitely.
So that's what Pragg has to do.
So I'll go knight g5. Let's run it through it then. So you have
Yeah.
to take the knight.
Yes.
These moves from black are very forcing.
Pawn takes pawn.
I think you
You
have
might
to
as well.
swap some pawns off. I now come here, and the reason I've done this, I don't want the black king coming to this square.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to now activate your king.
King f7.
Only move. I grab the pawn. You have to come here.
Could you go rook c6?
Rook c6.
But then we're kind of
Then my king gets here.
exactly. So we don't want
And
that.
So the problem, I'll just show it, because this does stop rook a6, but the problem is you now allow the white king to get around in time. So I go here, 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 and you're actually in Zugzwang nearly, because you have no moves. Actually, I might just come in, but this is winning, because I'm supporting the pawn. So king f7 again, king e6, only move again. Now, I might as well grab the pawn on g6.
And now here you have to
be...
be...
This is really hard.
Difficult. King e5 to shoulder out the white king.
Only way to draw. And
Yes.
this is the start of finding the hard moves. I mean, coming back seems quite natural, but actually c6 is winning, and I expect it's winning because we get that same idea.
And king d5 seems to be losing because
The king's too far away.
the king's too far away.
So you have to now, only drawing move is king to e5.
Yep.
So that's the first really tricky move. Of course, I grabbed this one. You grabbed this one. And
Now we want rook to g8.
I was going rook g7 because you have to find another only move here. There's only, again, one way to draw, because if my rook gets to f7, I cut your king off, and e6 would be very natural here, yeah? I mean, to my eyes, I'd probably play e6, but e6 is losing because
of rook f7.
rook f7. So you have to play the very unnatural move, king e6. And I say it's unnatural because you want to get the pawn running, and you're slowing down the pawn with that.
And this is where you were going king h.
I was going rook g8 because I want to get my rook on f8.
But what happens if... But then you can go king f7. And I think...
Ah, king f7. Okay, nice idea. That's an easier one. So
Yeah.
So can I do that a bit more clever?
Instead of rook g7, can you go rook g8?
Okay, so let's go back. So here, let's go rook g8 straight away, as Ivanchuk
Yeah.
says.
Well, maybe you probably have to go king e6 as well. Maybe this is always the key. To get your king to f7. No.
I'm just going. And also now I've got rook f2.
Yes.
That's the problem. So I
Yeah,
don't lose that pawn.
Okay.
And then I can just start doing this stuff. So
So you have to go rook c...
you have to grab this pawn, I think, don't you?
Yeah, rook c2.
So rook c2 forced, and now I like this rook f8 because it just gives me an easy plan.
Yeah, rook takes pawn.
And the easy plan is I go g6, and you can't go king f6. This is like just demonstrating.
Problems, yeah.
So let's say you play check. Yep.
King.
Then I come to h5, and I'm
Yep.
trying to crawl in like this. Now, if you check me again, which...
Oh, but by the way...
Oh, he's taken on f5, so we didn't get this.
So we didn't get
We
this.
didn't
So
get-
he took
alright,
on f5,
okay.
but we saw that
Yeah,
this
this
one was
It seemed
perhaps
easier.
a touch simpler.
So let's go back to the game. So knight g5 was really testing black in the ending. Taking here, it seemed simpler, but it was still... I mean, you got knight g3 as well, but I could...
Yeah. Yeah, maybe knight g3 is Prague's plan.
Prague's idea.
Because knight g5, that one seemed...
Takes.
And then king f7, followed by e5.
Then here, and you have to play
Yeah,
e5.
yeah.
And then if king d3, you
king
get...
g6.
And you get this one. But then here...
And then you e4.
And then...
Very important.
And there's
And
only
then-
one drawing move here.
Yes, king g4.
Not king f4. Because king f4...
Gets in the way of the f pawn.
Correct. So you have to go here and draw. Not easy.
Not easy at
Not
all.
easy.
No, you know, finding king g4.
Yeah. That's if he goes to that. And we haven't looked at the other option, which is another thing Prague could try.
Which is knight g3.
Yeah. And the reason I wasn't going for this is there's so many pawns coming off that even though this does keep the extra pawn, to be fair, I think. Let's say you take that pawn.
I wasn't sure, like, do you go rook takes?
I don't know.
Go into this knight
Do I keep
endgame?
the rooks on, or do I not keep the rooks on? So let's say you take the knight.
Yeah.
You get this ending, and this is one way you could just easily play for the win because you've got the extra pawn, but it should be a draw because there's so little material, and the king is sort of in the right area of the board. It's in front of the pawn. It's, but again, you just play this on, yeah?
Yep.
You play this on, and it most likely a draw, but it might not be. Okay. Now in the top section, we'll just pop back to Jordan's game.
Well, that one has followed what we thought would happen. And Anish went for the b2 pawn, but of course Jordan took on b4, and this one is going to take a long time, but it is just a question of White advancing the a-pawn.
Yeah, this is the one move which we didn't get to. It defends d6, potentially attacks h2. So what Jordan is doing here, Jordan's basically just calculating, does he need to bother defending this pawn?
Nope.
Or can he just go a5 immediately? And I expect he can go a5. If he wants to be lazy, we like that option often. You put it on a light square. So you just move it, and then you push a5. So this would be very good. And then you try to rush up. I mean, black can be annoying here. Let's say I check. You go king b5, and then I come here. And I'm trying to be annoying with bishop here, but it doesn't work, so I've always got rook h4. So I just, now, that pawn is so quick in these positions. If you go here, rook h4, and next move, I'm going to push. So it seems to be all winning, and that's with h3. But you know, in an ideal world, you don't want to waste time by moving that pawn. You just want to go a5, and he's just making sure he wants to play it as accurately as possible, and he's just got to calculate: does a move like this give any chances?
Nope.
And yeah, we go here. You go here, and this is winning because you're threatening bishop to c5, and that means the black bishop has to come to one of these two squares, like bishop a7, and now, well...
You can go king b5.
Yeah.
King c6, bishop c5.
And also simply, I can just do this, can't I? This is the easiest. Just go bang.
Yeah.
Just like, yeah. Still got that one extra pawn.
No need to be
No.
difficult about it. Yeah.
And I think this has happened. So okay, there is a couple more moves. So he hasn't.
He just went a5 directly.
So he's gone a5, and rather than taking with a rook,
Took with the bishop.
has tried this one, and now bishop c3, and this is a very nice move because the black rook now has to keep defending that one, and it quite likely to get misplaced here. White might be able to take on that one if he gets greedy, but obviously getting the queen is a big choice. So let's say, I mean, the problem is you'd like to go rook a2 to get behind the pawn, but I think now the king comes to b3 because your rook can't it can't
guard
do both.
everything.
And when you come over here, of
now
course,
you can go a6.
Yeah, nearly rook takes there works, but a6, you have to go here.
But now can you not hunt down the
Start getting those
d6 pawns?
Yeah.
Rook d8.
And you can't go here because I go here.
Ha ha ha. Nice. Bishop takes a7, and I think you'll find there'll be a queen. Yeah, lovely.
It seems to be losing in like all variations. This for Anish. I mean, he's fighting hard. He's doing the right thing. I mean, like we said this yesterday. If you've got a bad position anyway, you might as well grab as much material because now, if Jordan does play an inaccurate move, you've got more drawing chances, and he has to rely on Jordan playing a bad move. This is the only way that he's going to get anything from this game. If Jordan doesn't make any mistakes, Jordan will win this one.
Yep. I think it's very much looking like Jordan is going to put the ball in the back of the net here. Going to the challengers, I see that Liu Maoyi, she is struggling against Andy Woodward. Liu Maoyi is the only player on 100%, but it doesn't look like she's going to be keeping that score as we see Andy just start to turn the tables. The pawn on e5 is simply going to be falling.
Yeah, equal material at the moment. We kind of liked.
She was doing good things, and then she also played very ambitiously with f5 and getting a f6 in.
Do you want to have a look, or?
Well, I think we should take the position as is. I mean, the problem is the rook is under attack, and the pawn is under attack.
And look at that knight as
well. That knight is a beaut.
It's really, really strong on this square. The black king's safe enough here. And it looks, yeah, it's basically losing for white. Let's say you can't defend the rook at all with the queen. There's no way, so you have to move the rook. I'll just put it on a square just
Can
to
you put
demonstrate.
it on e4? So, because there at least it's protected.
And also you've got rook g4
Yes.
ideas with some counterplay
I was
now.
hoping you wouldn't spot that one, but yeah.
Yeah. Close. I still want to take this, but I've got to be careful now.
Which, okay, she drops the rook back to e1.
Okay, that looked like a good try. The rook went back here, but now I can take this one and not worry about rook g4, trapping my king.
Is there some trick to it? No, I don't see anything.
I don't see any tricks here. Black's a pawn up, and the queen and knight work fantastically well together. They coordinate brilliantly, and the bishop here is it's just a terrible piece. So it's winning.
And the c pawn also has a free path to promotion. Okay, and then let's turn our attentions to Velimir Ivic against Ivanchuk, because when we left it, you know, Ivanchuk just made his move with 1 second to spare, but
yeah, he played this move. There's quite a scary situation because in this position there's no increment, and Ivanchuk had 1 second on his clock to make the 40th move, and he had to play this move and hit the clock in under a second, which he just about managed to do. White kept coming forwards with this trick, but now the bishop slid into e4, and
Black is taking over, right?
Black's completely taken over. This pawn's a goner. So White thought, I've got to sacrifice now, and I've got to keep going. And he went f5 with
which is a nice kind of idea, you know, at least open up the king, f takes g6, but unfortunately now Ivanchuk has all the time in the world to work out.
Well,
and now he gets the 30, no, but remember, now he gets the 30-second increment.
Yeah, but it is Ivanchuk. I don't know how, you know.
Yeah, we've seen him lose on time before.
Many times. And let's keep going to the current position because he's only got 3 minutes. Rook takes f6. It still visually looks quite scary. e3. Now that is a big pawn. Is 3 minutes enough time to win this position? And I think the answer is just yes, because the king is always going to be okay on g7 here. White's plan, obviously, just to launch this. So yeah, this is winning for Ivanchuk. He's just got to not freeze. If he freezes at some point, obviously, that will cost him.
Yeah, no. When you don't have time on the clock, yeah, the last thing you need is to freeze. But yeah, I agree. The e-pawn is also marching down, so that's looking great for Ivanchuk, setting himself up very nicely for his first win. Elena Robus, she is holding firm as she fights off Black's initiative. She's got the opposite color bishops, so that's something that, of course, is going to give her some extra inspiration to fight, because if she manages to trade off all the rooks, then the position should be a draw. But when we left it like this, okay, you know, she's got the worst end of this particular endgame. But if we fast forward, because there's a lot of moves to process.
Yeah, I just wanted to show a very nice idea that was played. And the two bishops are notoriously tricky. And look at the way White played this. White now played the rook over to c5. So you would have thought there's no danger to Black's king because there's no queens on the board. The pawn structure is okay. The knight now came to e8, so, you know, just trying to do a bit of maneuvering. The bishop now has some nasty ideas. And after this move, was it here? Not quite here. You've got to consider that nearly works. Rook takes c6, pawn takes bishop a6.
It's a good old Boden's checkmate.
It is.
Except
crisscross.
Except the rook is on d7. But if that were a pawn, it would be checkmate.
But these little tactical ideas that she plays now, and they're very clever. The rook goes to a5, and c5 played. maybe a little bit premature, because look, another little tactic, bishop to b5, and you can't take the bishop. There's a result there, and I think it was a win.
Well, Maurizi was doing well against Carissa. Let me just bring it up.
Maurizi won, I think, yeah.
Yep. Maurizi won against Carissa, but Carissa's starting off with 1.5 out of 2.
Okay, we get to. I just want to show this little tactic here. Now, rook d5. Now, rook takes a6. Beautiful tactical ideas. And the point is, if black now takes here, white gets a draw, because you've got this check. The king has to go here, and you've got this check. And I haven't seen a draw like this, I don't think, ever. This is a very weird perpetual. The king has only one square to go to, and you just keep going like this, and you draw. So that was a really nice idea, very unique idea. So black, playing for the win, went knight c7. And now we got this opposite colour bishop position, where opposite colour bishops, you've got chances. So we just now fast forward to where we are at the moment, with bishop e5 on the board. And it's equal material. Black is still grinding away. This pawn structure is always going to be a little bit of a problem for white. But black's time, as similar to yesterday, is really low. And you know, that's always going to be a bit of concern. This is dangerous, though, this bishop.
Yes.
Very dangerous.
Well, one of the things, though, white is very, very active with the rooks. And when you have rooks and opposite color bishops, it's very important to restrain your opponent's activity, because, say, for instance, white gets a bishop on c4, black is always going to have to be guarding the e6 point, if you see what I mean. And if the bishop moves from c4, then the rook will come into d1, and there's no way that white can fight against the black squares, because it's completely unchallenged. I mean, it sounds like I'm stating the obvious, but really it's all about like restraining the other's activity. So it's very clear that Aline can't give the d1 square, but in return, Aydin also can't be playing active and just allowing the white rook in with the light squares. So still, I think it's difficult for Aline, but she can maybe use the fact that her opponent doesn't have so much time. She's gone for this bishop c4 idea, but this does allow the rook to come in very quickly. And yeah, this is going to be interesting, because Suleimanli can't be doing what he wants to do, which is like rook h1, rook d1, doubling on the first rank, because he's neglecting the e6 point. So instead, you know, he can go something else. He can, what can he do? Rook h1 kind of looks natural.
I mean, what if I just play here? I mean, for example, because if you go rook d6, can't I take this one?
Yeah, and that would be a draw.
And this would now be a draw, because I get rid of an important pawn. So what do you actually do if I try to force things? And
well, this is exactly what's happening.
So she's played this, and now my idea is simply to take this one. So, you know, the only way I can see to defend it is rook d6. I mean, does black have to give this pawn up? But rook d6 doesn't work, because I take on e6. So you now have to give this pawn up. And black has now given that pawn up.
He's played bishop f4, Simon.
Played bishop f4,
and that's setting up some terrible ideas on d2.
Okay, well, let's see. Let's see if I take it.
Okay, king g6,
king g5. And let's say I remain calm. And do something. But I don't know what. Okay, a4, come on. Where, let's see those terrible threats. I'm wondering if the king can come in and try to mate somehow.
Okay, well, now you gave me the idea. I was just thinking about rook h1, but now you've given me the idea. Rook, okay,
yeah,
it is king h4.
Okay, so, and now I've got to get a pass pawn somehow, so let's keep going.
King takes h3.
Okay, b5.
King g, no, it's king g2.
You're going to mate me, aren't you, somehow? a6.
And to have to
There's still no
take
mate.
take an a6. Are you sure about that? Where's?
I'm not sure there's no mate, but I can't see.
Are you sure there's not like rook? Okay, rook h1. I know. No, you have rook h1.
Okay.
And then now you can't get any further with your pawn.
No, I want to stop your rook coming in, so I'll go here. I mean, clearly it's bad, but...
Why did I put the rook on h1? Why did I not put it on f1?
Good question. Just trying to take that pawn, right?
Mm-hmm.
Clever play from black.
And then hang on, yeah. I was like, then maybe they go g5, h5. And black is the one that starts running. No. Okay, but this is a bit of a fanciful line, but it really might happen.
Sure, yeah, it might do.
He's gone like king to g5. Okay, she did encourage him with rook takes e6, but yeah, king h. We'll see whether king h4 makes an appearance. Meanwhile, I just wanted to point out that Pragg and Van Nguyen, that's now in a knight and pawn endgame, and so many exchanges have happened.
We can share it, can't we? I mean,
yeah, that the table base will kick in and tell us whether this is a win or a draw.
So Pragg did go for this knight g3 idea just to, go a pawn up, but it should be a draw. And the reason it should be a draw, black swapped the rooks off, is basically because there's not enough material left, and we're wondering if you keep the rooks on or not. Maybe it's a draw on both lines, but generally you want to simplify the position if you can, and you've obviously got to watch out for this pawn, but the black king is in a good place because it covers that pawn. So let's get to the current position, because probably not much is going to change here for a long time. And this looks to be where we are. Of course it's a draw, but yeah, I mean, you just got to be careful, yeah? I mean, the problem is as soon as this pawn goes, the king is in perfect position. So how do you make any progress here at all? You can't get the king in front of the pawn because it's going to get trapped. The black king's so well structured. And there's always ways you can give your knight up. So, of course, this is a draw. Yeah, I don't even know if there's a way that white can make this difficult for black. When I say difficult, is there any plan you can sort of put some pressure on black here?
Try and win the e-pawn.
Try and win the e-pawn, yeah.
That's the only thing that I can see.
Quite hard to win that one.
Yeah.
And
well, especially now that e6 has made an appearance.
Yeah, e6 played.
A king and pawn endgame. It's going to be winning for white.
Yeah. So
you got to watch out for those forks.
But I think black will just move the knight around and just say, what are you going to do here?
In the meantime, let's go over to Jordan van Foreest against Anish Giri, because we can probably catch the ending of that as Anish finds himself with just 2 seconds. Well, now everything is
was this
excellent.
Played, or?
Yeah, this is all played.
It was actually played. Oh, right, okay. Sorry, I'm just going to make sure I get the right move. So, yeah, so we did have a look at this, and we thought it was just going to be winning for white. White's pawns are too strong, and I want to get to the current position as quickly as we can here. And those pawns, look at them. They surely can't be stopped here. One square for queen, and we have a result there. Jordan has beaten Anish with a very, very good game. And the d-pawn clearly has no way to be stopped. So really, really important result for Jordan.
Yep.
A big result. I mean, Anish is having a poor start, unfortunately, to this event. He's had a bit of a rough run. He was okay at one stage in that game, but,
Well, I think it was Jordan's choice of opening. He found this very nice, quite an old idea actually, used by Karpov in a different position where, he just maneuvered the knight down to c1, a2. It just caused Anish to think a little bit, and in the complications in that endgame, Jordan was the only one that was pressing, and Jordan found some great resources. That knight was the MVP, literally, of the game. And later finding herself on E4.
We can show just the highlights of this game.
Yeah.
I mean, just because it was a very nice game from Jordan. You had this kind of typical position, and the plan that Ivanchuk was thinking about here, a Karpov plan, apparently, and quite a rare idea. So Jordan had done his research, and he now played this A3 move, which I didn't understand to start with. But watch the knight on B3 now. So that knight on B3 starts the journey, and it comes all the way into B4, and after knight D5, it has ideas of coming to that C6 square, and Jordan combines this with some attacking tries on the king side. Now, we thought H4 would have been very strong here, but he went bishop D3, a calmer approach, and that knight, you've got to keep an eye on it. It comes back now, and the queen's come off, and the knight goes to B3 now, and that's not good enough for Jordan. It starts to move to the middle of the board.
But this was a star maneuver.
I know how many times that knight moved. It's crazy. This was a good maneuver, but look at it. It keeps going, hitting another pawn, and it hasn't had its fun yet. It keeps going, and it goes. And it goes into E6 now. And that knight has been a real champion because it completely ties down black's position. So that's some very nice maneuvering of the knight.
And it just completely bound up the black position. You know, black could barely move. But Simon, fantastic grind there from Jordan. Really, really instructive. But things are... I just want to go to the Ivic and Ivanchuk game once more, because Ivanchuk, his clock is ticking down. Okay, this time he does have increment.
Not again.
He has 7 seconds.
Oh, Chucky. So last time he did it with 1 second.
Yeah.
And okay.
He has a winning position.
You can look at the live board in the bottom right-hand corner. If you're interested to see from where we last looked how it went, I'll show the moves while we wait for the time to, and they're both very short. They're both under a minute. This position winning for black because this pawn is so strong, and actually black's king is not so bad on G7. It's not in too much trouble.
But the thing is, whilst the black king doesn't have any pawn cover, there's always going to be some danger. So he has to take care. King to G7. So like black is completely winning, but still has to be careful, right? You know, the queen can come to H3, you know, some queen H7 business. There you go. And now the question is like, you can't really take on G6.
Well,
if you do, you're inviting some checks. And Chucky doesn't have too much time. Ivanchuk only has 23 seconds. Queen H7 is incoming. The panic is going to set in. You can see him hesitating.
Panic mode enabled. And he's, look at that.
That nice move there.
Oh, yeah, but...
Going on the counter and just saying, that's such a calm move, actually, because Queen H7 going to be met with King F6. And now 30 seconds for Ivic to find the resources.
I think he's got this, but it's not going to be without some nerves. And it is a nice idea, because if you check here, the king comes up. Your only other check is this. And now I think white runs out of check with the counter-attack of coming around and checkmating the white king. So 6 seconds, 5. White's got to find a way, and he's gone in with a check, but I don't see how this is going to work. Now, Chucky just have to move the king to F6, which he'll do quickly, because otherwise it's mate in 1. He has to come up. He has come up, and white will run out of checks. The queen is on pre. This queen F2 is done. I think this will be over very, very soon. I don't think there's anything that can be done. Check, king G5. That's it. That is the last check. 19, 17. And look, Chucky's got a whole minute. You can go and have a walk around the tournament hall with that much time. a little stroll. Go and have a little stroll, Chucky. Give us some more nerves. You know, time for a walk. Will he get up and have a walk just to
Well, the question here is,
put the king
king
on
to
G5?
G5 is
Yeah.
the simplest.
Don't think too much is the question.
Is he working out king takes pawn? No, I don't think he is.
Just put the king on G5, stop the checks, use your opponent's pawn to block. But he's a perfectionist. He wants to do it. He wants to do it perfectly.
Look how the hands are following the calculations.
Oh, still no. You never know what's going to happen with Chucky.
He's got now under 30 seconds.
25.
Don't forget the clock.
He's seen it. He just eyeballed the clock. He wants to do it in 1 second again.
No.
He's
Don't
eyeballed
do
it
this to
again.
us.
He's
Just
thinking
make
about
the
it.
move.
He's
No
hesitating.
hesitation.
Oh, how calm is
don't
that?
press the clock.
And that was not a rush. That was just a fine little stroll of the hand. He wasn't like panicking at all. Just a little sliding that piece up
but
the board.
this is the move that is gonna force resignation because Queen F2 is unstoppable.
And the point is, after Queen F2, Queen D2 is mate in nearly every line. And there you go. He has taken it down. Yeah. Look at that.
I tell you, we should be paid a bonus.
Watching
for
Chucky's
what
games.
exactly.
It's always exciting. And that game was really exciting. I mean, White, around the last time control, started a big attack. But it didn't quite work. I mean, he could have maybe done it a little bit better. And Chucky with 1 second and then 5 seconds. And he didn't seem that worried, though, did he? He seemed very calm today. And he defended brilliantly.
He did.
And he's off to have his walk now. He can check out the other games now. So,
And there are 3 games remaining. Still that night endgame with Pragg and Van Nguyen. 2 games remaining, and then Alina Roberts against Suleimanli. Maybe we can check in on Aline. And Suleimanli is another person who likes to live life on the edge. 41 seconds left on the clock, but he has a winning position.
yeah, and instead of we go back to where it was. We had this position around about here where Aline had taken the pawn with check, but the problem was the black's pieces are superbly placed and this h pawn is going to drop. I mean, the king coming this way is one idea. Okay, hit the rook, so you have to do something with that. Keep control. You can never move this rook up the board because rook d2 is a killer, but there's nothing immediate here because if you play rook d2 now, the white king can step back after an exchange. So there's no immediate win. And this was the clever idea, you know, activate the rook. You can't take the bishop because your rook drops there. You've got to keep these guys defending. And now it has a double threat. You are threatening to take the bishop and the pawn. So the bishop stabilized in the center, but there goes an important pawn because obviously the h-pawn is now a real threat. So Aline has to create counterplay. She uses her majority of 2 pawns versus 1 to try and get a passed pawn. The rook comes back, maybe with an idea of getting behind those pawns. And also, yeah, it might be time to push Harry. Push that h-pawn. Just, you know, if the pawn gets all the way there, it's going to be game over. And that is most likely the winning plan now. Just use your passed pawn. I think the only chance White has got is you know, coming over here. I mean,
Well, it's not that easy, right?
It's not
Because
that easy,
if you
no.
go h5, then
Whose
there
move
is.
it now?
It's actually, yeah.
Oh, is it? Aline?
No, it's Aline's move. Okay, so she can get going with a5.
Yeah, we just point out that you have to keep the rook on this file because, of course, you'd like to get 2 passed pawns with that move, but rook e5. So there's all these little checkmate ideas. You have to give the bishop up in this situation, which is not quick enough. Your pawns are too far back. So, sorry, a5 did you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, a5 makes sense. You've got to try and get this one doing counterplay.
Okay, and if black follows suit?
So h5, and she's gone b5. Same
Okay,
idea.
Same idea.
And now we expect no, the bishop's come back quickly to d6.
Oh, Simon. Bishop to b4 is in the air.
And rook e1. That's
Oh,
very
dear.
clever. Very clever idea. So again, if you take here, it's not mate in 1 now, but you can check here and go bishop b4, and you're going to lose this whole rook because rook c3. We don't take it. We go rook here.
So
and that is the end. And the problem here is even if you go rook d7, pinning the bishop, bishop b4.
threatening rook e1.
And this is checkmate, so you don't have time to take there because rook here. So what did she play? Oh, so she's played a very clever response. She's played f4, and that now gives the king. Well, it doesn't if I take it, but it's okay. Okay, now the bishop came back again.
Yeah.
You've got to push the a-pawn now. There's still chances to go wrong here for black, but then the bishop will probably come back again. But now you've got f3, so you're safer here, right?
Yes, very important resource there for Alina. But still, you know, there's so many issues. Like h5 is still in the air. The white king's still in danger.
Yeah. It's this. Yeah, it's the white king and black's pieces are better placed. The main problem, but this pawn's coming quickly. So I mean, let's try a5.
Yeah.
I've got to get that as far up the board as I can. a5.
By the way, I'm still keeping an eye on the Praggnanandhaa Van Nguyen game. That's still no progress made. The players are just maneuvering with the knights. I will update you when things change.
And bishop d6 again, I think, is playable. So she has gone a5. And I think bishop d6 is still a good move because...
She leaves. But Aline has plenty of time. She's got over 10 minutes on the clock.
Oh, so she's gone for a walk. That's what you've got to do. If your opponent's short of time, don't stay at the board. Go and have a cup of coffee or something.
Exactly.
You know, just go and let them sweat a little bit, even if they are winning. You know, just go and enjoy yourself. Use that extra time that you've worked so hard for. And this move still looks quite dangerous because if the rook goes here, we've got rook e5. We saw what happened if the king comes here. So you have to go here, and this is surely mating now. Surely. Oh, I could just check and take the bishop.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of problems here.
Also
what is the move that's going to be played? A5 on the board, and the bishop did come back.
Yeah.
This seemed very sensible. Attacking that rook. And if the rook...
Well, okay, you has to maintain connection, so rook to e8.
So rook to e8, stopping rook e5.
But bishop b4.
Again, this is a big problem.
Oh, hang on a second. How are you going to defend the bishop? Maybe you can go on the counter. Bishop c4.
Sorry.
So bishop c4. I might be okay. So rook e1 is just going to be met with king f3. Although
this is so...
and I feel like here, White's gotten away with it.
Yeah, you're right. What? So you have to be careful here. Well, let's move this rook, shall we? I don't know where. Let's put it down.
There, yeah.
Here. Big threat.
King
f3 looks
rook
normal.
e3. I feel like the white king is not living its best life.
No, it looks very loose, this king. Some problems to get through, though. And Aline will probably have a good think here. I mean, this rook e8 is the best try, isn't it? Yeah, sure.
Shall we, whilst Aline is thinking, she has 8 minutes and 45 seconds to ponder exactly what to do. Should we just glance over at Praggnanandhaa Van Nguyen? Because they've just been maneuvering around.
Yeah, let's have a quick look at any remaining games. So this game is a draw, and they're just dancing around at the moment, really, aren't they? And they've done a lot of dancing there.
Okay, now, but now there's a threat, right? Knight to f4 from White.
So you can't go king here. Knight f4 takes... okay, so this is what you've got to work out. Can you go here and force a draw immediately? Knight F4
No,
takes,
don't
takes,
do
takes.
that.
Here. It's winning for white. So the king and pawn ending is winning because the white king comes straight through. So yeah, you clearly can't move the king. So avoid that one. But you could go
What did he play? He went E4. E5.
E5. So stopping that idea.
Okay, maybe this is not a step in the right direction because
Yeah, I mean,
King G4 is my first instinct, but I guess you can just shut the door.
well, I
king.
can force the draw here. If you go King G4, I can force the draw, and this is the kind of thing you have to watch out for
Yes.
by going Knight takes E4, and now you can't guard your pawn, so I get rid of your remaining pawns. So this is always the kind of thing, these knight endings, that at some point there's that possibility of giving your knight up for one of the pawns and catching the other one. So Knight G3 stops this king coming forwards. Ideas are coming there. So King G6 waiting, just waiting for the
And
opportunity.
just making sure that the knight is there on D3 so that if the white king steps to G4, you can check.
You can check it away. And if white ever plays this move, you just step up, and white, it's very, very easy draw now. So yeah, this is why Ivanka wanted to play King G4 here, because then the king can get into F5, and we've got to stop that. So if I played a bad move here, white would make some progress by checking and maybe coming this way. Still a draw, but it's making progress, and we don't want to make any progress. Pragg on increment. They're both pretty much on increment here. Black's plan is to wait. Black is simply going to wait for as long as possible. So King E3. The one thing I might try if I was white, can I get the king around this way then? Because I'm not going to get around the other way. My knight's kind of on the perfect square. It defends that
but
pawn.
your plan is still very much in operation. So
Probably
if you move the knights...
Yeah, this knight hitting the
Yeah.
pawn is quite an easy way of doing it. So if the king ever tries to get around this way, I mean, you just play knight G2 in these positions, and I force that pawn now to make a decision. And if it goes up, my king now becomes very good.
He's played knight C5, right? And he's got your idea in mind.
Ah, okay, knight
So,
C5.
so if the
yeah.
king goes to D2 in order to try to go to C3, you've got knight takes pawn, and you would pack up the pieces.
Yeah, and again, giving up that knight for the pawn. So the king can't go that way, so it's gone back here, and that's the first repetition. If we go
Knight
back to D3. It's pretty easy to draw this, actually. It's not that hard. As long as you stop white getting in with the king. And even that's a draw, but you just don't want to allow white that luxury. So you've got to be able to check the white king as soon as it steps up.
Well, I think that Van Nguyen will simply go knight to D3 because he's found that drawing mechanism. Why break from
Yeah,
the
definitely.
pattern?
Yeah, you don't... I mean, if you went like knight E6, you're going the wrong way, because now king G4 and H5 makes progress.
Right.
I mean, it's, again...
Oh, he did go knight.
I went knight D7. It's the same idea. You've got to check the white king if it comes there. And he's found a very good square. The knight on F6 is an even better square because it controls G4, it threatens E4, and it also controls H5. So this is actually the ideal square, I think, for the knight, right? It looks really nice, and there's
Well, also he's found like knight C5 as well.
Yeah.
Knight F6. Perfect.
Pragg down to 15 seconds. It might be time to agree.
Well, he's going to try. But the problem is like there's no progress, right? If you go H5, King G5, what has he played?
King G4.
Okay, knight F6. Be gone, monarch.
Now, if he goes King H3, well, the king's
Wow,
really...
you just go back.
You can do anything, can't you, actually? Yeah, pretty much.
He goes King H3.
It's the only different try. And now... Well, I mean, do I want to allow you to have a check?
No.
So maybe I even go here.
Yeah, but maybe not.
Then
Don't
H5.
allow H5. I'd rather...
So what I'm thinking is, if I go king h6, because that stops h5, because I can take it, it allows you to get a check. Am I worried that you've got a check? I shouldn't be
Can you
worried.
just move the...
He has gone. He's done
He's
that.
king
Yeah.
h6.
I don't need to be worried about the check, do I?
No.
Because the king just keeps here. My knight's perfect.
And also, the knight is attacking the pawn, so
Yeah,
the knight
yeah,
has to drop back to
it's
g3 or go to d6, and there's no progress.
very easy. And Prag's been pushing for a long time, but yeah, he's defended very well. Taido has defended this well, and he's played very good, solid chess throughout the tournament so far. He looks like a hard player to beat. So king g2, and now the king comes back to g6. Wait. There's absolutely nothing that Pragg can do here. As soon as the king goes too far away, you take on e4. So let's just show that. This one, you take on e4. No, you don't. Whoa, one more square. So I'll go here.
There.
Now we take here. This is it. Sorry. Just so you can't go king g3. And that is the problem. So black sits and waits. King h6. Are they going to agree draw now?
Well, I think Pragg should try.
How can he even
No,
try?
well, I mean, try to go for this flashy, and now go king d2. Let's finish the game.
I mean, king d3 to c4.
Yeah, there you see.
Yeah. And as soon as it goes to c4, knight takes e4.
Yeah, and now king h6. That's the way to wait.
And here he
And
goes.
now
Good drawing technique.
see whether
And he's gone king c4.
king c4, and now knight takes pawn.
That's
and
it. Just making
Van
sure.
Nguyen, yes.
Just making sure you don't blunder your knight like I did a second ago. So just, double check. And he, of course, has got the right move. We're getting to the draw.
Oh, part of the plan. Excellent defense there from Van Nguyen. As we're going to see, king and knight against king. Handshake, a draw, and a hard-fought game there.
Yeah.
Pragg just pressing, but Van Nguyen just showing why he's playing there in the Masters with some fabulous defense, which means that there's one game remaining in the top two tournaments, and that is this one between Alina Rebers and Aydin Suleimanli. And Suleimanli is nodding his head. He's a piece up.
That always helps. Okay, so bishop d6. The rook now grabbed the pawn. So maybe Aline just thought, okay, look, these lines were so horrible. I'm going to have to give you the piece just so I've got some practical chances with my connected pass pawns. Rook e5 was always the problem. The king has to go here, because if it goes the other way, there's this bishop b4 check, pretty much checkmate. And the issue with the king going this way is your bishop drops. But this was Aline's idea, because now you just try and create those half chances. Is there any way this could work? Well, now maybe even playing for mate. F4, F3. And this allows the rook to come to g5. So black's actually playing for mate, I think, here. a6, rook g5. And we've probably got a couple more moves, but we'll just wait until they're updated. And this combination of these three pieces against a lone king is nearly always checkmate. And that's the big problem.
But where to go with the king? You go king f1, and then the bishop comes out to c5.
Yeah, but you can't put it on the side of the board.
If you put it on the well, she's gone for putting it.
She's gone king h2, okay. But I think this, and this is just checkmate now. So you could go, maybe here, here, and then here.
Well, you do have rook g2 instead of going a7.
So if you go rook g2, then nearly.
Well, we're going to be seeing this.
Rook
because
g2 just
rook g3
can't work. Where's the mate
is a
here?
massive threat.
Well, I can go here and bishop c5, yeah? Check here, bishop c5.
And that's shake hands.
That's it. So I think it's getting there. Now, the white king is just trapped. There's a couple of ways you can mate. Actually, you can use the bishop going here and f3, or you can just try to use your rook. So you want to sort of check here, but then the king comes to g2. So first of all, you take that idea away, and a7 played, one tempo too slow, rook g3, traps that king, and I don't think there's any way to stop this.
There's king h1.
King h1, but I mean,
You've got
bishop c5.
Yes, bishop c5 threatening rook to g1.
Whoa, look at that. Doesn't work, bishop c5. Hang on a minute, let's just see.
Because rook h2 check.
Rook h2, yeah. Still got to be...
So you can go rook to g1 check
oh,
first.
yeah, and then you just go f3.
Yeah.
F3. That's the one, so...
He throws in a check.
Okay, so he hasn't played it immediately. King g2.
Well, I think the rook is going to be falling.
Yeah. This is the other way to do it.
You don't need to calculate to checkmate. You can just simply put it in the bank.
But checkmate's nicer, surely. And the thing is, as soon as you take the rook, you're behind the passed pawn, so it's just one tempo too slow. So poor Aline there, having a tough start to the tournament.
And that clinches it. Suleimanli wins and moves on to 2.5 points out of 3. For Alina, it hasn't been the start that she necessarily wanted. But the worst has happened to her. Maybe she can recover in round 4. But it's been a fascinating day of play here at Tata. You know, in the Masters, we've had 2 victories with Jordan winning over Anish. Also Matthias Bluebaum winning over his countryman Vincent Keymer. In the challenges, I think there's barely been a draw. Full of decisive results. Yeah,
it's really a bloody day in the challenges. Only one draw there. Every other game was decisive, and that's exactly what we want to see. We want to see lots of attacking and bloody chess. So it's been another good day.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen a lot of hard-fought chess, and take a look at the standings after round 3 in the Masters. Well, it seems like 2 is the magic number, and there's a lot of players on that score. And it's really still too early to say anything, but it's nice to see Hans Niemann, Matthias Bluebaum, Nordebek, Abdusattorov, Jordan van Foreest, and Arjun Erigaisi there, all tied. But half a point behind them, there's a whole load of people. And for Praggnanandhaa, well, he finally got onto the scoreboard with half a point today. And in the challenges, well, the woes still continue for Erwin Lamy and Elina Rubers. They've yet to score a point. But for Suleimanli, last year he came very close to securing that spot into the Masters. This year he's making a good start as he moves to 2.5 points out of 3. We have Bibisara Asaubeva, Lumayi amongst the players on 2 points. And also I just want to point out, hats off to Ivanchuk, who got a round of applause when he made his 40th move with 1 second to spare.
Yeah, it'd be lovely if he qualified for the Masters again. You know, I'd love to see that. But yeah, we can only dream. I mean, Ivanchuk's many persons' favourite player, and he was playing a bit close to the edge today, though.
Yeah, he kind of flew a little bit too close to the sun, but he survived. Well, it's been an incredible day of play here as day 3 comes to a close at Tata Steel. The battles are underway, the narratives, they are forming, and tomorrow promises even more high-level chess. We're going to say goodbye. Thank you, everyone, for watching, and we're going to leave you with an interview with Matthias Bluebaum after he won his game against Vincent Keymer. See you tomorrow. Thank you for watching.
Matthias, congratulations. Very nice win against your countryman, Vincent Keymer. We're going to take a look at the game in a second. But before we do that, you're back in Wijk after 8 years. 8 years ago, you played in the Challengers. So tell me, how is it to be back here and to be playing in the Masters this time?
Yeah, first of all, thank you. Yeah, it's been a long while, and yeah, it's been 8 years. But to be honest, it still looks the same. Like the village still looks the same. Like nothing too much changed. There's still only one supermarket, still the same restaurants. So not too much changed. But of course, I'm very, very happy to get a chance to play in the Masters group. It's
No change. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Did you like it here the first time around?
I mean, the first time around, I didn't play too well. Like I maybe lost the first 2 games or something. I had a pretty rough start. So back then, I didn't really enjoy it. It's like very grey and windy, and like I was playing terribly. So, but this time, I'm enjoying it much more so far.
Yeah, you're starting with 2 out of 3. I can imagine you're quite happy so far.
Yeah, of course, and especially to win with black against Vincent was not exactly expected. So yeah, it's very nice.
Before we go to that, playing Vincent, I mean, obviously you guys are teammates, you are friends, but do you just approach the game like any other?
Yeah, I pretty much try to approach it as any other. I mean, of course, I always hated to play against him or against the other Germans. It's very tough for me always, but I guess for him as well. Like we just know a lot about each other, and especially in the opening, sometimes it can be a bit annoying because like we both know exactly what the other might want. So, yeah.
Who won the opening battle today?
I mean, time-wise, me. Position-wise, I have no clue.
Well, I'll hand you the iPad. We're gonna jump in here. After you played knight d7.
Yeah.
And yeah, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, we had this queen b3, queen b6 for quite a while, and I guess like none of us wanted to be the stupid person to actually exchange the queen, so we both felt smart by leaving them here. And yeah, when he played h3, I mean, okay, I immediately saw I have this bishop h4 check. I'm pretty sure he saw that as well, so he can't go g3 because I take here, and I win some piece back. So yeah, he of course went king d2. And I just thought, okay, his king is a bit weak. Like either this bishop h4, queen d8 is incredibly dumb because it's just not working, or it's actually smart because I keep the queens on the board and this king is in the center.
But so he was inviting bishop h4 with h3.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. Like, I mean, of course, he could still before h3, he can still take on b6. It's not like he's risking anything. I don't feel like. So yeah, I just thought, okay, he's a bit lower on time, and like bishop h4, queen d8, I didn't immediately see why it's bad. I mean, it looks a bit weird because I'm moving my pieces back, but I either want to get like b5, knight b6, or what happened in the game. So he played g3, which actually I feel helped me quite a lot. Like this bishop is actually good on e7, because now after b5, it also controls the b4 square, it also controls c5 square. So he played rook ac1. Okay, I mean, I probably can't take here because there's some knight e5 tricks. I mean, maybe I have some weird tricks with this, but I don't believe it's good. So yeah, he played rook c1, but maybe he just underestimated knight b6, which I actually saw because I'm threatening knight c4 check, and this f5 pawn is weak. Like if he, I don't know, just passes. I mean, h4 is a terrible move, but just to illustrate that, yeah, like this f5 pawn is hanging, and if I get this exchange, it should be great for me. So he played g4, which looks very principled.
I guess you're starting to be quite happy around this point, or?
I mean, here I played c5, and I wasn't sure, like, either I missed something or my position actually looks great, and when he started spending a lot of time, he understood everything's great. Like, also we played this time control without increments, so I was really looking forward to his time trouble, while I still have a lot of time. So, yeah, after c5, he just, I kind of expected him to play queen d1, and I didn't actually exactly know what to do. I mean, it looks like a very sad move, but okay, if I just develop, maybe he can play this, and I mean, if c4, bishop e2, I mean, it's probably also great. Okay, maybe knight a4, this knight takes d5, but I don't know, it feels like I should have some great attack, but after queen e1, I didn't see exactly. I mean, if bishop g5, queen f3, maybe he's still holding, but okay, he spent a lot of time, and he took on c5, which I was very happy to see. First, when I played c5, I thought actually he can take here, and like we would get something like this, and I'm probably better. But then after actually thinking for a bit, I saw like I can take with the queen, and I have this intermediate check, and I just win a piece.
Zwischenzug.
Yeah, but it felt like, considering the level of play in this tournament, it wouldn't have surprised me to see knight takes d5. But okay, he of course didn't blunder a piece. So yeah, but he played king c2, which is a very sad move because he's just giving up the pawn. And
actually, let me interrupt you. You say the level of play where you have seen an unusual amount of blunders. Do you have any idea what could be causing it?
To be honest, I don't know. It's a bit strange for me. I mean, of course, I shouldn't judge. Like, it's also possible I will blunder like this, but I mean, it's just insane for me, like watching the games, because I mean, these are all incredibly good players, and normally like a piece blunder or something happens maybe once every few years or something, and like in this tournament, so much strange stuff already happened. I mean, not in my games so far. Yeah. I mean, my first 2 games were incredibly boring, but okay, today something happened, yeah. So I just took the pawn, and I mean, I thought I'm a pawn up, his king is weak, and actually these pawns, I mean, he has some more space, but if I just develop, also his pawns will be weak on the king's side. So yeah, I was very happy. Takes, bishop d7. Yeah, he had this queen before, I guess it's good. I mean, I could have played d4, but I wasn't sure, like I didn't see anything. I mean, he can't take, obviously, because of bishop a4, but I didn't see anything clear. So I went with this, just attacking both rook and the pawn. He played rook e3, which makes a lot of sense. And yeah, here I finally saw this check and queen g1, and he just can't prevent d4, and I felt, okay, it should be completely winning. I mean, it was winning for sure before as well, but here I thought the game should be over. He still found a defense with rook e7, because if d4, knight e2, I didn't actually see a win. Like, maybe I'm just blind, but like, my queen is saying, the pawn on d4 is saying, I mean, it's probably still completely winning, but I just didn't see a clean win, so I started with this. And after king d2, yeah, I spent some time calculating, but knight c4, I mean, he has to take. I think moving the king is too sad. And yeah, probably a lot of stuff wins, but I thought bishop a4 is very nice because it just cuts off his king. And okay, he also had no time, so I was kind of waiting for him to make some panic move, but okay, he just resigned in the end because, yeah, I don't think there's anything to do.
That was a fun game to play. Thank you, Matthias. You mentioned the time control. It is new here this year in Wijk aan Zee. I guess you must be quite happy because if I'm not mistaken, it's the same time control that will be used in the candidates tournament.
Yeah, that makes it an even better preparation tournament. I feel like probably Giri had some word to say about the time control, but yeah, it's great for me to already get some experience because it's not a very usual time control.
3 rounds in, how do you feel about the no increment before move 40?
I mean, if I'm the one with more time on the clock, it's very enjoyable. Like today, I was really enjoying my life. Yeah. Like I could rock around while he's like suffering in a lost position with no time. But of course, when it's the other way around, it might be tougher. But in general, I kind of like it to be forced a bit more to spend your time wisely.
And well, the candidates tournament is coming up quite quickly. Will this be your last tournament? And also tell us a little bit about the preparation. As you said, this is a preparation tournament.
Yeah, it's my last tournament before the candidates. So yeah, it's of course it's the great preparation tournament because it has like almost the same amount of rounds, same time control, and almost same level of field. And yeah, otherwise I'll just be preparing the next two months, like February and March before candidates.
Mm-hmm. And did it change anything for you? I mean, qualifying to the candidates is such a huge milestone in a career. Have you noticed any difference since qualifying?
I mean, difference in like, yeah, a bit more media attention and stuff, and of course some invites to this tournament, for example, which I normally wouldn't get with my playing strength. So yeah, it's of course great, and I'll have a lot of chances this year to prove myself, and I hope I'll manage.
And we're looking forward to seeing you there. But first, a few more games here in Wijk aan Zee. Matthias, congratulations once again, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.